Hello, Mora. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Okay, let's continue with Umineko. What madness are we in for now? We got some new characters popping up past time. This setup over here. Okay, let's go. Got a couple of new characters. I'm already retired. If you have a job you need doing, go ask the new right. No, you're the one I want to ask. I'm giving this case to you. Did you read the tale I sent you? I skimmed it. I don't know who you are, but please get down from there. That's a sacred altar. Snapping out of a daze, Leon told the girl to get down off the altar, but she ignored this completely. On top of that, Will kept on talking to the girl as though Leon wasn't even there. I hear this is Leon. Who is that? You've already heard who. Ushiromiya Leon. There's no case of a person with that name appearing in any of the previous games. Is this your piece? No, it's a true and proper piece of this game board. A character appearing in the story. You're the game master. That means it's your piece. I've just moved from Beatu's cat box into a larger cat box. Leon is one of the pieces who has a possibility of appearing inside it. I see. In other words, it's your piece. It's a piece I've placed, would be the correct way to say it. So you're saying this piece isn't your subordinate, like Erika. Erika? Who's that? Erika-san. Don't try to understand. You'll just get a headache. Leon didn't have a clue what they were talking about. However, though neither person was familiar, it seemed clear that they both knew a lot about the Ushiromiya family. I don't know what you two are talking about. Anyway, you girl, please get down off the altar. I ask this as the successor to the Ushiromiya family headship. Even Leon was finally forced to speak in a raised voice to that girl, who continued to chat while casually standing on the altar. However, the girl ignored this completely. On the other hand, Will did show a reaction. The successor is supposed to be Kraus. My father, Kraus, will be the acting head until I turn 20. Then I am to succeed the headship. First I've heard of this. Can you prove it? It seemed that even Leon was starting to get ticked off by now. That calm expression appeared to twitch slightly. This is the successor's silver ring of a one-winged eagle. Is that proof enough for you? A silver ring? The golden head's ring has appeared several times. I've never heard anything about a silver ring for the successor. I don't remember Kraus or Jessica ever wearing one of those. I'm glad. For someone who's just skimmed it, it seems you've read it pretty well. When a witch hands you a story, you never know when something absurd will pop up. Especially when it's a great witch from the Senate. Who in the world are you two? Sorry, I don't have a clue what you're talking about. If you've finished offering flowers for the departed, please make your exit. It seems you two aren't worthy of our family's hospitality. Leon finally ran out of patience. These were the strictest words that this gentle kid could unleash. However, Will and the girls seemed to not care at all. I didn't come here because I wanted to. We're wasting time, so let's move onwards. Right? Try and beat this game. As the game master, Berncastel, I invite you to join in. I refuse. Why? I'm retired now. Reasoning and mysteries aren't my busyness anymore. How do you intend to spend the rest of your life? Is wizard hunting right going to give up witch hunting? There's still fox hunting and clam hunting to look forward to. I didn't come here to discuss the rest of my life with you. So, you came here to refuse. Know that your powers of reduction are truly a sight to behold. Then do as you will. Go wherever you please. That is, assuming that you can leave this place. So, what are the terms and payment? In truth, Will had resigned himself from the beginning. He knew that he was incapable of refusing an invitation from the great Lady Berncastel, who killed Beatrice. That's my game. In payment, I'll forgive you for your insolence and let you leave this chapel. I hear that boredom-hating witches just love being spoken to rudely. That's only for hags who've tired of life after 1,000 years. I'm still plenty young, so I love thinking of horrible fates in which to trap rude men like you. So, who's my enemy? There is none. There's no one to stand in your way. I just want to sit back and watch you make your beautiful checkmate in this game. I've even found you an ally. That's what this Leon is for. After hearing that name spoken out of the blue, Leon frowned once more. Apparently, they were moving things along without Leon's knowledge or understanding, which the latter seemed to find truly irritating. Leon is a member of the Ushiromiya family, and should prove to be a useful ally, seeing as no one in the family knows you. I'm not sure what this is all about, but I can hardly be of assistance until I know what's going on here. There, see? With help like this, it'll be a piece of cake. Entertain me, and my master, wizard hunting right. Maybe Ow may be a polite theater goer, but I might throw popcorn at you if I get bored, okay? Will scratched at his head with a displeased look on his face. He wasn't at all interested in getting involved, but by now he realized that he couldn't disobey Berncastel's orders. Then he approached the casket and pointed at its rose-filled insides. You asked me to solve the case of Beatrice's murder, but Van Dyne's 20 rules, Rule 7, is forbidden to have a crime without a corpse. That's a devil's proof. Maybe it just isn't inside the casket. Unless you can prove that no corpse exists, this is mystery. Rule 1 is forbidden to have a crime without all clues presented. Don't worry, everything is gathered here. Though there was no change to Will's unsatisfied expression, he seemed to have understood the general pattern of this place. The simple fact that a mere inquisitor of heresy had been summoned by an uninhibited, fickle, cruel great witch of the Senate meant that he would be treated as no more than a mere underling. All along, he had possessed no way to refuse her. So, who killed the owner of this empty coffin? I'll answer that question. However, you'll let me do things my way, as you like. First off, I need to make you understand the current situation. Yes, that would be extremely helpful at the moment. Leon's expression seemed nonplussed, angry, and confused, all at the same time. Over here, it'll be faster to see it for yourself. Wonderful. Please lead the way. Will signaled with his chin for Leon to follow him and spun around. After snorting once in an unsatisfied manner, Leon followed him, as though resigned to see Will's little show. As she watched them leave the chapel, Berncastel sneered silently at them, a cold smile on her face. As the Miko of the Great Witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating, Featherine something Aurora, and as the Witch of Miracles, I, Berncastel, announce the start of this game. The tale's title is Requiem of the Golden Witch. Spin a tale fitting for Beatu's funeral. Well now, let's just see how you drag out the guts. She watched until the bear had left the chapel. Berncastel's form evaporated into the empty air just as she had arrived. All that remained was her unpleasant cackling. Outside, it was still raining. When Cannon saw the guest and the successor approaching the reception desk, he bowed deeply. Good work. You can take a break now, so would you mind leaving? It's Cannon. Yes, as you wish. Cannon bowed deeply, then disappeared. Don't you remember the names of all your servants? Our family has many young servants coming in and out, and they're usually replaced quite frequently. Well now, what are you trying to explain to me? Who are you, and what business do you have with this family? Of course, there's no need to convince me. Feel free to head on home if you want. There is no going home. Not for me. Not for anyone. Could you please give that a rest? Stop speaking in confusing riddles like that all the time. Even I have limits to my patience. If you don't want me to see you off, should I call Kenji or Godo? Don't freak out. Look at this. Yes, I can see that. It's one of the memorial roses. Are you going to show me some kind of magic trick? Will took one of the flower offerings, then showed it to Leon, as though pointing out that there was no mechanisms or tricks. Then he slowly lifted it upwards. Watch. Yes, I'm watching. Is a dove going to fly out of it, or is it going to be flags and fireworks? Will threw the rose. Anyone would have expected it to fly in an arc and land in some puddle. It didn't, which is why Leon had been struck dumb. The rose thrown by Will certainly had flown in an arc. It should have sped on rapidly through the air. However, as soon as it passed out from the shade of the eaves and was about to reach the rain, it stopped right in mid-air, as though the air surrounding it had turned into syrup. That wasn't all. As it hung in mid-air, the rose's beautiful golden petals began to darken one after another, and it became a black husk like burnt charcoal. And even after this happened, it remained suspended there in the air. What sort of trick is this? Don't move. Leon had moved closer to try and touch the remains of the rose, which still hung in the air. Will had roughly blocked the way with his arm. It was as though he was telling Leon that leaving this place meant certain death. This chapel has been cut off from the fragment. We're currently locked in a concentrated loop of time. What do you mean by that? Explaining's a pain, so I'll just give you the short version. Basically, unless we play along with that witch's game, no one can leave this place. Well, what? The funeral is already over. I'm sure some people will want to return to the Manscion or the guest house. We can't be locked up in here. If you've got a bone to pick, that witch is the one you're looking for. Being stuck in a place like this isn't any more pleasant for me. That girl's your friend, right? Make her stop all this weirdness. She's probably sitting in a spectator seat with a bucket of popcorn about now. She won't come if we just call her. But what on earth is going on? That short sentence described all of Leon's feelings at that moment. However, Leon had seen the rose will wither in an instant in the raining darkness. Leon tried doing the same thing with another rose, but the effect was the same. No one would want to use their own body to test this fearsome something that could make roses crumble instantly. There's only one way for us to be released from here. We have to play along with Bernstell's game. You mean the one about who killed Beatrice? That's what she's telling us to investigate. If you could fill me in, this'll go more quickly. That fickle witch will be completely satisfied. You'll be able to get rid of the two of us, and I have a date with Deanna when I get back. If I keep her waiting too long, she'll start tearing up the sofa again. Who killed Beatrice, you say? That's hardly something you should go barging into a funeral and asking the family about. Questioning the family is one of the basics of the mystery genre. Just give up and accept it. I do know that Beatrice is the mistress of Kinzo, the family head. You really are a strange person. How do you know so much about this family? Are you sure you have no connections with us? Will knew this much about the Ushiomiya family because Bernkastel had shown him all of the fragments so far. Of course, he had no sort of connection with the Ushiomiya family himself. The very plane of his existence was on a different level. However, Beatrice died a long time ago. According to Genji, she passed away before the Manscion was completed, but the reason for her death is unclear. To be honest, this is the first I've heard about her being killed. Tell me about it. My name is Ushiromiya Leon. Willard. Call me Will. For the first time, Will introduced himself. Their mutual introduction was finally complete, and Leon was finally able to talk with him on an even footing. However, Leon took a deep breath and looked up at the sky, wearing a vague smile. Will-san. Call me Will. I'll call you Leon. Will, to be honest, even I don't know much about this person called Beatrice. I see. I guess it's called a game for a reason. If only Leon could have told him everything, revealing the truth without any effort from Will. Apparently, things wouldn't be so easy after all. Everyone who enters the Ushiromiya family knows the name and image of Beatrice. That's because of the massive portrait hanging in the entrance hall, isn't it? That portrait was first displayed in April of 1984. Seriously, how is it that you know so much? Well, it's about time I stopped finding that odd. I'm sure you'll just start speaking in riddles again. Leon was the successor and lived in the head household. That made conversations with Kinzo an everyday occurrence. Because of this, Leon must have been used to chatting with people who were moody or hard to follow. With the understanding that getting stuck on the details would be nothing but a waste of time, the conversation naturally fell into a pattern, as though Leon and this unknown man Will were longtime friends. Everyone knows Beatrice, and yet no one knows her. Kinzo's the only one who's ever met her. The head seems to be particularly cranky today. I'll introduce you to him when the chance presents itself, so I ask that you develop an appropriately discreet attitude, Will Sam. That was quick. I thought you would resist a bit more than that. I'm used to speaking with the family head. I've learned to accept most unreasonable situations and just go with the flow. Berncastel had set up a barrier cutting the chapel off from the rest of the world. To destroy that, they would have to find out who killed Beatrice. For Leon, who had already experienced many of Kinzo's rantings, understanding this much was more than enough. The Ushiromiya family members were relaxing here and there around the waiting room. A light buffet-style meal had been set up, but it was a bit stale and not particularly appealing. Even so, those voracious kids seemed to find it intensely interesting. The cousins had set up camp around it, with Maria at the center. The adult siblings had also formed a group in a different corner. Perhaps because of Kinzo's absence, everyone seemed to be a little more relaxed. Leon, where did you go? And who is that? Mother, I was entertaining this guest of ours. Will, this is my mother, Nasuhi. No introductions needed, just tell me what you have to say. Did you say something? No, he said nothing. This is Will-san. It seems he knew the deceased. With a smile, Leon casually smoothed over Will's words. He wants to know more about Beatrice. Do you know anything about her, Mother? Leon, the departed is an individual to whom the head owed a great debt. Nothing more, nothing less. This funeral is a ceremony for the head to repay his benefactor for all he received while that person still lived. That is what I have been told, and there is nothing more to it than that. Thanks, Mother. Well, that's all my mother knows. Natsuhi was eager to deny the scandal about Beatrice being Kinzo's mistress. However, she also had enough sense to realize that the scandal was probably true. Picking up that Natsuhi was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk about this anymore, Leon brought an end to that conversation before Will could say something rude again. Will, this chapel belongs to the family, so you're telling me to follow the family's rules. Speak in a manner appropriate for a guest of the family. Let me be the medium for all your conversations. I ask that you follow those two rules. I'll work on that. This mess that Bernkastel Witch, or whatever, has dragged us into is a real pain. Because of that, I'm willing to help you. but we're equal partners in this job, and you had best not forget that. And here I thought you were just some well-bred rich boy. Seems you can speak up after all. I must be prepared to shoulder the Ushiromiya family's future after all. Got it. Let's solve this crime together, Watson. I'm glad I can help. I wouldn't want to keep your dear cat Deanna waiting. Won't she need to be fed soon? I gave her extra food today, so she should be good for a while. I'm surprised you realized Deanna was a cat. I figured it would be just a bit too eccentric for her to be a human woman who scratches at sofas when you keep her waiting. So, who will you talk to first? Anyone, everyone. Those ones over there are Krause's siblings, right? From right to left, there's Aunt Eva, Uncle Hideyoshi. Over there is Uncle Rudolph, Aunt Kyrie, and over there is Ushiromiya Rosa. When she was a girl, she once got lost in the forest and bumped into a woman calling herself Beatrice in a hidden mansion. I know I shouldn't be surprised anymore, but you really do know everything, don't you? So, you know about that story too. I managed to overhear her saying that today. It looked as though it was bothering her, so I pretended not to hear. Real model student you are. Introduce me. I want to ask about it. You're asking this of the model student who pretended not to hear because it just might be a painful topic. Even this outrageous arrogance is nothing compared to Kinzo. After muttering this several times mentally, Leon shrugged and nodded at will. Oh, it's our successor, Sama. And who is this? Oh, Aunt Eva, this is Will-san. He came to offer flowers for the departed. But who cares about that? Tell me everything you know about. He says he wants to know about what sort of relationship the Ushiromiya family has had with the deceased. Leon spoke with a bright smile after pinching Will's butt. Will silently protested, as though saying, I saw that coming, but damn that hurt. But Leon just played up and smiled at Eva like a model student. Well, even if you say relationship with the Ushiromiya family, it probably makes more sense to say her relationship with father. No need to beat around the bush. She was father's mistress. If you call her that, Natsuhine-san will yell at you again. He's indebted to her, right? Yep, that's right. Well, there you have it. I have no interest in anyone but Rosa. I do believe that you said you met with Beatrice, Aunt Rosa. This whole time, Rosa had been hanging her head. Leon's words made her shoulders quiver. She just suddenly came out with it today. It's a bit hard to believe. It's the truth. I killed Beatrice. Perfect. Our work here is finished. Don't get ahead of yourself. Rosa broke down crying and laid her head on the table. Kirie and Hideyoshi tried to console her. Rokkenjima is covered by a dense forest. We only know about one tiny portion of it. Just the mansion, the rose garden, and the little path that leads to the harbor. For years, there's been stories about how Dad built a hidden mansion somewhere in the vast forest that no one knew about, and that he had a mistress living there. Rosa-san probably stumbled on the hidden mansion by chance. However, what does this have to do with Aunt Rosa killing Beatrice? If I hadn't taken her out with me, she never would have died. She was so innocent, like a chick. I took her out and she just followed along obediently. She stayed right behind me, trusting me completely. And because I made her take such a dangerous path, did you make her walk that way because you were hoping she would slip and fall from the cliff? I never meant to do that. I just thought she would like to see the ocean. No, it just looked like the path would be hard to walk, and I thought it would be easier going if we went down the cliff first. That's not what it means to kill someone. It was an accident. An accident she never would have had if I hadn't brought her with me. Right? It's my fault. And then I abandoned her when she was covered in blood and ran home. It isn't your fault. Beatrice had never seen the ocean before. You showed her that for the first time ever. She was probably so excited that she just happened to take a bad step. Now, how can you know that? Beatrice might thank you for what you did, but she would never hate you. Really? Is that really true? She's the one who begged to see the world outside the fence, right? Though it was only for a short while, you made that dream of hers come true. If I were Beatrice, I would thank you for that short bit of time. If she knew that you've been suffering all this time for it, she would probably feel sorry for you. Beatrice is grateful for what you did. You're the one who taught her that the sea is blue. Is that true? I guarantee it. Will made that statement openly and boldly. It wasn't clear how Rosa took those words. However, it had apparently been enough to remind Rosa to take a handkerchief out of her pocket and wipe her eyes with it. Thank you. Those are the words Beatrice is whispering to you even now. Thank you. Rosa wiped her eyes with the handkerchief one more time and hung her head. It no longer looked like a fit of sobbing, but more as though she was speaking with the Beatrice of that day within her heart. One last time. You really have no problem making claims you could never back up, don't you? Back up? Is that really necessary to comfort a woman? It seems I underestimated you. How many years did it torment Rosa? Now, finally, she would probably be able to face that innocently smiling Beatrice who had seen the ocean for the first time in her life. She was the only one who could forgive Rosa. Now, the two of them could finally speak together. I don't know who you are, but thank you. I wonder if she'll forgive me. You've worried about it for nearly 20 years. That's far too long. She would tell you that you've suffered more than enough already. That's right, Aunt Rosa. The sadder you are, the sadder Beatrice would be. You, too. Thank you. I don't know if I'll be forgiven, but I'll keep on speaking to my heart to see whether she'll forgive me or not. Thanks, you two. Sorry for showing you such an embarrassing side of me. And I'm sorry to say this right after saying something so pretty, but I want you to talk to me. Tell me what happened back then. Will Sam, thanks, but it's fine. I'll talk. Hiding this and keeping quiet about it for so long might have been my greatest sin. When was it that you met Beatrice? Upon hearing this question, Rosa closed her eyes slightly, reaching back to a past she didn't want to remember. It was about 20 years ago. 20. Or wait, it might have been 19 or 18 years ago. I'm sorry. I've tried to force myself to forget it for so long that I've nearly forgotten that part completely. It should have been 1967. Ronova guaranteed that with the red truth in the third game. But that's right. It was probably about 1967. I can remember what happened as clearly as a picture. I'll never forget. If it's tough for you, don't feel like you have to tell us. Yes, clear as a picture, if you don't mind. Damn it, that hurts, Leon. What does? At the time, I was in a state of shock since my tutor told Mother about something that was supposed to be a secret. On that day, I became reckless and I kept on running deeper and deeper into the forest. This tale has also been told in a previous fragment. Back when Rosa was just a kid, she went into the deep into the forest, found a hidden mansion, and met with a mysterious woman who called herself Beatrice. But that forest is so thick, even pushing your way through a bit of it is hard, right? I even surprised myself. To think that I made it so far into such a dense forest. I was tormented by twigs and sharp leaves over and over again. However, that wasn't enough to bother me on that day. After all, I wanted to disappear into the forest and vanish forever. If, by some chance, there really was a witch's mansion in the depths of the forest, I hoped that she might take me to the sun paradise, or else turn me into a frog and make me a resident of the forest. So, you then reached the hidden mansion, Kuadorian, and met a woman who called herself Beatrice. Yes, I met her. Was that Beatrice the same as the one in the portrait? Yes, they were the same person. Beautiful blue eyes, golden hair, a black dress. It truly was the person in that portrait. When Father first had it hung, I realized that the 20 years I had spent trying to forget must have seemed just as long to Father, if not even longer, and I became even more fearful of my sin. Stop there. Are we sure that this is the same Beatrice that Rosa Sand met? Immediately, Kyrie spoke the question that Will had been thinking of. It would be too rash to assume that the Beatrice Kinzo met and the one Rosa met were the same person. The time and generation didn't match up. Beatrice is supposed to be that lady of leisure who lent Dad all that gold shortly after the war, right? By using Beatrice's gold as a foundation, Father revived the Ushiromiya family and got super rich. Then he bought Rokkenjima and moved over. Rosa Sand meeting her must have been at least 10 years after that. A woman who could hardly do as she pleased, with 10 tons of gold, could hardly be some little girl, and 10 more years passed before she met Rosa. Rosa, about how old did the Beatrice you met look? She looked older than I was at the time, but even so, It looked as though she might just be reaching adulthood. Yes, just the sort of age of the Beatrice in the portrait. Did she look middle-aged or past her prime? If I had to call her an adult or a child, she was clearly closer to being a child. There's no way she was middle-aged. And isn't that strange? We have the Beatrice you met and the Beatrice who gave Father the gold, but their ages don't match. In other words, they are different people. Different people who look very similar and have the same name. It might have been her daughter. A kid would obviously end up looking like her mother. His mistress's daughter. It is possible. Perhaps father had an illegitimate child with a Beatrice who gave him the gold. And then Rosa bumped into Beatrice II. That way, the ages fit just fine. I see. In other words, there are two people who can be called Beatrice. Kinzo secretly raised his mistress's child in a hidden mansion. That made sense. Everyone nodded, agreeing. However, Will's expression was slightly unsatisfied, and he scratched at his head. So, it would seem that this funeral exists for the two Beatrices he couldn't mourn because they were kept secret. Rosa, I know you probably don't want to remember, but tell me about that accident. After Beatrice fell, was she still breathing? No, her eyes were open wide. She fell upside down, head first, and knocked her head against a sharp crag on the rocky beach. And she fell from such a height. Her skull had split and caved inwards. That beautiful golden hair was stained red with blood almost instantly. Was it the sort of wound that clearly showed that she was dead? Yes, I saw the insides of her cracked head. It had caved in deep enough to fit your fist inside it. No one could be naive enough to see that and still hope that she was alive. Well, do you really need to ask anything more? That's enough for the time of the accident. What did you do afterwards? I dashed away at full speed. I can't say I was thinking about calling for help. I wanted to escape from that place as fast as I could. Half crazed, sobbing, and out of breath, I kept on running about at random. Eventually, I came across a familiar lion statue. Oh, the one in front of the chapel. No, the one behind it. Anyway, I made it back to the mansion. I couldn't tell anyone, and I didn't want to. I stayed quiet until nightfall. It was so horrible of me. If I had hurried and told someone, they might have brought her a first aid kit and she might have been saved. How is a first aid kit going to help with a crushed cranium? You didn't kill her. Don't worry about that anymore. Then, what did you do next? That night, I turned over in my bed so many times I couldn't sleep. Late that night, I quietly called Genji-san on the phone and told him. What did he say? He told me to let him handle everything and to speak of this to no one. I spent the next several days terrified that father would call for me and scold me brutally. But he didn't. Genji-san kept on doing his job quietly, just like normal. Father stayed locked up in his study, not knowing any of it. At the very least, none of us had ever heard about it. Genji-san probably managed to clean everything up nicely. After all, they couldn't let knowledge of the child go public. Even if she was an illegitimate child, she was still his daughter by blood. It must have been tough for father. Not being able to hold a real funeral for her. I suppose that's why we're having this funeral. And then, that's all I know. And that's all I know too. I'm not hiding anything else. I've told you everything. I swear it. Will scratched at his head, letting his gaze wander. It had taken Rosa a lot of determination to make this confession, but it was nothing particularly special for Will. It had apparently been little more than a review of information he already knew. Thanks, Aunt Rosa. Is that enough for you? Will, are you satisfied? That's enough. It was a nice review. To Will, Rosa's memories gave only information that was already known. This was the first time he had heard all that about her running back to the mansion after Beatrice fell to her death. But none of it was particularly surprising. Apparently, Rosa didn't know any more than this. If he wanted to learn more than what was in the fragments Bernkastel gave him, he would need to find new testimony. Leon, tell Kenzo that I want to talk to him. It looks like we won't get anywhere without asking the man himself. Where are you going? Off to cool my head and organize my thoughts. Don't follow. Well then, pardon me. Please take your time. After giving an elegant bow, Leon made a face, tongue sticking out. Unless Will had eyes on the back of his head, he couldn't have seen this last bit. Will returned to the chapel by himself. The cold air and the monotonous sound of the rain were comforting. So, how's the game going? After he had come here for a little peace and quiet, as soon as he let out a sigh of relief, that voice rang out. That's my line. It was as though she had been sitting there all along. Bernkastel appeared on top of the altar once more. Beatrice's altar must have been extremely comfortable. Battler annoyed me over and over with his incompetence. You are quite competent compared to him, so it's much more relaxing to watch you work. Unlike Ushiromiya Battler's games, I have nothing standing in my way. It's easy. That sort of game has already ended. Tales can be enjoyed twice. First you love them, then you tear out their guts. So I'm a butcher now. So, do you think you figured out who killed Beatrice? Rosa's confession is something I already know from a previous fragment. There was no brand new information. We're still at square one. Unless Ushiro Miyakenzo tells us what really happened, we won't get any further than this. Don't tell me that arguing with Kenzo and persuading him to spill the beans is supposed to be part of this game. That would be fatally boring. Kenzo refuses to speak of the truth and is himself the king protected by his castle. But it wouldn't be any fun to have that stand in the way of your game. I won't torture. It's not my style. I know. As the game master, I will grant you power so that you can get the truth from Kenzo. Of course. Still wearing shoes, Bernkastel stepped into the casket, picked up one of the flowers that had been set as offerings, and blew hard as though scattering fluff from a dandelion. Then a single petal broke off and drifted down towards Will, no longer gold, but with the shine of a transparent crystal. The detective's authority. What, that pathetic ability? No, this is an invitation to the grandstands. Theater-going authority. That's supposed to be forbidden without authorization from the Senate. I'm the one giving it on my game board. Who's going to stop me? Though the crystal flower petal danced through the wind, it wouldn't fly away until Will accepted it. He remembered how useless it was to argue with witches and snatch it up. When he did, the petal flashed brightly for an instant, melted into Will's palm, and disappeared. Entertain me if you can, and try and enjoy yourself. You must also be interested in seeing what the guts of Beatrice's game board looked like, right? Not really. After Will's rude answer, Fergus vanished into thin air, leaving behind an obnoxious laugh. After clicking his tongue, Will turned around unhappily. When he did, it felt as though his gaze had crossed that of a shadow standing right in front of him, near the door that led outside. Who is it? Pardon me. I heard a voice, so I wondered who it was. Shannon, so you're running the reception desk this time? Yes, I've been taking it in turns with Kennigan to run the reception desk. And Cannon? A short while ago, he was ordered by the Leon Sama to take a break, so he's resting now. So, you don't know Leon either? No, that's not. Ushiromiya Leon is the successor, the one who wears the silver ring. Why are you stumbling over that name when you've worked here for 10 years? That's... Don't worry, I don't recognize Leon either. Kraus is supposed to be the successor. Jessica is supposed to be his only child. There hasn't been a single fragment with anyone named Leon in the Ushiromiya family. When she realized that Will didn't recognize Leon either, Shannon relaxed. Apparently, she was a bit relieved to find that she wasn't going crazy by herself. However, her expression quickly grew uncertain once more. Where is this place? I think it's the Ushiromiya family chapel. However, something feels different about it. Also, I never knew that someone named Leon Sama existed. And yet Madame Kraus Sama, the master, my lady, and all the relatives all talk as though it's perfectly natural. I just don't understand what's happening. Leon is a piece placed by Bernquistel. She also said that, in order to place that piece, she switched over to a larger cat box. On top of that, it seems this world isn't a proper world, but one made out of several different fragments sewn together. It says though, this is a special stage set up specifically for this game. I'm sure she's nodding at my thoughts right now, laughing and chomping down popcorn. How long have you worked here in this world? 10 years. I see. So it really is a special stage. After all, right when I entered the chapel, I spotted Kinzo. Since Shannon had been working here for 10 years, this world takes place in 1986, the stage of Bia 2's game. In that case, Kinzo shouldn't exist. However, he definitely was here a few minutes ago. Bernquistel promised that all the information needed for reasoning was gathered here. She must have really packed it together to fit everything in. I see. So it really is a special stage. You've served the Ushiromiya family for many years. So, just how much do you know about Beatrice? I know the master loved her deeply, but other than that, is that all? And, um, they say that she's a master of Rakenjima's night. That's right. The name of the ghost rumored to wander the mansion night after night is also Beatrice. That brings the number of Beatrices to 3. The first is the Beatrice from more than 30 years ago, who is said to have given Kinzo the gold. The second is the Beatrice from 20 years ago, who met Rosa. The third is the Beatrice of the ghost stories, who is rumored to be the master of the night on Rakenjima. Furudo Erika's reasoning was probably correct. It started out as a legend of evil spirits on Rakenjima. Later on, elements such as Kinzo's occult hobbies, the name and portrait of the mysterious Roman, Beatrice, and the epithet got mixed in, and it was all integrated into the legend of the Golden Witch. Then, the darkness of the night gained the personality of a witch. That's the third Beatrice. This became the veil for the serial murders. Um, Apparently, she didn't understand a word of Will's sudden monologue. Shannon tried to follow along, but she seemed to be having difficulty. Don't waste your time trying to understand. You'll get a headache. But my apologies. Cannon doesn't know Leon either, right? Yes. Cannon-kun was the same as me. Shannon. And Cannon, is it? Call Cannon over here. I want to talk to the pair of you about something. When Will said these words, Shannon's face went blank and her eyes went wide. My apologies. We aren't allowed to leave the reception desk unmanned, so I can't leave to go get him. Then find a replacement and have them take over the reception desk until you get back. You, me, and Cannon, we, the 3 people who don't know Leon, need to talk. We've been told that one person is enough to run the reception desk. But no one told you there was anything wrong with 2 people manning it, right? We're low on helpers today, so we were told that having 2 people at the reception desk would be unnecessary. Who gave you that order? Kinzo? Kraus? Or was it Leon? I will check with them. It was the one who orders me. I cannot disobey orders. Who is this person? I'll negotiate with them. You cannot negotiate. It is the one who orders us. Call Cannon over here. I hate fear going just as much as I hate torture. Slowly, Will pulled his right hand out of his pocket. When he slowly opened his fist, a small, bright glow emanated from it. The flower petal given to him by Bertcastel had become a glowing, sparkling mark on his hand. He held that hand out towards Shannon and slowly approached her. Call Cannon. I want to check something with you two. I cannot call him. Do you still want me to? If you don't call him, I'm going to use my authority. If you insist, I can call him specially for you, but there was some kind of incomprehensible tension between the two. Will stood there, his left hand still in his pocket, and his right palm glowing and stretched out towards her. Shannon just stood there, her hands still folded politely in front of her, her posture beautiful. And yet, it felt oddly as though the windswept drops of rain were sparkling and crackling in mid-air. I will Go call Cannon-kun. Are you absolutely certain? Will's expression had remained unchanged the whole time. Shannon's face was still kind and gentle. And yet, the tension was as icy as a frozen lake. Beginners in chess will sometimes move their king into check without noticing it. One might mercilessly capture the king in this situation, but high-level players are supposed to calmly tell their opponent about their mistake. If you take one more step, you'll get captured. This was the same to that. I see. So, after all, I get it. That's enough. You guys can take it in turns to run the reception desk. Slowly, Will lowered his hand. Thank you for understanding. The glow slowly vanished from Will's palm. That completely incomprehensible tension melted away like a sugar cube in water. However, nothing had changed since the beginning. Will's expression and Shannon's expression were the same as they always had been. Oh, are you leaving? Footsteps approached them. It was Leon. Just having a casual conversation. I wanted to ask her something. What could that be? Did you find what you were looking for? Yeah, I'm honored to have been of service. That's a shame. If you were looking for an umbrella, I could have gotten you one right away. Did you convince Kinzo? I told him that a rare guest wanted to greet him. He says he'll meet with you. Did you tell him that I wanted to ask about Beatrice? Isn't that your job? With a slightly mischievous look, Leon turned away. Will scratched his head and shrugged, looking annoyed. Well, guess I'll get a chance to try this out at least. Will opened his right hand and showed it to Leon. It was just a hand without anything remotely remarkable about it. Leon's head tilted to the side in bafflement at this strange gesture. Good work. Wait, your name was... It's Shannon. That's right, Shannon. Please take over at the reception desk and make sure you keep warm. Thank you very much, Leon-sama. Shannon bowed deeply in response to Leon's kind words. There was not even a trace of tension in her manner. Let's go, Will. You don't want to miss this chance. The head's mood changes quicker than the autumn sky. Good luck. Here we go. I've brought Willard's sand. Kenzo and Genji could be seen in the VIP room. Kenzo was sitting back in a chair, his eyes closed as though in a troubled sleep. Master, the guest has come to see you. Kenzo slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were red from crying. They regained their focus and slowly fell on Will. I am Ushiromiya Kenzo. Will, I'm Willard. Allow me to express my condolences. So, you came here to attend Beatrice's funeral. Just who are you? I'm no one. I have no connections with anyone. Don't think too deeply about it. You'll just get a headache. I ask that you choose your words a little more carefully. What a strange guest. So, what business do you have with me? I want to ask about Beatrice. What? Kinzo's gaze grew sharp. Leon felt a bit lightheaded and wondered why this guy had to be so direct. Why do you ask? You're no one, aren't you? Why do you want to know about Beatrice? What is your purpose? Because I'm no one, I can listen to your tale impartially and record it. You'll probably leave this world before too long. If you die without telling anyone anything about Beatrice, your children will adorn Beatrice with whatever tale they please, writing that into their memories. You entertain me, boy. Do you plan on writing my will for me? But that is none of your business. Beatrice is mine alone. No matter what other people say, no one can defile our tale. What they say is of no consequence. No matter how grousily others misconstrue it, it will be neither painful nor vexing to me. Will Art Salmon. The master is not fond of wills. He is not the sort of man who would abandon a task so that it might be performed after his life ends. Probably true. I thought it sounded a bit unlike you. The ability to struggle on as long as we have life is what makes us human. You think I would give up so soon and leave behind a will? How laughably absurd. Yes, that does sound a bit more like you. It's not your style to ask someone to write about the past, just because you think your death is drawing near. We know how deeply you love Beatrice, Sama. You are the model most worthy of respect that any of us know, and an example for us to follow in every aspect of our lives. Please guide our wandering souls and tell us just how much you loved her, grandfather, how you were able to live through everything you faced because of her love. I only ask for you to guide us by showing us that love's strength. You're pretty good at this. It's your fault for being so tactless. Boy, what do you know of Beatrice? A truly ignorant person wouldn't even be interested in learning more. The mere fact that you know Beatrice's name shows that you are neither ignorant nor unconnected. Good point. The Beatrice I know of is the woman you loved, the one you met before the mansion on Rakajima was even built. However, she probably departed from this world, leaving behind a daughter, and that's the girl who was raised on Kuadovian. Will Art Sama. There is no building known as Kuadovian on Rakajima. That name, Kuadovian. You mentioned it when we were talking with Aunt Rosa too. What in the world does it mean? You should have an idea by now. It's the name of the hidden mansion deep in the forest where his mistress's daughter lived. Interesting. So, you actually know the name of Kuadovian. Continue. You have sparked my interest. Kinzo shrugged and grinned. The one living in Kuadovian was probably Beatrice's daughter. However, it seems that you, at least, didn't think of her that way. Then how did I think of her? When Ushiromi and Rosa went to Kuadovian, Beatrice told her a little about herself. In that conversation, she referred to you as Kinzo. It was the same when she spoke to you directly, Though she said that she thought of you as a father, she didn't call you father. She either chose not to call you that, or she wasn't allowed to call you that. That can only mean one thing. And what might that be? Reincarnation. You didn't think of your daughter as a child Beatrice left behind. You believed that the dead Beatrice had revived into a new body. Genji, once in the past, you spoke in front of Nasuhi and several other family members, stating that there was never a child between Kinzo and Beatrice. I have no memory of saying this. Of course, this game's Genji probably wouldn't remember that. However, near the end of the first game, when the survivors had all gathered in Kinzo's study, Genji was asked whether Kinzo and Beatrice had ever had a child together, and he denied it, saying, "I have not heard of anything like that." That may have been a lie, but anyway, it was a model answer for one of Kinzo's confidants. After all, in Kinzo's eyes, she wasn't a daughter, but Beatrice reborn. Will, I don't know what you're talking about, but I will not let you slander the family head. This isn't slander, it's reasoning. However, I understand the heart. In your eyes, Beatrice was the woman you loved most. She remained that way even after death, for all eternity, and without fading in the slightest. I doubt you thought of her as Beatrice reborn at the moment of her birth. However, it wouldn't be strange if you slowly began to wonder whether that child, whose blue eyes and beautiful blonde hair reminded you of a younger Beatrice, might actually be Beatrice reborn. Master, shall I? Shall I drag this rude child out? Genji asked Kinzo. For a while, Kinzo hung his head in silence, as though remembering something from his own past. Your daughter grew to be beautiful and nearly identical to her mother. You must have been ecstatic. However, I doubt you would be completely satisfied by that alone. After all, though she was Beatrice reborn to you, she didn't think of herself that way. How can you know that? Whenever she was called Beatrice, she got this feeling she couldn't shake away, a feeling like something was out of place. People never feel anything out of place about the name they've given at the time of their birth. However, she did have that feeling. That must mean she was aware that the name Beatrice wasn't hers. In Kumadovian, she asked both Hazel and Rosa about who she was. Who am I? Everyone calls me Beatrice, and that does indeed seem to be the name of a great witch, as you say. But that isn't me. I cannot use any magic. I simply have the soul of that witch sealed inside my body. Her memory would have returned eventually. She must truly have been Beatrice reborn. Her memory was coming back bit by bit. My magical ceremonies were helping her regain her memories, one little bit at a time. Ahead, Sama. There's no need to be surprised. If you line up the information in all the games so far, this is the obvious answer you get. The high level Beatrice talked about this. By metaphor, she said that Kitso refused to let the witch's soul escape even after death, and instead caught it and locked it up in a body of flesh. She also said that her power and memory had been sealed. If you match that interpretation of hers to this theory, it all makes sense. Will Art Sama, thanks to powerful magical ceremonies, the Master gained a reborn child of the dead Beatrice Sama. That cannot be denied. I won't deny the stork, and I don't intend to doubt the depths of Kenzo's love for this woman called Beatrice. How a man loves his affection for a child is who's the only living reminder of her mother is no one's business. As she grew to look more and more like Beatrice, and Kenzo's love gave rise to a new, special emotion. I find that a very human reaction. You think you can understand my love. I'm not qualified to understand it. However, I'm also not qualified to deny it. Beatrice, please, forgive me. Kenzo sobbed quietly for a while, wiping away his tears. Because of love, he believed she was Beatrice reborn, and raised her that way. However, somewhere in his heart, he might have felt pangs of conscience, telling him that he might be forcing his emotions on someone who wasn't really Beatrice. Then, the Beatrice of Kuadovian had an unexpected guest, Rosa.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends, hydrate."
That woman simply couldn't believe that she was a Beatrice Kenzo desired. She couldn't stand the fact that she didn't understand who she was, and she wanted to escape to the outside world. Then she fell from the cliff and died. Genji handed that death, which couldn't become public knowledge, very quietly. Funerals aren't for the dead. They exist so that those who are alive can sever their ties with the dead. You could never do that. That's why it festered within you. Beatrice, the grandfather, you lost your mistress's daughter. No, you lost Beatrice twice. Unable to let that sorrow show on the outside, you kept it locked up in your heart, and it eventually festered and turned to madness. That's what spurred on your abnormally strong interest in the occult in your later years. Beatrice, Beatrice, why? Why did you leave me twice? Your smile, that beautiful hair, those eyes. Why did you die in my arms, not once but twice? Is that how much? How much you? By now, Kinzo wasn't even trying to suppress his sobs. He sometimes thrashed at his head in anguish, sometimes faced the heavens like an opera singer. Kinzo yelled over and over again, repeating Beatrice's name. At that moment, There was a quiet sound of a door closing. When they turned around, she was already there. Kumasawa had appeared. If they already know that much, perhaps we can tell them the rest. Though, if they know that much, I don't believe there's anything more to tell. No, we should tell them. As a woman, I've always thought that the heart of Kuadovian's Beatrice is a story that should be told. And now someone has appeared who is worthy to hear it. I believe that now is the time to tell all without holding back. Kumasawa-san, do you know something about Beatrice? Of course she does. In the fourth game, we have testimony from the ferry boat captain saying that Kumasawa went in and out of Kuadovian. I would be willing to bet that Kumasawa had different work shifts at the Mansion and Kuadovian. There was a young girl to be taken care of. Kumasawa, with her long experience in taking care of children, must have been of immense value. That is correct. You might even call me her wet nurse. No way. I can't believe it. So, everything Will-san is saying is the truth. Yes, it is a fact. A secret mansion was constructed on the opposite side of the island for Beatrice-sama. Kuadovian's existence is truth. I don't know when Kinzo married his official wife, but at that time he already had an enormous store of wealth and had bought Wakanjima whole. He then built two mansions and set up two separate lives. Kinzo's children had also been aware of Kinzo's clandestine eccentricities at the time. It probably hadn't been easy to maintain two separate lives. Moreover, Kinzo's wife had been suspicious and had sniffed around all the time. The master stayed in Kumadovian as much as time allowed. He would sometimes pretend to go on a business trip and stay there for several days, treasuring the time he spent with Beatrice-sama. It was not a father-daughter relationship. You could sometimes catch a glimpse of his great love for the dead Beatrice-sama, and it was a heartwarming thing. The way you say it makes it sound like he had sometimes treated her as a substitute for the dead Beatrice. If it sounded that way, my apologies. Beatrice-sama probably accepted her father's love. However, I will not deny that she was sometimes forced to bear a love she didn't understand. Kumasawa's tone made it sound as though she was scolding Kinzo. As a mother who had raised many kids, Kumasawa had probably spotted that Kinzo's love was sometimes misplaced. However, the more she grew to look like her mother, the more distorted and twisted Kinzo's heart became. Because of his deep love, it grew very, very twisted. You are right to scold me, my friend. I understand. My love is eternal and undying. However, I must acknowledge that I poured that affection into the wrong person. Grandfather. Wait, you don't mean... Leon-sama, all humans in this world are tied to each other. Even if they do not notice, there's always some sort of tie. Those ties wrap themselves around people and bring them together. No way, grandfather. Just as Kinzo had done, Leon also wiped away tears and stared down at the floor. Apparently, the truth had been too much of a shock for the young successor to handle. Master, the time to speak has arrived, has it not? I see. So that time has come, my friend. Unless you tell us, none of the truth will become clear. Master, I believe they may have the qualifications and the right to know. I know. Perhaps on this day of my fickle funeral, Beatrice in heaven has given me a chance to atone. Forgive me for not telling you this before now. After taking a deep breath, Kinzo finally lowered the hands that had been covering his face and looked at Will and Leon with those red eyes. Grandfather, you listened too, Leon. Guessed. Will Ard, was it? Yeah. I thank you for giving me a chance to speak of the truth while I am still able. You must surely be a messenger from heaven sent by Beatrice. You have my gratitude. Beatrice isn't the only one you have to thank. It was just a witch. Well, I guess they're both witches. I do not care who it was. I have been given a chance. That is enough. Thank you, Willard. Kinzo slowly stood up and held out his right hand. He was offering to shake hands. It must have been Kinzo's way of expressing his gratitude. Will responded. Then the two hands gripped each other tightly in silence. When they did, a bright light poured out from the gap between the two hands. Will felt as though something the size of a grain had burned itself into his palm. It was a power that Bern Castell had given him. The light grew brighter and brighter. However, it seemed that Kinzo and the others couldn't see it. Now, I will speak. I met Beatrice. Beatrice Castiglione, just before the end of the war. She came from across the sea. Castiglione, okay. Italian. Are you Kinzo? It's how grandfather looked in the past. I've seen photos. Just what on earth? It's the theater going power that Bergstall gave me. Don't try to understand. I'll just get a headache. You're getting the hang of this. At one time, Genji told Battler that he looked like Kinzo in his youth. Sure enough, though the young Kinzo wasn't the same as Battler, they looked very comparable. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Ushiromiya Kinzo. Grandfather. Even the voice seemed to resemble Battler somehow. Clearly, Battler had inherited Kinzo's blood more thickly than any other. I had no desire to succeed the Ushiromiya family headship. My being chosen as the head was nothing more than a prank of fate. In the Great Kanto earthquake, those in charge passed away, and you were selected from the branch families. That's correct. After all, grandfather was wise despite his youth, and he already possessed a dignity fitting for the headship. Ridiculous. Those greedy elders kept looking out for their own personal interests and couldn't decide on a new head at all. It was as foolish as arguing about who the new captain should be on a sinking ship. So, since you had no connections with anyone in the main family, you were selected right out of the blue. It's all because of my toes. If only I had had one less toe on each foot, my life may have turned out quite differently. In the Ushiromiya family, polydactyly was seen as a mark of good fortune. After all, many of the great ones in their family history had possessed it. It was all very pathetic. The elders didn't care whom they dragged in, as long as it wouldn't benefit anyone of them particularly. So, They just happened to hear that someone in one of the branch families had 6 toes and decided that would do well enough. Precisely. The elders didn't care what sort of novice became the next head, as long as they could make him their puppet. In fact, the more this person was ignorant of the leadership, the better it would be for them. Grandfather, Leon, is quite different in your case. You will be the one who inherits everything I have. That is the fate you were granted on the day of your birth. That is why I gave you that silver ring and raised you so strictly. You are quite different from me. You are already a splendid successor, of whom no one could be ashamed. Yes, sir. A puppet for a head. I doubt that could have been easy. As he pondered about where to begin, Kinzo laughed bitterly. It would probably bring back painful memories no matter where he started from. It lasted for so long, that span of gray days, that dizzying stretch of time I spent dead, like moss growing on a rock. I became the rope in the tug of war between the elders, who thought of nothing but their own profit, and I probably could have snapped at any moment. However, people are far more resilient than one would think. Though I spent so many days as though I had been killed, I was not killed. So I was forced to search for death on my own. Before I realized it, I had reached an age at which the young would laugh at me if I tried to call myself young. That dizzyingly long stretch of gray was left completely empty. It lasted for a full 20 years. In 20 years, a person can be born, find a purpose, and even become their own man with their own place in the world. In short, if one truly becomes a human only when they have become a working adult, then I spent a period of time long enough to create a human, doing nothing but playing the part of those greedy elders' puppet. Ironically, though the time though that time aged my body, it did not age my mind. My mind alone was still as young as it had been during those rich, happy days before I was summoned to Odawara, and yet my body alone grew older and older. Eventually, the vast gap between the two reached almost incomprehensible levels. So I could hardly believe that the worn out man in the mirror was really me. No, it really wasn't me. The head of the Ushiromiya family was just a name. It had no power. It didn't require that I have any independence. There was no need for me to get involved with anything. I was just a doll sitting there on the doll rack, gathering dust. I remember nothing but lazily flipping through Western books I liked, locking myself up inside my own world, doing nothing but playing with roses and drinking terrible drinks. And it lasted a full 20 years. Before I knew it, I suddenly had a wife I did not know. It wasn't any wife I had chosen. It was the daughter of some noble family that the elders had chosen and forced on me for their own reasons. But that did not matter to me. I did not love my wife, but neither did I dislike her. I just didn't care. I fathered a few children, but that wasn't out of love for my wife. They were just born before I knew it. That's all there was to it. None of it mattered. No, that's not quite right. Everything was decided by someone other than me, and I simply obeyed. That was the job of the Ushiromiya family head. Yes, on some level, I did feel as though I was being slowly and quietly killed. I can't believe it. To think that you, the one who has been praised for being such a bold and wise ruler, lived life like that for so long. Leon, there is nothing so long and faint as a life you do not live for yourself. And yet it slides on by in the blink of an eye. Do not forget this. A life you live for yourself. Living means having your own will. You probably were dead during that time. Precisely, I wanted to live. No, I wanted to die. How can a puppet die? By cutting the strings. Correct. That would be death, and it would also be life, since it would mean being free. Before I realized it, trouble was brewing in the world. World War II, the Pacific War. Japan had extended their war fronts too far to the east and west, and the tide of war was changing. Thanks to the influence of the elders, I was able to avoid conscription. Of course, this was not out of compassion for me. It was because I was their precious puppet. So the war never really felt that close to me. However, when I personally decided to abandon their protection, it was very easy. At that time, the Ushiromiya family had almost completely collapsed, and since the elders had apparently gathered enough of the scraps to last them the rest of their lives, they seemed to care little for what I did, now that they no longer had any use for me. So, I realized that I had finally found my time to die. One by one, I cut the threads I was hanging from and began to search for a place to end my life. So, you search for death on the battlefield. I thought that if I was going to die anyway, I should try to be of some use to my country. No, that's a lie. I probably just lacked the willpower to end my own life. War was a suitable excuse for death. I heard that grandfather had knowledge necessary for public works projects and construction, so he was tasked with setting up faculties for the Navy construction team. And what a foolish mistake that was. If only I had just said that I had no useful skills, I could have been sent to the dangerous front lines right away. So, you didn't need to go to the front lines. Some of the others were overjoyed at their luck. It was the opposite for me. I had only wanted to get drunk on the liquor known as dying for the sake of one's country. The US planes did nothing but cut across the skies of that forgotten island. They didn't have a bullet to spare for me, much less a bomb. Is this the time you met Beatrice, grandfather? Correct. She came to me from the sea. Where did you meet her? You mentioned an island. Yes, this island. That's where she arrived. So, you met here on Rockinjima. What's going on? I heard that Rockinjima was uninhabited until you bought it, grandfather. I never knew there was a Japanese military base here. Yes, you could hardly call that a military base. It was just a cave. I was one of the guards of that cave. 1944. Due to the honorable defeats in Saipan and Guam, Japan's absolute national defense zone strategy was in shambles. Where had the gallantry shown at Pearl Harbor gone? The old attackers were now the ones on the defensive. At that time, it was said that the last trump card for the Japanese military was a type of manned torpedo known as the Kaiten. It was said that these ultimate weapons, packed with 1.55 tons of explosives, were capable of sinking any kind of warship with a single blast. To strengthen homeland defense, the Navy drafted a plan to build a string of hidden bases from Hachijo Island to Yokosuka. all to house submarines loaded with Kai-10 torpedoes. I knew that there was a Kai-10 base constructed on Hachijo Island, but was there actually one on Rocketjima too? What fool decided it would be a good idea to plant a base on this desolate island to better preserve its secrecy? Ridiculous. I could never understand what the higher-ups were thinking, and I didn't particularly want to. The Chiton, which could finish off a large warship with a single strike, truly was an ultimate weapon. It was hoped that the presence of submarines capable of loading these weapons in the waters just off Japan would allow for a powerful sea ambush as a final line of defense. So, to aid in the establishment of a base with absolute secrecy, the uninhabited island Rocketjima was raised as a possible candidate. An investigation of the island resulted in the discovery of a large cave in the cliffs, and this was apparently deemed to be a suitable location for a submarine base. So, you were tasked with aiding in the establishment of that base. Establishment? Certainly, if you can call digging out a cave establishment. Not only that, the base was abandoned before its completion. Why? Because at that time, Japan no longer had any submarines large enough to transport a Chiton torpedo. How truly laughable. What's the point in having a submarine base if there aren't any submarines left? If there's one thing that never changes, it's politicians and their meaningless projects. The base on Hachijo Island was outfitted with Chiton torpedoes and became a base for direct attacks. But Rocketjima was never supplied with any. Furthermore, the construction was eventually suspended, and a minimum number of men were stationed on the island waiting for orders from above that never came. Could the fact that it was a hidden base actually have sealed our fate? The higher-ups had already completely forgotten about this useless and pointless cavern. We were nothing more than guards for a mere cave. We spent our days farming, fishing, and playing with the dirt, all the while gazing up at the American formations flying past. Some of our group were relieved at the prospect of the war ending before anyone remembered we were here, and before any of us had to face a real battle. Of course, it was the opposite for me. I hoped and hoped for the American troops to advance and kill me as soon as possible. Those days were empty and blank. Let us go back to the turning point in my life and my fate. The time that Ushiromiya Kinzo finally became truly alive. Step it up. What are you doing, slacking off from fighting so close? Stars seemed to spin around inside my head. I could just lie down on the floor, but that would only make him more angry. I've got no intention of being obedient. Still, it would be stupid to get myself punched for no reason, so I got up and stood at attention. The fighting's close, is it? You really think the American troops are likely to show up on this forgotten island? Then let them come right now. That's what I've been waiting for all this time. What's this cowardly look you're wearing? Is this how afraid you are of death? Are you so scared of those Americans you won't be killing any of them with an attitude like that? I got hit again. Could you please quit your whining already? Filthy cowards. They let themselves be controlled by this inexplicable anger because it's the only way to distract themselves from their own fear. Heart and spirit aren't of any use when the battle becomes hopeless. When trapped by an insurmountable hopelessness, humans tend to rely on several other emotions to escape their fear. For these young, inexperienced soldiers, anger was a very convenient emotion to fall back upon. Anger is the wine they used to paralyze their fear. It made them chant, "Damn the British, damn the Americans," as they swung their bamboo spears around and called it drilling. The more wine you drink, the more you need to drink to get drunk. Their useless anger continued to pile up, day after day, without pause. I did not fear death, so I had no need of the wine called anger. This made their cowardice all the more apparent to me. "What's that look on your face? Ushiromiya, you've lost your nerve down to your very soul. You're a fish, that's what you are. You've got the eyes of a dead fish." However, it went both ways. Just as I was able to spot their cowardice, they were able to pick up on my lethargy. "Is Ushiromiya Kinzo here? The lieutenant's looking for you. Stand up, no slouching about, double time." First Lieutenant Yamamoto was the commanding officer in charge of the Rokkenjima garrison. He was just another filthy coward trying to forget his fear with violence, and would often reprimand his subordinates for slacking off at the drop of a hat. Whenever he was in a good mood and started spouting off stories of his life, they were all about how much of a thug he had been, ignoring the rules of society. On and on about how so and so was a prick, so he taught him a lesson, or how everyone was so scared of him that he got special treatment. He kept on talking about what a vile human he was, as though it was a badge of honor. Normally, I had nothing to do with this lieutenant who I couldn't respect in any way. He would always hang around with his non-commissioned subordinates. So long as I treated him with a snappy salute, I could more or less ignore him for the time being. Now that the construction project on this island has been suspended indefinitely, there's no longer any use for an engineer like me. So, why did the lieutenant ask to see me specifically? At that moment, I couldn't think of anything. "Ushiromiya, I hear you're good with foreign languages. Is that true?" "I am proficient in both English and Chinese, sir." The lieutenant liked to brag about his education in front of the non-commissioned officers, but he held a bit of a grudge against me for being even more highly educated than him. Since he also felt uncomfortable about having a subordinate who was older than him, I wasn't the type he would be willing to confide in. Just the fact that I knew several languages must have hurt his pride. "What about Italian?" "I don't speak that." "So, you wouldn't be much help as an interpreter between me and an Italian person, would you?" "It should be possible if they can speak English as well." "Ah, yes, very true. Have you ever talked with a foreigner in English?" "I have." Why on earth would he need an interpreter in a cave on an uninhabited island that even our superiors forgot about? His question made it clear that some guest had arrived on Wakajima who would need an interpreter. "Good. Ushiromiya, you'll be my interpreter. That's an order." That evening, I found out what he was talking about. That pointless submarine dock in the cavern that had never been used was now being approached slowly by a submarine of the Italian Navy. Of course, I knew that the Italians were our allies. However, this was the first time I had seen anything from their military with my own eyes. What was the Italian Navy doing here? Didn't Italy surrender in 1943? What's going on? It was the Kingdom of Italy that surrendered. However, those who couldn't accept that surrender joined Mussolini and formed the RSI so that they could continue fighting. The RSI, the Italian Social Republic, also known as the Salo Republic. You know your history. The ignorant often call the Italians cowards, saying that they surrendered first of the Axis powers in 1943. That's not true. The military of the Italian Social Republic fought bravely from the outbreak of war until April 29, 1945, and Berlin just fell 3 days after that. Far from being cowards, they gave one hell of a fight. Still, I'm surprised the RSI Navy even had possession of a submarine that could travel all the way to Japan. Even if they did, it's a surprise that they would come out this far at all. Why would they come to Japan to Wakajima? The submarine was both weather-worn and massive. I doubt anyone had even imagined that a foreign submarine would come all the way out here, when we never even had one of our own submarines at dock. All of the guards on Wakajima, of which there were only about 30, stood at attention as the submarine docked. Never seen the Italian military before. I heard a mine or some accident trashed their sub. From what I heard, it sounds like the ventilator broke down and the cabin got packed with chlorine gas. The lieutenant was hinting about there being something very important in there. You mean like a code machine or the blueprint for some new kind of engine? I couldn't care less what they're carrying. I'm more surprised that the higher-ups still remember we exist. Hurry up, Ushiromiya. How are you supposed to interpret from over there? Yes, sir. On top of the hatch was a young Italian saluting us. Normally, this should have been the job of a commissioned officer, but his clothes looked like those of a sailor, and it really didn't look like he had the dignity and composure of a ship's captain. That probably meant that all of the commissioned officers in charge had died in the accident that had befallen this sub. Crew members crawled out of the hatch one by one, but they all looked pale and entirely worn out. I'm not sure how long ago the accident happened, but being crammed together in a tiny sub filled with chlorine gas for any amount of time can't be good for your health. Not only had the ventilators broken, but traveling about carelessly on the surface of the waters around Japan these days would be foolish in the extreme. It had been like a trip inside a can of poison gas. Almost all of them were unable to walk without leaning on someone else. It looked like a bunch of people staggering out of a hospital boat. Ushiromiya, ask them who the captain is. Tell them that I'm in charge of this island. Welcome to Japan. Do any of you speak English? The crew members seemed to understand that I was speaking English, but it looked as though none of them could speak it. Eventually, someone who seemed to be dressed as an officer saluted. Welcome to Japan. Are you the captain? I cannot speak English. Please wait. The officer announced in slow, laborious English. After asking us to wait, He shouted something to his subordinates in rapid Italian. It looked as though he was telling them to get someone among them who could speak English. Ushiromiya, what are they talking about? They've asked us to wait. They might be looking for someone there who can speak English. At that moment, I heard a high-pitched cough. It wasn't a man's cough. It was a woman's. I speak English. As she came down from the hatch, a woman with beautiful golden hair said this in English. In this wealthy caravan, the appearance of one as beautiful as she was seemed like an angel descending upon us. Welcome to Japan. Is the captain here? The captain is dead. That man over there is the only officer left. My condolences. Can we do anything to assist you? We would like some fresh air and water. Some of us are still having trouble breathing, and we would like a place to rest. We would be happy to help. Do any of the others understand English? The ones who did are all dead. I'm the only one left. Ushiromiya, what's that woman talking about? Who's the captain? That man from a second ago? Who is that woman? Get translating already, god damn it! The lieutenant has been yelling like that for a while now. He must have been surprised to see such a beautiful woman appear from a submarine, and more than a little annoyed to see all of her attention focused on me alone. It was a mark of how divinely beautiful she was. Sir, it seems that she's the only one who understands English. She will act as their interpreter. Their captain is dead. That officer seems to be acting in his place. Who's that loud man who keeps yelling at you? Don't tell me he's your superior. Unfortunately, he is. He probably doesn't like seeing me have such a beautiful lady all to myself. Oh, I didn't expect flattery from an Asian. Your English is superb. I imagine you've been brought up well. Unlike that rude man who keeps on shouting, they should have made you the officer in charge around here. Oh, and I never expected flattery from a Westerner. You're an interesting man. What's your name? Ushiromiya. Kinzo. If you don't mind, may I ask for your name as well? Beatrice Castiglione. Welcome, Beatrice. Welcome to Japan. That was when I first met Beatrice, the woman who would capture my heart for the rest of my life. So, Beatrice was an Italian. Yes, she was the daughter of a high-ranking RSI official. Apparently, their most important cargo was her father himself. Sadly, he had already died by the time they reached Rokkenjima. Why would a high official like that come to Japan? You're saying he went through the Suez Canal and crossed the Indian Ocean to come all the way here? That's a good point. If they wanted to reach one of their allies, Germany should have been much closer. So, why would they make the long trip to Japan? It may have been parts of some grand, outrageous strategy. I don't know all the details, but shortly after, I learned that the submarine's mission was far from a minor one. They said that there had been about 60 of them at the time of their departure. However, only about 10 of them, including Beatrice, had survived. Their submarine had apparently hit a mine or something in the nearby waters and sustained a great deal of damage. They told us that it had flooded rapidly with water, which had taken out the batteries and released a huge amount of chlorine gas. Their sub had become completely incapable of continuing further, nothing but a massive lump of metal floating by the dock. Since the shop seemed to be carrying something of immense value, the higher-ups ordered us to investigate. After questioning the Italians, with Beatrice and me acting as a double interpreters, we concluded that this thing of immense value must have been her father himself. Apparently, Beatrice's father was extremely high up in the RSI hierarchy, and it was thought that he might have worked alongside Mussolini himself. Though their massive voyage had apparently been part of some top secret mission, now that the man himself and all the commissioned officers had died, their reason for coming to Japan remained a mystery, and our higher ups were telling us to investigate, which meant that even they didn't know what it was. Their ship had broken down, their mission was unknown, and the high official they had been carrying was dead. And even the Japanese government didn't know why they were here. The Italians' great and perilous voyage had come to a meaningless and utterly fruitless end. That's a relief. I always assumed the seas of Japan would smell like soy sauce. What a coincidence. I've always thought Italians had the hair made of pasta. Of course we do. You don't know how hard it is to get that perfect al dente texture. I imagine you Japanese all wear spaghetti al nero. I see you've done your homework. In Japan, we use squidding instead of shampoo. You really are amazing, Kinzo. It seems you know everything. Have you ever been to Italy? Never. I have read a lot of books, though. An Asian man reading Italian books. Wow, what kinds of books? Niccolo Machiavelli and Dante Alighieri. So I know, of course, that you're the Eternal Lady. Oh, what a surprise. You must be quite the bookworm. Does this mean you came from some Japanese noble family? Who knows? You're completely different from those other savage-looking Japanese soldiers. I can tell. You must have come from a noble family. Are the Ushiromi some sort of Japanese aristocrats? Of course not. They just managed to strike it rich in the spinning industry in recent generations. I didn't study all that as part of some noble's hobby. I just did it because I wasn't allowed to do anything except read, play around with roses, and get myself drunk. There had been no trace of malice in Beatrice's words. It had just been a curious question asked to a friend from a faraway country. However, Beatrice was from a noble family herself, so she could tell. She could see the faint, gloomy look on Kinzo's face. Forgive me, Kinzo. I didn't stop to consider why a high-class person like you would choose to take the position of a common soldier. I don't give a damn about my family line. When I die, the name Ushiromiya will have no hold on me. Then I'll finally be free. So, you joined the army because you wanted to die. You mustn't do that. Your family would be so sad. I wonder. No? No? Okay, I wasn't sure. I didn't think so, but family? I have no family. I have a wife for the sake of public appearances, and children. However, I've never wanted any of them. Everything, everything is a fleeting daydream created by those selfish, greedy elders. So, at least while I'm on this island, I can't forget all about all of that and find some peace. peace. But haven't I spent each and every day, complaining that I wasn't sent to the front and haven't managed to die yet? I can't understand the pain you're going through, but I do realize that my thoughtless words have hurt you. Forgive me, Kinzo. Forgive me, Kinzo. Yes, those words are probably what did it. All of the Japanese called me Ushiromiya. It reminded me that I was the property of the Ushiromiya family every time they talked to me. But she was different. She called me Kinzo, not Ushiromiya. So maybe, just for the time I chat with her like this, I can forget that cursed family. Kinzo. I hadn't meant to make Beatrice feel guilty, but she seemed certain that her thoughtless words had hurt me. Thank you. Since you always call me Kinzo, I finally feel like I'm my own man. I think that I finally met a person who truly sees me for who I am. Kinzo, you may be a foreigner I met in a distant land, but I can tell that your heart is sensitive and beautiful. If we had grown up in the same neighborhood, I'm sure we would have become fast friends. I'm happy too. You always call me Beatrice, not the daughter of the Castiglione family. We were both in the same position. Her Castiglione family must have been a rich place as well. Though we came from different countries, we had finally found something that we both understood. Do you have a nickname that people close to you use? No, they usually just called me Kinzo. Well then, you should stop calling me Beatrice. All of my close friends used to call me Vice. I'd like you to call me that too. Very well. From this point onwards, Allow me to call you Bice as a sign of our friendship. Come on, don't be all stiff like that. We're already friends, okay? A bright smile stretched across Beatrice's face. No matter how many decades pass, that smile will never fade from my memory. So, by meeting Beatrice, you managed to regain your sense of self. Or, as most people would put it, he cheated on his wife. If you plan to continue being rude, I suggest you get in the habit of covering your butt. After having his butt pinched once more, Will hopped around in pathetic agony. So, in your eyes, grandfather, Rockin' Jima was always special because you first met Beatrice here. Indeed, if I had never come to this island, I would never have met her. It truly is an island of miracles. Is there anything left of that submarine base today? Yes, it's still there, near Kuadovian. It's in the shadows of a cove that can't be seen from the outside. After all, fishermen never approach this supposedly ill-omened island. It's unlikely that anyone besides me still knows of its existence. It's the 2-kilometer-long underground passage between Kuadovian and the mansion, a remnant of that base. That is correct. There was some nonsense about fortifying several locations across the island and connecting them with tunnels carved out of limestone caverns. I made use of that underground passage and built 2 mansions, one at each end of the island. 2 mansions, 2 families, the Ushiromiya family mansion, and a mansion for the Kinzo released from the shackles of the family. Correct. It was something I needed. Another place for me to escape from the cursed name of Ushiromiya. Still, I do feel bad for you. It must be awful to have come all the way out here and be unable to fulfill your mission. I don't really know what Papa's plan was. He said we needed to run far away to hide it until the time came. And what is it? I don't know. It was something very important, and he planned to hide it for many years until the right moment. Oh, and he planned to hide himself along with it. I know because he apologized to me for sending us to live a long time on foreign soil. Didn't that second lieutenant of yours say that you had no cargo in particular, and that you were transporting your father instead? Lieutenant Angelo doesn't trust you or the others. Even I know a few things he's kept hidden from you. He might even know what Papa's goal was, and what the cargo was. Whatever it is, that's a mission for the Italian military. It has nothing to do with us. After all, we're allies. We should be able to trust each other. I have no doubts that you're a good person, Kenzo. I even told Lieutenant Angelo that you're a man we can trust. But why is it that men always get so rigid and uptight when they're in a strange land? Normally, they're all very bright and cheery people. Ever since we came here, there's been this strange feeling of tension. Lieutenant Angelo has ordered that his subordinates be armed at all times. It's almost as though we're in enemy territory. That was true. The Italians were clearly the very opposite of relaxed. The Japanese soldiers, watching this, began to suspect that the Italians didn't really trust them at all. That's normal for a soldier. This is precisely the time for them to straighten up their guard so they don't embarrass themselves in front of a friendly army. They have a person stand watch every time they sleep, and they're still keeping a lookout to make sure none of you approach the submarine, even though it's nothing more than an unusable scrap heap now. It almost feels as though they're clearly prejudiced against the Japanese, and that bothers me. True, they had set up a constant sentry by the submarine and had refused to let any of the Japanese soldiers come near. This hadn't made the Japanese particularly happy. However, submarines are treated as classified in all countries. Maybe it was just natural for them to stop foreigners from approaching it without reason. They're probably uncomfortable with being made to live in a way that they aren't used to. The boat that's supposed to take you back to the mainland is still being delayed by weather and problems up the command chain. Just how long will it take before they can send you there? We had been told that a boat was being sent for them directly from the mainland, but apparently, thanks to the weather, problems up the command chain, and the recent air raids, they had no ships that could spare on a forgotten island like this. There may have been political issues as well. After all, the Italians' homeland had already surrendered to the Allies. I didn't know the details. The only thing I knew for sure was that they had been stuck in Rokajima for 2 whole weeks, and no one had come to get them. Of course, we had some small boats on Rokajima. There was nothing physically stopping us from taking them to a nearby island. Still, Rokajima was technically a top secret base, and contact with the outside world had been strictly forbidden. Well, there's nothing we can do about it, and it isn't all that bad, really. After all, if a boat did come for us, I would probably never see you again, Kenzo. True. To me,
Stream Elements said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
those 2 weeks were the first I had ever truly lived. The faint 20 years before all seemed to vanish in the sparkle of that pair of weeks. I realized that she would have to leave this place eventually. And yet, this single moment felt so rich and dazzling that I felt myself wishing it could last forever. Then I heard a voice calling for Beatrice in Italian. It's Lieutenant Angelo. Looks like he wants you for something. Probably to scold me. These days he keeps yapping on about how I shouldn't get too friendly with the Japanese soldiers. The second lieutenant approached, saluting Kinzo, and after glancing at Beatrice as though asking her to translate something, he began to speak in Italian. Judging by his tone, it sounded like something serious. Lieutenant Angelo has something very important to say, so he wants to talk with your commanding officer. He wants your help with something. I don't know what. Something important. Got it. I'll go find Lieutenant Yamamoto. Lieutenant Angelo had 2 of his subordinates with him and wore a stern expression on his face. They didn't have to say anything for us to realize that this had to be something very serious. That's it. Lift it up. The winch creaked and the thick chains rang out with a dull clang. Very, very slowly, it was lifted up out of the submarine's cargo hold. Now I get it. So this is why those Italians didn't want us near their sub. The first lieutenant and the others looked up at what the winch was slowly lifting up, all of them wearing unpleasant, forced smiles. Unbelievable. So this is what Papa brought all this way. Incredible. I've never seen anything like this. It was a mountain of gold ingots. Those carefully piled bars were being slowly lifted out of the cargo hold, one group after another. This gold had been their true cargo. I don't know where they were planning to take it. They might have been trying to sneak it into Japan, one of their allies, or they might have been on their way to hide it in some remote area. Was it some sort of strategy, a conspiracy, embezzlement, top secret transportation of wealth? This incomprehensible amount of gold led to all sorts of dark suspicions. but we didn't know anything about the truth. All told, the gold weighed an incredible 10 tons. That was the only truth we could wrap our minds around at the moment. They had strongly resisted showing this to us. However, the submarine could no longer make steam, and it was apparently continuing to take in water bit by bit. Rockinjima had been outfitted in an extremely slipshod way, so we had no means of repairing it. Also, though we could unload the sub, there was no way we would be able to lift it up again once it had filled with water and sunk to the bottom. Now that transporting the gold away had clearly become an impossible goal, they had apparently decided on unloading it. Of course, they made no effort to explain the reason behind all this gold. They just asked us to help them take it out. Why would they take so much gold out of the country? Couldn't they have changed the course of the war with this much wealth? Weapons change the course of war, but after the war, they aren't useful for anything. Money can also change the course, but it remains just as valuable after the war. There's no longer any way to change the course of this war. The Axis powers will probably all surrender, leading to an Allied victory. Anyone could tell that simply by looking at the American planes flying across the sky day after day. However, gold does not lose its value after war. Everyone stared upwards, dumbfounded, as the winch slowly lifted the dully sparkling gold. Lieutenant Yamamoto, the Italians don't want us to tell the mainland about this gold. So, they don't want our country to snatch it away from them. What did he say? He's saying your group probably doesn't want it reported because you fear that Japan will steal it away from you. Lieutenant Angelo is actually more afraid of Italy itself finding out. To us, our homeland's current government is a mere puppet set up by the Allied forces. If they find out, the gold will be returned to them. However, that would be the same as handing the gold over to our enemies. They would come all this way to make sure that the gold didn't fall into enemy hands. They needed to hide it from that puppet government until their homeland could be truly restored. Ushiromiya, make a proposal to the Italians. Tell them that we wish to offer our assistance. What sort of assistance? Let's see if I've got this straight. They want that gold kept secret so their homeland doesn't find out about it. But they'll need to find at least a transport ship if they plan to carry it off this island. If they try that though, the mainland will hear about it, which means the Italian government will too. That's right. In other words, there's no longer any way to take that gold off Rockinjima. Their mission must have been to hide the gold in absolute secrecy until the day their homeland's restoration. Later on, several plausible rumors would circulate about how Nazi Germany also moved much of its secret wealth to certain hidden areas in South America just prior to its collapse. It was a very natural conclusion to reach. That submarine was their only method of transporting the gold in secrecy, and it's become completely useless. They can't fully stop the water from seeping in, and it'll probably sink completely before much longer. There's no longer any way for them to transport the gold in secrecy. In other words, their mission has ended in failure here in the Far East. So, just how is Lieutenant Yamamoto proposing that we assist them? The Rockinjima base is top secret, and no one knows about it. The islanders in the surrounding area think this island's ill-omened and deserted, so they never come near it. Catch my drift, Ushiromiya? What did he say? As we told you earlier, no one knows about this base. And, as you can see, it's of no use strategically, so the higher-ups have already forgotten about it. It sounds like Lieutenant Yamamoto's suggesting that you hide the gold on this island. Beatrice quickly translated this and told Lieutenant Angelo. They began discussing something rapidly with the subordinates. They didn't look happy. Japan may have been their ally, but they probably didn't want to leave the gold for reconstructing their motherland in Asian hands. Still, it was hard to imagine any other option for them. It's a fierce debate. Some say there's no other option, while others think we should remain loyal to our homeland no matter the cost. Lieutenant Angelo was stuck between a rock and a hard place. The final order given to them by their fallen homeland was to hide the gold. However, by now, there was no way for that order to be carried out successfully. If the mainland on their homeland found out, the gold would probably be confiscated by the wrong people from their point of view. If they really wanted to carry out their homeland's orders faithfully, Lieutenant Yamamoto's proposal was extremely reasonable. Though he couldn't understand their words, he seemed to realize how divided they were. If we help out, we'll be able to hide the gold in total secrecy. Fortunately, there's an abandoned tunnel that stretches all the way across the island. He's saying that if you hide the gold underground and bury it on this island, no one will be able to find it. Our side is saying that sounds like a realistic proposal. However, there seems to be some resistance to accepting Japanese help. It seems they're having difficulty coming to a decision. Do you really have a choice, Italians? You don't think you can hide that gold without our help, do you? And I doubt you want to leave it lying around on the beach for much longer. Lieutenant Angelo wants to minimize the number of people who know about the gold. He doesn't trust the Japanese, but it looks like he's decided that Lieutenant Yamamoto's plan is the best possible option. But he seems suspicious. About what? He's wondering whether they really intend to move a full 10 tons of gold and swear themselves to secrecy without any sort of compensation. 50%. Sir, you can't be. Hand over half of the gold to us. With that as our work wages, we'll hide the other half nice and safe for them. He's telling you to give us half of it. The instant Beatrice translated that sentence, Lieutenant Angelo slammed his hands on the desk and stood up. Instead of flinching, Lieutenant Yamamoto, true to his boast of once being a thug who everyone feared, actually looked even more relaxed and confident than he had previously. After all, they really don't have the option of refusing. We could demand 80% if we wanted. I've lowered that to 50% as a sign of good faith. Of course, we aren't the only ones with leverage here. If the Italians decide to leave this to the outside, all of the gold will probably be taken by Japan or Italy. We won't get even a single yen out of it. This can only work if we're both partners in crime here. He's saying we should all be partners in the crime of embezzlement. By now, he's already moved on to speaking as an individual, not as a soldier. I don't believe it. So, the gold has blinded him. Lieutenant Yamamoto was grinning. It really did look as though he had been blinded by greed, just as Beatrice said. If they leave it just piled up where it is, you can be sure that it'll be noticed when the boat comes for them from the mainland. If that happens, none of us will profit. They ought to accept our proposal and hide the gold as soon as possible. It sounds like Lieutenant Angelo is dead set on the Japanese and Italian governments not finding out about this. He wants to carry out his duty until the end. So, what does that mean? He wants the gold buried deep within the island, even if he has to pay some percentage to buy your silence. Of course, some of his subordinates object strongly. They're saying that 50% is out of the question. Ushiromiya, how are they doing? They also don't want any more people laying eyes on the gold. However, they seem to object to the portions. Lieutenant Angelo says they'll consider 10%, though he's also saying that he's fairly sure Lieutenant Yamamoto won't accept that. Ushiromiya, what's the Italians' answer? They say they'll consider 10%. This time it was Lieutenant Yamamoto who slammed down on the desk, but the Italians didn't flinch either. An incredible tension filled the small room. However, despite his violent outburst a second ago, Lieutenant Yamamoto's expression still looked smug and in control. He was probably confident that he now had the initiative. 10%. Now there's a modest proposal. Okay, sure, I'll give up 10%. We'll split it 40-60. Tell them I won't go any lower than that. 40% for the Japanese, 60% for the Italians. The lieutenant was talking tough, but in truth, these negotiations weren't being made on an equal footing. If the Italians had just wanted the gold for themselves, there wouldn't have been much of a problem. But what if they were true patriots and decided to return the gold for the purpose of reconstruction, even to the defeated puppet government of their homeland? If so, they would probably report the existence of the gold to the Italian embassy. Eventually, the Italian government would petition the Allied nations for the retrieval of their gold. It probably wouldn't all make it back to Italy, but it might be used effectively to repair and rebuild their battered towns. If that happened, Lieutenant Yamamoto and his friends would only be able to sneak out a few inches at most. He was greedily planning to make this his own treasure island so that he and his subordinates could have an enormous fortune all to themselves. If he wanted to succeed, the Italians would have to keep the presence of the gold quiet. But there's one thing I don't get. If Lieutenant Angelo doesn't want to let anyone have the gold, he could have just let the submarine sink. Why did he have it unloaded? I would rather not think about it, but Lieutenant Angelo might have started planning to embezzle the gold as soon as he realized that their mission would be impossible to complete. Right now, he's asking his subordinates for their opinions, both as soldiers and as individuals with families waiting for them back home. The more straight-laced soldiers are furious. The discussion between the Italians was becoming fierce and emotional. Though their homeland had fallen, they had come all this way in accordance with its orders. They had probably been given this mission because they were particularly faithful and duty-minded troops. It seemed they couldn't just agree to a foreigner's proposal to embezzle and split up the gold. Lieutenant Angelo looked like he was doing all he could to calm the unexpectedly fervent rage of his subordinates. Looks like the gold is blinding them too. Everyone's mixing up their true feelings with how they want to be seen, and they can't make up their minds. How's their answer coming? Ushiromiya. Vice, Lieutenant Yamamoto's asking for an answer. They're saying they want some time to think. I had you to talk to, so I was able to distract myself from our current situation. But that wasn't true for the rest of them. They lost a lot of comrades at the end of a very long journey, and now they're here and in a tight spot. They've even lost their mission, the one thing they could depend on to guide them. They don't know what to do. Sir, they say they would like some time. Sure, let them talk it over all they want, but they had better not take too long. If we're going to hide the gold, that'll take time and effort. Make your decision before noon tomorrow. That's all, Italians. He's giving you until noon tomorrow. That bastard, he's practically threatening you. Lieutenant Angelo says he'll ask for everyone's thoughts on the matter. Which way do you think they'll go? It'll probably be tough going. It seems Lieutenant Angelo is willing to consider splitting it, but his subordinates and the others will probably oppose that. All of them have lost close friends on their voyage to the Far East. They're firm in their desire to do their duty for our homeland. Will they refuse Lieutenant Yamamoto's proposal? Even if they do, the gold will just fall into someone else's hands. If nothing is going to be left anyway, Lieutenant Angelo suggests that they each sneak at least one ingot back with them, and some of the others seem to agree. But men always get carried away at times like this. Even I can't guess what they'll do. I imagine the Italians had some complicated feelings about all this. In their eyes, the Italy that surrendered was probably little better than an enemy country. Letting the gold go back there would make their entire voyage meaningless. However, embezzling and divvying up the gold would also make their whole voyage meaningless. The country they felt obligated to serve had already fallen. That alone destroyed the significance of their journey. Not a happy story for them. If it's bound to be meaningless anyway, wouldn't keeping hold of even just a few ingots be better than nothing? Sure, if you want to calculate straight up profit and loss, but men aren't like that. The Italians were gathered in a cramped room, arguing fiercely. I don't like it. We must remain true to our soldier spirit until the end, for the sake of our fallen comrades. And how do you define remaining true? By hiding the gold on this island, by accepting the proposal of those Asians. We can't trust them, especially that Yamamoto person. We mustn't let our guards down. Unloading the gold and letting the Japanese see it was a huge mistake. We should have let it sink with the sub. Oh, wonderful idea. Let's just sink it right inside a Japanese base. It would have been pulled up eventually. That wouldn't hide anything. It doesn't matter. There's no way to get the gold off this island without anyone knowing. If we had just taken the honorable path and scuttled the ships, none of this would have happened. If we had known then that the sub would be broken beyond repair, why did the lieutenant commander contact the Japanese military and ask for help? How was he planning to carry out our mission if they found out about the gold? Our mission was a failure from the moment he asked them for help. All of us have families waiting for us back home, and we've more than done our part, I would say, voyaging all the way to this island country in the Far East. You might call this fair and just payment for our services. Lieutenant Angelo, if the Japanese prove to be less than amicable, we ta- need to be prepared to take extreme measures. And what do you mean by extreme measures, Corporal? Someone gulped. A stiff tension hung over the room. The Japanese here are pushovers. They are all cowards with no battle experience. And we're the elite. We know the layout of almost the entire base, along with the number of Japanese troops and how they are arranged. If Lieutenant Angelo gives the order, we should be able to subdue them quickly. Only a few of them, Yamamoto included, look like fighters. The rest are just laborers attached to the military. It may look like they have the advantage of numbers, but we have the greater military force. If we kill the Japanese, what are we going to say when the boat comes to pick us up? You really think that'll work? There should be plenty of ways to work it, as long as the corpses aren't found. Lieutenant Angelo, it'll be easy to subdue this base. If we kill Yamamoto and the few strong fighters, the laborers will probably surrender easily. Let's have them carry the gold and bury it. Of course, we'll have to silence them afterwards. Are we suggesting we massacre all of them? Let's do it. If we kill them all, no one will know about the gold. At that moment, the supposedly locked door opened slightly, and a metal object was thrown in. Granada! As the yell rang out, the table was kicked over to be used as a shield, and they all dropped to the floor. However, in this cramped room, it probably wouldn't do them any good. The Italians were all prepared for death. A dud! It's a dud! Fortunately, the shoddy grenade was a dud. The door was slammed open, and 3 Japanese soldiers wielding pistols jumped in. Damn it, it's a dud! Kill the Italians! Kill the Italians! Return fire! Fire at will! In this small room, no matter who shot where, it was bound to hit someone. The exchange of bullets instantly caused a rain of blood, with casualties on both sides. The 3 who had jumped in were covered with bullet holes and fell over, moaning and thrashing. Kino, Kino! Damn, they got his lung, we can't save him! We should consider ourselves lucky. If that grenade had gone off, we would all be dead. The grenade was still rolling about on the floor. It had been a surprise attack. Lieutenant Yamamoto had probably judged that the negotiations wouldn't go his way and had decided to make the first move. Or maybe he had been planning from the beginning to put them in a position where they would be gathered in one place to discuss his offer. Rokkenjima was their island. If they killed all the Italians, then not half, but all the gold would go to the Japanese. There was a chance the grenade might go off late. The Italians rushed out into the corridor. They heard gunfire from down the hallway. It was coming from the direction of the submarine dock. Clearly, the troops guarding the pile of gold were being attacked. Lieutenant Angelo, what are your orders? We have no choice. Kill the Japanese. The lieutenant, these guys are good. Those Italians aren't no ordinary sailors. I see. They needed good men good enough to guard that gold. After all, we have the numbers. Keep your cool, surround them, and kill them. Let's hunt some Italians. As soon as I heard the sound of repeated gunfire, I knew. I knew that something, which had been smoldering since the time the gold was unloaded, had finally burst. The eyes of our soldiers looking at that gold hadn't been normal. Yes, those eyes had been entranced by demons. The Italians had been pushed to the limits by the heavy burden they bore. Who wouldn't have snapped after being trapped in a distant land where you can't understand the language or the fighting? Thinking I had to do something, I ran towards the sound of gunfire. Looking back on it, that was an extremely stupid thing to do. That sound meant that there were people shooting at each other, people killing each other, and yet, unarmed as I was, I dashed towards the sound as though I was trying to mediate some schoolyard fight. It didn't take long before I learned how foolish and naive that was in the heat of battle. Hiraoka. Warrant Officer Hiraoka was lying face down, his entire body drenched in blood. Judging by the trail of blood behind him, it was clear that he had somehow managed to crawl here from a different room before dying. No, he was still twitching. He might not be dead yet. But on this island without a doctor, no, even if we had a doctor, who could possibly save a man who had been shot this many times in the chest? When I looked into the room he must have crawled out of, I saw two more blood-stained Japanese corpses. They're dead. I fell backwards pathetically on my butt, my mouth hanging open in shock. Come to think of it, that was the first time I had ever faced death in my life. The entire world was at war, even though millions were dying both east and west. This was the first time I had met with a person's death directly. Ridiculous. Didn't I join the army hoping to die? Didn't I whine about not being sent to the front lines? Yeah, so rejoice, Kinzo. Isn't this the death you were looking for? Why not spread your hands and yell out loud? Come for me, magnificent death. Someone came running towards me. It was a colleague of mine, a Japanese man, Hajime-kun. Ra! He dashed towards me, pale patient, out of breath. His face seemed horribly contorted with terror. Mine probably looked the same. Tajima-kun, well, what happened? Run away. Well, we'll all be killed. Someone yelled in Italian, and at the same time, Tajima-kun let out a scream. Then he grabbed onto me as he fell to the floor. A red stain was spreading across his back before my eyes. Tajima-kun, run! As he spat bubbles of blood, he said that one word, and died. But the shock of seeing someone die right in front of me did not freeze my heart. At a fundamental level, all living things are concerned with the deaths of others. The one thing that matters is whether they themselves die or not. It was the barrel of the gun the Italian soldier was pointing that froze my heart. Tajima-kun's back burst once more as he leaned against me. Flesh tore, blood splattered, the warm splash of it covered my face. Was the Italian still trying to finish him off, even though he had stopped me before good? How foolish I've been! Can I still not understand the scene in front of me? Rejoice, Kinzo! Now you'll finally get what you wanted all this time. The Italian hadn't fired to finish off Tajima-kun. He had been aiming at the man Tajima-kun had fallen on. Me, Ushiromiya Kinzo. I pushed the corpse aside, scrambled against the floor, and dashed away, tumbling over myself. My hands had pushed off against the floor hard enough to tear off the ring finger fingernail on my left hand. When faced with death, humans truly can resist with all they've got. I tumbled over and over as I ran, scraping up parts of my body. It was painful, hot, but that didn't matter at all. I heard the yelling in Italian come from behind me over and over again. It felt like they were running, chasing after me. I didn't want to look back, so I kept on running and running as though the Italians were right behind me. This is death. Didn't you want to die? No, I don't want to die. Why? Didn't I want to die so badly? But now I know. I know how wonderful it is to be alive. She taught me. Vice did. I can only be free when I talk with her. No, by talking with her, I finally came alive for the first time. I was born. I want to live. I want to live. I want to live. I want to live. I don't want to die. I want to live and see her right now. If I don't see her, I'll die. I will be killed. Stay cool, Kinzo. She might be killed too. If you live and she dies, you might as well be dead. Before I knew it, my face was covered in tears, snot, and saliva. When I stumbled into something and fell, I was finally able to come to my senses a little. I could still hear intermittent gunfire. The gunfight was still going on, and it had spread throughout the entire base. Bice, are you okay? I'll find her and take her to a safer place. The lieutenant will probably kill all the Italians to steal the gold. Bice probably won't be an exception. Bice, Bice! I lived for the first time after meeting you. I was born, so if you die, I'll die again. I could feel every cell in my body being reborn, not as Ushiromiya Kinzo, but as a completely different Kinzo. Of course, I was terrified that I might really be shot if I went back, but I didn't want to die anymore, to truly die, so I was able to overcome my fear. Vice! Rubens, what on earth is going on? What is all this? There's no need for you to know. Just stay hidden there. Don't come out until one of your fellow countrymen calls for you. I heard an Italian voice. He's over there. Damn yellow monkeys. Reuben stood with Beatrice behind his back and mutely shot the two men rushing at him with two 9mm bullets from his Beretta M1944. However, one of the 8mm bullets from their Type 94 semi-auto pistols went straight into Reuben's chest. All three of the shooters were struck in the chest and fell down in a heap. No, Rubens! Go up to the surface. You have to hide in the forest. Rubens! My, aren't we chatting? The next person to appear was the commanding officer of the Japanese soldiers, Yamamoto. The blast of 3 guns had just sounded. Adding on Beatrice's screams, it was hardly surprising that he had noticed the encounter. If it had come to this anyway, we should have taken this romance as a hostage in the first place. Damn annoying, that's what they are. Yamamoto spat. Beatrice used that moment to snatch up Reuben's gun. Well, look at you, reaching to pick up a gun without missing a beat. Italian women sure are scary. Damn it, both of you screwed up. He spat this last part at the 2 dying men who lay moaning at his feet. However, what had happened to them wasn't particularly surprising. It wasn't the first time it had happened either. In this tiny, cramped tunnel, nearly everyone had met head-on. When both sides shot recklessly in such a situation, the result was 2 corpses. So, whoever sensed another person and pulled the trigger quickest won. That was the only way to survive this battle without a bullet in your chest. Because of this, both Japanese and Italians had killed each other without hesitation, and they sometimes even pulled the trigger on oncoming allies. In the midst of all this were several Japanese men who had stumbled into the fight, wondering what was going on. It didn't matter whether the other person was holding a gun or not. Everyone had reflexively pulled the trigger at the sight of anyone other than themselves trying to stay alive. The entire base had been wrapped up in this slaughter. There was a fierce gun battle taking place on the submarine dock, and a massacre resembling a hunt was taking place inside the base. Most of the non-combatants assigned to this base were killed before they knew what was going on. The Italians were indeed quite seasoned troops, but their numbers began to drop bit by bit. Bloodstained corpses were scattered everywhere. At first, it had probably been a proper gunfight. However, as their minds began to grow wary and numb, it evolved into that most basic cause of wars throughout humanity. The desire to kill all foreigners you don't understand. Whenever they heard words they didn't understand, they pulled the trigger. By that point, the screams of foreigners sounded no different from those of man-shaped beasts. After all, they couldn't understand pleading in another language, so it had long ago turned into a mere massacre. As the number of dead surpassed the number of living, silence began to return to the base. Just when it felt as though everyone had died, and you could hear the desolate sound of the wind blowing through the caves. There would be a sudden scream, the crisp sound of a gun, and you'd remember that the massacre wasn't yet over. This happened over and over again, and eventually true silence fell. It marked the pitiful end for those led astray by gold. The leader of the Italian soldiers, Angelo, had managed to survive somehow. He encountered nothing but the corpses of friend and foe. All was quiet once more in the base. If he was careless enough to call out, he might be shot from the shadows somewhere. So he snuck about like a panther, breathing quietly and searching for remaining enemies. There was no sign or trace of any living person. Maybe all the people in this base had died. Damn Japanese. The Japanese struck first, but at that time we were also talking about killing them. They simply made the first move as military men. So perhaps we should be grateful for this day. Even if the boat had come to pick us up, there would have been no honor left for us. We would have been mere failures in our mission, unfit to face our dead comrades. Perhaps dying here in the Far East alongside my gun is a more fitting end for a soldier. I noticed the sound of shuffling feet coming from around the corner and strained to hear. Is someone seriously wounded and dragging their feet? Noticing them before they notice me greatly helps my chances. At this stage, there's no point in taking prisoners. We must dispose of all the Japanese. I'll dash around the corner, quickly check to see who they are, and shoot if it's a Japanese person. Nothing more. I've been hiding my footsteps the whole time. They probably don't know I'm here. Once the shuffling footsteps had come close enough, Angelo blinked around the corner and raised his gun. The voice that reached him spoke Italian. Run, you! I've been looking for you, Lieutenant Angelo. That makes all of you. I've been counting Italian corpses, you see. But Lieutenant Angelo, are you okay? Blood poured from Angelo's chest. His gun fell to the floor, then his knees, and then the rest of his body crumpled and stopped moving. Yamamoto's accuracy with a gun wasn't particularly stellar. However, Angelo had waited until they were fairly close before jumping out, so Yamamoto had made the shot. He had managed to hit, even with a short-barreled handgun in one hand and a woman as a hostage in the other. Really though, our Rockin' Image garrison is pathetic. Am I the only one who's not dead? Trash, all of them. Can't you fight without using a woman as a shield, you brute? Let go. Quiet, noisy, these Italian girls. If you would just be cooperative, I would at least spare your life. It was such an obvious lie that even he wore a bitter smile. The Italians were spies working for the enemy, and they all died along with the garrison in a gunfight. Since this was the story Yamamoto wanted to tell, he couldn't afford to have any Italian survivors. By this point, he wouldn't be able to keep the entire pile of gold, but he should be able to grab as many as he could carry. Even that would be worth a huge amount of money. Beatrice suddenly swung her head, smashing Yamamoto's nose hard. Someone help! Someone! You bitch! She almost managed to escape. However, Yamamoto quickly grabbed her leg and tripped her. She fell onto her back, and Yamamoto mercilessly stomped his foot down on her tummy and pointed his gun at her. I don't make a hobby of taming tomboys. die. Lieutenant Yamamoto, she had nothing to do with this. Let go of her. Kinzo had jumped out from the shadows. He was holding a gun he had stolen from one of the corpses. Ushiromiya? Ah, so you're alive. Let go, you're hurting her. It was you, wasn't it? You tipped the Italians off. What are you talking about? Yamamoto didn't know that the grenade had been a dud. He had been sure that the surprise attack would work, but it hadn't, so he had assumed that Kinzo must have tipped them off. It's your fault the surprise attack failed and we're stuck like this. You turncoat, you traitor to your country. I know you've been working with them through this woman. Can't you see that you caused all this? Because you're blinded by gold. Run, Kinzo. This man has shot people begging for their lives. He'll shoot you too. Don't talk Italian. If you open your mouth again, I won't hesitate to shoot. It hurts. Yamamoto ground his heel into Beatrice's gut. Stop it, stop it. She has nothing to do with this. Are you pointing a gun at a superior officer? Stop and think a bit, fool. If we agree to keep it to the same story, we can have that pile of gold all to ourselves, okay? I could only grab a few on my own, but if we work together, we'll be able to sneak off even more. I don't mean this as your superior officer. Let's split it equally between us as men. The last time you offered to split the gold 50-50, you tried to slit their throats. Ushiromiya, looks like you prefer lead to gold. Without any hesitation, Yamamoto raised the barrel of his gun towards Kinzo and pulled the trigger. It grazed Kinzo's right ear. If Yamamoto's aim had been just a bit better, the bullet would have slammed into Kinzo's face. Kinzo, how could you? You. Not letting Yamamoto's momentary distraction go to waste, Beatrice slashed out and planted her right foot in Yamamoto's crotch. After moaning in pain, a demonic expression flashed across Yamamoto's face, and he stomped on her chest. Vice, you bitch, die! Beatrice shut her eyes tightly, hoping that she could withstand the coming pain. No one wants to catch the moment they get shot. You. A blood splash poured out of Yamamoto's chest. Just as you took so many lives for your own personal reasons, I'll take your life for mine. Could Yamamoto hear Kinzo's words until the end? In his last moments, he seemed to grin. Then, slowly, he fell backwards with a spurt of blood. Kinzo, are you okay? I was sure you had been shot. Beatrice tried to stand up, but then doubled over and started coughing. Bice, are you hurt? My ribs are hurting. That brute really was stomping them hard. Will you be okay? I hope they aren't broken. Italian women don't break so easily. But thanks. I owe you my life. If you hadn't come, it would have all ended there. Yamamoto has shown no mercy. Her ribs were probably cracked. We didn't have the option of waiting, possibly for several days, for the ship that was coming. I made the decision to carry her away from the island. The man who kept yelling about preserving the secrecy of the base is lying there dead. The next island over, Niijima is close. A small boat should be more than enough to get us there. I need to take you to a hospital. The wound might be more serious than you realize. That's interesting. I never knew there was a hospital on this island. There isn't. A boat should get us to the next island over. We'll get you to a hospital. As for me, unless I cleverly cover up what happened on this island, I might end up getting court-martialed just for being here. I have a request. Please, don't take me to a hospital. Why? If we go to a hospital and the embassy is contacted, I'll eventually be sent back to Italy. If that happens, I'll be interrogated about all kinds of things. I won't acknowledge the bastards who let Mama die. There's no homeland for me to return to now. This is the end for me. So, there's nowhere I want to go anymore. Lieutenant Angelo, Rubens, everyone who was so kind to me, they're all dead. And because of that, you want to die here too. I thought you said Italian women weren't weak. Live. Hey, Kenzo, what does it mean to live? You're the one who taught me, aren't you? Living is more than just breathing. I don't want to go back to Italy. Vice, you said that you were dead until you met me. But it's the same for me. I died in that submarine. My homeland fell. Mama died. Even Papa died. I prayed that our son would just sink to the bottom of the ocean. So, when we reached the place, I was actually disappointed that we had survived. Then, right after that, Lieutenant Angelo started asking whether anyone could speak English. When Kinzo met Beatrice, he finally forgot about dying. And when Beatrice met Kinzo, she also forgot about dying. Now that I've lost my homeland, my family, my friends, my only wish is for you to kidnap me and take me away with you. Vice. But I know that's a wish that couldn't possibly come true. So, at the very least, I want to be with you until the boat comes for us. I don't care about the pain in my chest. After all, when the boat comes and takes me away, I'll die. Beatrice spoke this, smiling softly. She did her best to hide the pain in her chest. Please, Kenzo, just for the few days until the boat comes, kidnap me. That's a wish I can't grant. Looking apologetic, Kenzo lifted Beatu up and gently sat her in the boat. Coward. So, Japanese men are weak after all. You're right. I am a coward, so I can only grant you half of your wish. With a clunk, he placed it, wrapped in a jacket, in the boat. What do you mean? The part about until the boat comes for you. That's the part I can't grant. What do you mean? Kidnapping you. That part I will do. Kikinzo, there has to be a doctor on Niijima. I'm wearing a Navy uniform. I should be able to pass myself off as a survivor of a boat carrying a VIP that was sunk by enemy ships. If the doctor happens to be of the greedy sort, all the better. After all, I have right here the golden magic to make people do what I say. A witch from a distant country took my lifeless body and gave me a soul. A woman came to me with the gold and revived me with her magic. You are a witch, the Golden Witch. Yes, the Golden Witch. even though I use the same recipe as everyone else, only my alchemy can turn pasta into a smoky black heat. Just like you, I'm nothing but a corpse allowed to live just as long as you're with me. If you go, I'll die straight away. I won't let you die. Really? No matter what? Take responsibility, okay? After all, you're the one kidnapping me. I see. So, Kinzo-san told you that much. Then, wait, it was you? You're the Niijima doctor who grandfather took Beatrice to see? Why so shocked? It should have leapt to the mind ever since the words Niijima doctor. All of a sudden, a soldier of the Navy appeared along with a foreign woman. Of course, I was astounded. And then he actually told me to treat her wounds confidentially, since her presence was a military secret. Was that the first time you met grandfather? Yes, that was when we first met. So, you're the greedy doctor who followed orders for the sake of gold. That's a bit harsh. He suddenly brought in a foreign woman patient, explained to me that this was a military secret, promised that he would pay the medical fees later, and handed me a gold ingot as a collateral. I didn't want to get involved with any funny business. I was reluctant to say the least. I see your point, but in the end, you did conceal Beatrice, didn't you? I may not be as skilled as Kinzo, but I do have some familiarity with English. I managed to overhear part of their conversation, and that was enough to convince me that they were not troublesome people. Of course, if I were to say that the ingot didn't tempt me, that would be a lie. I was much younger then, you see. What happened to her next? I treated her for some time before a messenger from the Ushiromiya family came and said that she would be moved to Odawara. They took her away. So grandfather didn't come to get her himself. Regardless of how Kenzo explained away the incident on Rockinjima, he probably wouldn't be able to move about freely for some time afterwards. Precisely. Kenzo-san has said that deceiving the military was the greatest challenge of his life. So, Beatrice went to Odawara, and then what? I have heard that she hid in one of their unused villas. After all, Kinzo already had a family at that time. It must have been tricky to manage. So, leading a double life was business as usual for Kinzo, even before Kuwadorian. What are you doing? Is your butt itching? And later on, Beatrice and grandfather continued their happy relationship in the villa from then on. I have heard that it was a modest, peaceful life. Several years later, they had a child. So Kuwadorian's Beatrice was born. The birth didn't go well. It was truly a sad tale. You don't mean she died? Don't be surprised. Kinzo believed his daughter was Beatrice reborn. You can't neglect the heart. It's possible to reason it out. You're right. My apologies. I don't know how many years Kinzo-san spent with her in Odawara. However, judging by the Kinzo-san we grew to know afterwards, one can tell how deeply he loved her, even if they only had a few years together. I see. And then he made Kuwadorian for his daughter. Kinzo-san cleverly made use of the submarine's gold to build up a fortune in a flash. Then he made use of his considerable skills in English to make connections with the GHQ, becoming immensely wealthy in a short span of time. There's no need to explain this part to you, Leon San. Yes, he used that vast wealth, bought Rokkenjima, and built a mansion. The remaining relatives in Odawara scoffed at grandfather, thinking he was crazy to buy an entire deserted island. If you could carry 10 tons of gold around in your pocket, Kinzo probably wouldn't have bought Rokkenjima. He hid the gold somewhere in Rokkenjima, built up a fortune with the ingots he had taken out of it, and then bought up the whole treasure island. And that started the legend of the Ushiromiya gold. What about the mark of the one-winged eagle that was supposedly pressed into the ingots? The one-winged eagle, or more precisely, an eagle of which only one wing is visible. What do you mean? You see it often in Europe, don't you not? A crest or a coat of arms with an eagle spreading its wings on it. The flag of the Salo Republic also had an eagle, or was it a hawk? At any rate, it had some bird of that type emblazoned on it. So, the imprint was made too lightly, or else it was poorly done. Correct. They used a rough wartime press. It was probably supposed to look like the crest of an eagle spreading its wings. It was pressed in at a slight
Stream
slant,
elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
so half of it was too light to see. So half of the eagle spreading its wings disappeared, making it look like a one-winged eagle. Kinzo thought the seal on the gold of Beatrice, the wool man who had changed his fate, looked like a one-winged eagle. That must be why he decided to make that his own crest. If the imprint had been made correctly, it would have been the eagle of the Sado Republic's flag. Or it could have been the two-headed. No, of course not. Passing the night away with Kinzo-san in front of that massive pile of gold, drinking and wondering, was truly an enjoyable experience. However, Kinzo-san didn't want people using that seal to figure out where the gold had come from. The gold he took outside was all repressed with the one-winged eagle design he had created. And all he did was show you the gold. What a cheapskate. Of course, after he became immensely rich, Kinzo-san came to me once more, saying that he would pay me in full for the overdue medical expenses. The amount he came with was a bit much for medical fees, though I did make sure to give him his change. And you've been friends ever since. Yes. Kinzo-san was extremely grateful to me for keeping his secret and concealing Beatrice. Grandfather always says that the old relatives in Odawara were a bunch of greedy liars. I'm sure he appreciated your strong sense of duty, Dr. Nanjo. I think I understand why a person like grandfather came to trust you. I also had some interest in foreign countries, as well as a hobby of playing chess. Kinzo-san and I have gotten along well ever since. It was a friendship that built up gradually, but grew strong before we knew it. Yes, we have been friends a very long time. People who deal with large amounts of money tend to be quite mindful of small amounts as well. When you refuse to accept anything more than the medical fees, that must have earned you his admiration. Ridiculous. I was just frightened by the large quantity of the money. I began to regret it later. It seems I've never had real guts. No need to worry there. Guts are one thing you've got no shortage of. You think so? Well, I appreciate the flattery. That wasn't flattery. For at least one whole year after Kinzo's death, Nanjo had taken part in hiding the secret of that death. Of course, Nasuhi must have given him some hush money. Still, there could be no doubt that he had had enough guts to withstand pressure from Kinzo's children for a long time without slipping up once. Now that's something that would take real guts. That sense of duty must be part of your personality. Perhaps that is my only redeeming quality. I think grandfather was blessed with a good friend. Hmm. I think I've learned just how much the woman called Beatrice influenced grandfather's life. We haven't learned anything. Who killed Beatrice? Unless we figure that out, we'll never be able to get out of here. You're right. We need to finish this quickly. The funeral is already over, after all. You've got it all wrong. This is the funeral. You mean what she's making us do? All the Beatrices we've heard about so far weren't killed at all. We're trying to understand where the word killed factors in. That's the real funeral as far as Berncastell's concerned. No one knows about her being killed. And that's the truth we're trying to expose. You're pretty sharp, aren't you? It hardly feels like I'm talking to a piece from the lower plane. So, this is why I was given you as my Watson. Don't call your partner a piece. So, what next, Willard Holmes? Step 1 of holding an investigation is questioning witnesses. Of course, there's still a Beatrice we need to ask about. To indicate whom they should talk to next, Will nodded in the direction of George, Jessica, and Maria. Maria seemed to be lecturing the others about something. Wow, Beatrice sounds pretty incredible. Yeah, and then inside an upside down cup, she made tons of candies appear out of nowhere. Inside the overturned cup. Amazing. Sounds like magic to me. Maria Chan really does love witches and magic. We could hardly avoid consulting our local authority on witches. When looking for someone to ask about Beatrice, Maria rose to the top of the list. The Beatrice he spoke of wasn't the real Beatrice, the one Kinzo and the others had talked about. However, here and now, on the Rockinjima of 1986, the name Beatrice probably refers to the person Maria's always talking about. I don't see Battler anywhere. Ushiromiya Battler, the one who was forced to fight as Beatrice's opponent in many games, and the most important person in this game. This tale, a battler in this world would probably be the peace version, but even so, it should be possible to get some vital information out of him. Will probably wanted to talk with Battler too, but he was nowhere to be seen in the cousins group. Battler-kun did not attend this funeral. It's a shame, seeing as he's the cousin closest in age to me. Are you two on good terms? Yes, of course. And you pinch his butt every time he says something perverted. Oh, how did you know? Did your detective instincts tell you that? Poor guy. Berncastel said that everything we needed was gathered here. Since Battler isn't here, That probably means it's impossible to find out everything without asking for his side of the story. Or maybe she's intentionally hiding the core elements and making us take the long way around as part of some fickle witch's game. Since he isn't here, that probably means there's no need to hear his story for the time being. Let's talk to Maria and the others. I won't say anything perverted, so keep your hands off my ass. Then why not try choosing your words a bit more carefully? With a roguish smile, Leon pinched the air, index finger against middle. Ah, it's our successor, Sama. Are you done babysitting the old geezer? At least Leon was impartial. No mercy, even for Jessica. Will felt a bit gratified. I see. Since you're the successor and Krause's child, then Jessica is your little sister. He was so used to Jessica being an only child that, though the scuffle between the two looked perfectly natural, something didn't feel quite right about it. Jessica, can't you talk a bit more like his little sister's supposed to? And while we're at it, why not try talking more like a girl your age? How many times do I have to tell you to stop calling me successor, Sama? Shut up. I'll live the way I want to. I would suffocate if I had to act all refined like you, successor Sama. Stop it, don't pinch me. This is little sister abuse. Pervert, stop it. Jessica, why are you talking like that in front of a guest? Do you want Mother to scold you again? Looks like those two are close in their own special way. Well, Leon is an excellent person to be the successor without any faults. I guess I understand how Jessica Chan feels. Leon might be a bit too perfect sometimes. She gets compared to Leon no matter what she does, and that made her rebel. If Jessica Chan has been born only an only child, I'm sure she would have become a composed, quiet young lady. That's an interesting thought. Don't worry, that wouldn't be enough to change her personality. George Oni-chan, who is this person? This is the first time we've met, right? But you seem to know a lot about our family. I'm George, and this here is Maria. Pleased to meet you. Call me Will. I'm investigating Beatrice. Please tell me what you know. Beatrice. See, Beatrice exists. Though Maria had looked hostile towards this unfamiliar man, as soon as she heard the name of the witch she loved pass his lips, her eyes began to sparkle. Hey, Maria Chan, you've got to greet our guest properly. Hello, my name is Ushiromiya Maria. I'm glad to meet someone who knows Beatrice. Handshake. Maria suddenly stuck out her small hand, and Will reached out for it reflexively. As soon as he did, he felt a bright light seeping out from the gap between their hands. The theater-going power that Bird Castell had given him had affected Maria. Beatrice is the Witch of Rockinjima. She plays with me every time I come here. She's my best friend and a fellow member of Marriage Sorcière. The light grew brighter and brighter. This time he could feel himself being drawn into Maria's world. I'm Ushiromiya Maria. My mama is Rosa. My papa. I don't have a papa. I think I remember Mama showing me a picture long ago and saying, "This is your papa." It was a picture of a man with a dark suntan on a beach wearing a swimsuit. Later on, I learned what papa meant. I asked Mama to show me that picture again, but she said it didn't exist. But it had to have existed. When I drew a picture of it and showed it to Mama, she got really mad and said it didn't exist. Or that, if it did, she had already thrown it away. Ever since then, she kept saying that I didn't have a papa. Did you know? People say you need a papa and a mama to have a baby, but that's a lie. Virgin birth is it? Behold, a virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel. If I was a boy, that might have been my name, or it might have been Iwomenel. Book of Matthew, chapter 1, verse 20. No, verse 23. Verse 20 is, "But while he thought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost." So your father is the Holy Ghost. Well, he certainly ghosted Maria. Everyone said that everyone has a papa. They said it was strange to not have a papa, that I was a weird, pitiful child. But when I asked Mama, she said I didn't have a papa, that he didn't exist. She got mad and hit me even though all I did was ask. So I didn't really understand who gave birth to me. I was an immature and misplaced creature, not a proper human. I realized I was a strange, pitiful girl, different from everyone else. It doesn't matter who your parents are or what other people say. You are who you are. It must have been hard to teach that to a young, immature kid. My kindergarten teacher might have said that to me when I cried after being bullied, but even those words of encouragement couldn't fill the blank space. No, the questions. Those words couldn't answer the questions in my mind. And the book is what gave you the answers. A priest came to see me. It was probably part of some lesson to enrich the minds of children through an edifying tale. To most of the children, it was just an ordinary fairy tale they might have heard from one of their teachers. Actually, I think we were just bored because it was too hard to grasp. Then, at the end, the priest said something important. That God knows everything. Yep. So I asked him. I only have a mama. I don't have a papa. Mama gave birth to me without a papa. Was that a strange, sad thing? I asked. The priest taught me there's nothing strange about a child having no papa. After all, Jesus Christ was born of a virgin, and the one who gave birth to him was the Virgin Maria. I was surprised. Maria, the name I was given, had been showing me the answer all along. I was so shocked, I asked the priest to say it again. He said that the Virgin Maria gave birth to a baby by herself. So I asked him if that meant I could give birth to a baby all by myself too. And how did he answer that? He said that the Virgin Maria was with child because of the Holy Ghost. the second part of the book of Matthew, chapter 1, verse 20. For that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. That surprised me again. What do you think that means? You interpret this to mean that Ushiromi Maria had no human father, that your real father was the Holy Ghost. Regardless of the Bible's original meaning, this young, sad girl, whose lack of a father had caused her to lose her sense of identity, had finally created a way to understand herself. Once I realized that, I knew why I was different from all the other kids. The ones who made fun of me were all children of Joseph. But I alone was different. I wasn't worse than anyone else. I was a child of God, a child of the Holy Ghost. When I got back, I told Mama I had no papa. Mama gave birth to me thanks to the power of God. It was probably painful for Rosa when Maria asked about her father. Why did Maria have no papa when everyone else had a papa and a mama? Every time she was asked this, Rosa flew into a rage and changed the subject. Then, for some reason and all on her own, Maria had found an answer that satisfied her. She had no papa. She was the child of Mama and God. It isn't too difficult to imagine that Rosa, after hearing this young girl's explanation, might go along with it as though it were true. Beatrice said that the minimum number of people needed to create a world is 2. I thought she meant that you needed 2 parents to create a child. That's what I thought of it. Because Beatrice may be a witch, but she's a witch born of a human. Beatrice isn't a child of the Holy Ghost. But I'm different. I was born from Mama alone. I was born of the Holy Ghost. Beatrice can't create a universe without me, but God is always by your side. I can make a universe all by myself, along with the Holy Ghost. Beatrice called me the Witch of Origins, and she also said that eventually I might become a creator who could create anything alone. All by myself, I can create something out of nothing. Beatrice can take that and extend it into infinity. Angie was the witch's apostle who would spread the word far and wide. And that was Marie-Age Sorcière. There's a huge difference between one and infinity. That's why Beatrice is so great. However, compared to the difference between existence and non-existence, one and infinity are nearly the same thing. I am the child destined to become the best witch. No, the greatest creator in the world. Marie-Age Sorcière was the nest to prepare me for that. I am Ushioria Maria, who stands by God's side. Maria Age, I just caught that. Maria Age. Maria. It just hit me. Okay. Well played. If we liken Maria's sense of identity to a universe, then this endless stream of words coming from her might be like the Big Bang. She's been so long tormented over how to interpret her lack of a father. Then, by chance, she saw a line in the Bible that looked like it secretly referred to her, and she finally formed an understanding for herself. The sad girl, who had hated herself for being different from all of her classmates, finally found a meaning for her existence. At that moment, Maria's universe, which had once been nothingness, was born as a clump of ultra-hot, ultra-high pressure energy. Then, later on, she went to Rockinjima, met the endless witch who called herself Beatrice, and the clump of energy exploded in a big bang, giving birth to the magical compendium, as opposed to a normal banging which gives birth to both people. That was the universe known as Maria-Age Sorcière. We're jumping about a bit too fast. Let's take things one at a time. Sure, where do you want to start? After you decided that you were the child of the Holy Ghost, It's easy to imagine that you gradually became more and more interested in the occult. And then what? Once you reached that state, where did you meet Beatrice and how did the two of you interact? It really did happen all of a sudden. One day, I wanted to meet the witch called Beatrice who lived on Wakanjima. I wanted to meet her as a fellow witch. At that time, you already knew you were a witch. I did. Even then, when it came to the Bible and the occult, I already knew as much as an adult. So, even though I couldn't use magic, I believed that I was a witch. It's a bit funny, isn't it? That's why I was only a witch apprentice. When did you meet Beatrice? I don't really remember when, but I do remember what it was like. It was really, really sudden. So, you are Ushiromiya Maria, I presume. It was so very sudden. I was just drinking some milk tea, all alone in the rose garden arbor. Mama said she had to talk about something important with Uncle Kraus, so she told me to go outside and play. Suddenly, she was sitting right there. I didn't know anyone who spoke that way. I quickly realized that she was someone I didn't know at all. Who are you? You're the one who wanted us to meet. Here I am, welcoming the witch who came to visit my island, and yet you ask my name? But Beatrice. Precisely. I am Beatrice. Yeah, that is pretty sudden. Yep, really, really sudden. There are witches and spirits right next to us all the time. They just choose not to show themselves. And when they do show themselves, it's always sudden, as though they've been there the whole time. That's what I learned that day. And then you and Beatrice became friends. Yeah, she stayed and chatted with me the whole time until Mama was done with her work. We talked about magic and witches, and about how I was a child of the Holy Ghost. And what was your impression of Beatrice then? I don't like saying it, but my knowledge, at least, was better than hers back then. At first, I thought she wasn't a very good witch. Well, that was just my conceit. There are so many different kinds of magical compendiums. Plus, mine was based on self-study. I probably only viewed Beatu that way because her magical compendium was different from mine. It wasn't long before I came to regret that and apologized. Apologized? Did Beatrice do something to win your respect? I see. So, she showed you magic. We moved to the beach and talked lots, sitting at a table under an umbrella. Very interesting. Maria, I see you have been quite diligent in your studies. At your age, to be capable of teaching a 1,000-year-old witch such as myself is truly an accomplishment worthy of admiration. So, what sort of magic can you use? Magic? If you call yourself a witch, you must be able to show me some sort of magic, correct? I was stunned for a second. Of course, it should have been obvious. I was a child of the Holy Ghost, and since I had studied so much of the occult, I was also a witch, not a human. Until that day, I had been so sure of both of those things. So, when I was asked what sort of magic I could use, it left me in a daze. When one knows of magic and can speak of it, they finally reach the rank of apprentice. One is only a witch if they can put such knowledge into practice and use magic, correct? So, I'm not a witch yet. You have studied well, and I can sense a very rare talent within you. One day, you may become a witch so great that even I could not compare. Or perhaps even a creator as you have told me. However, you are still young and immature. You are, yes, you are an apprentice. A witch apprentice, you might call it. So, does that mean you can use magic via too? Of course. I could not call myself a witch otherwise. Incredible! Show me, I want to see your magic. Until this day, Maria had never doubted the magic-themed idea that she was a child of the Holy Ghost. However, no one had ever proven to her that occult phenomena actually existed. Maria could create a universe all by herself. However, she wanted to share it with a second person so that she could believe in it even more strongly. Once I could have drawn a rainbow in the sky, transformed it into 7 colors of candy, and eaten them at my leisure. However, my power has weakened so much that I cannot even preserve my form to my satisfaction. You told me about that. You can't use your full power because of the shrine. It'll take quite some time before my power returns. At this moment, I cannot turn rainbows to candy. However, perhaps I can show you a bit of that power with some simpler magic. I want to see your magic. Very well. However, I must ask for your assistance. As I have already told you, no matter how pure your soul might be, all humans are tainted and filled with a toxin that resists magic. Yeah, I remember. You told me about the anti-magic toxin. It wasn't in any of the books I've read. You must really be incredible to know so much. Beatrice lifted up an empty teacup, then turned it around in front of Maria to show that there weren't any tricks or strings. Right, the magic to make candy appear inside an overturned cup. How did you know? You're incredible, Will. You even know about witch magic. It's the most basic sort of witch magic. After all, it was just a normal cup without any tricks in it. I wanted to see true magic. There was a thing Maria desired, to strengthen her belief that there was an occult side to her. She wanted to see the occult outside herself as well. That's why she agreed to help Beatrice with her magic. She didn't want her own toxin to ruin her chance of learning the miracles of magic. Good. Then try looking inside that cup. There's candy. There's candy. As a gift to mark my meeting with a new witch, and as a sign of our friendship, I offer this to you. This was a true miracle of magic. For the first time, I felt shame and embarrassment at my conceit. I could feel that sense of omnipotence disappear. The idea that I was a child of the Holy Ghost and the most important and special person in the world. Instead of a child of the Holy Ghost who can't actually do anything, I would rather be a witch who can use magic. Ushiromia Maria wants to become a witch. Starting off as a witch apprentice, I was already fascinated by Beatu. I want to become a real witch too. I want to be your disciple. How modest. You already have an abundance of talent and diligence. Also, though it may have been different when I was at my full power, I cannot take on a disciple in my current state. So I can't become a witch's disciple? Correct. You cannot become my disciple. However, you can become my friend. Really? Indeed. From this point forth, we shall be friends. Let us continue to discuss the deep and profound world of witches. Thank you, Beatu. Can I eat this candy? No, let that be a souvenir. Instead of eating it, keep it in that adorable bag of yours. Okay, I'll eat it at home. Maria, that candy was brought into being by magic. Therefore, it is fragile. If you deny my existence with that toxin of yours, it will melt and fade away. No, I don't want Beatu's precious magic to disappear. Then be sure that you do not forget your meeting with me. As long as you keep a little promise with me, I shall be here to greet you when you return to this island. I'll keep it. What's the promise? Well, to start, when you get home, wash your hands. Then rinse out your mouth. You must not complain about this, for it is an important part of a witch apprentice's training. I'll do it every day. When I come home, I'll wash my hands. I'll rinse out my mouth. If I do that, will I see you again? I promise it. If you keep your end of the promise, your body will be cleansed, and I will regain even more of my magical power. If that happens, I will show you even more incredible magic the next time you come. I'll keep my promise no matter what. I will do it. I'll become your friend and a witch apprentice. Your resolve is heartening, Ushironia Maria. I hope you will grow to become a full witch and my close friend soon. I think that was the first time I met Beatrice. And was that candy still there when you got home? Yep, but I doubted a little, so it was all melting. I regretted almost doubting her. If I had doubted her more, the candy would have disappeared completely. I almost lost the proof of the magical miracle that had happened before my eyes. A piece of candy melted. I think it was more of a caramel than a normal candy. It was all lumpy, just starting to melt. About what time of year did this happen? I'm not too sure, but I remember that the milk tea had ice in it. Why does that matter? Never mind. Did you tell Rosa about your meeting with Beatrice? Yep, I told everyone about it at dinner that day. Uncle Kraus laughed at me. Then Maman, who was sitting next to me, got mad and told me to stop talking about it. Next to you. By your family's ranking system, your seat shouldn't be next to Rosa's. It wasn't a family conference, it was when just Mama and I came to visit. So there was only Uncle Krause's family, Mama, and me. There were fewer people, so we didn't sit in the same spots as a family conference. And Rosa was sitting in the seat next to you. Yeah, why does that matter? It doesn't. Have you ever met with Beatrice outside Rocking Chimo? No. After all, Beatu's body is fragile, so she can't go wherever she wants. I said I wouldn't mind letting her possess me, but she said she couldn't because she couldn't leave the island. And after that, you met her every time you came to Rockinjima. Yeah, we became really good friends. The more I talked to Beatu, the more I realized what an amazing witch she was. She showed me wonderful magic every time I saw her. Then she told me about a magical compendium that was different from mine, and we both talked together about the mysteries of magic. I wanted to reach her level as soon as I could. I wanted to become the kind of witch Beatu was. Did you ever introduce Beatrice to your mother? Nope. She said Mama's toxin was too strong, so they couldn't meet each other yet. Almost all adults are no good when it comes to the toxin, because they're all tainted. Was anyone other than you able to see Beatrice? They couldn't at first. She said her magical power was weak, so her body would crumble if even a little bit of the toxin reached her. But she gathered magical power bit by bit, and she could eventually appear in front of other people who had small amounts of toxin. And who was that? There weren't many of them, just a few of the servants. Specifically, all of the servants here today. But not Goda-san, I think. So, there were 4 of them. Genji, Shannon, Kanon, and Kumasawa. And Dr. Nanjo too. Apparently, they would sometimes come to visit Maria and Beatrice's witch tea parties. Of course, they had only come by for minor things, like bringing some more tea. However, they were certainly aware of Beatrice and even talked with her. How did the servants react to Beatrice? She was a guest who shouldn't have existed. Weren't they surprised? Of course not. After all, Beatrice is the other master of the mansion. She said that the servants treated Beatrice as an honored guest, and sometimes they were permitted to witness new miracles of magic along with Maria. So, on the Rocket Team of 1986, the ones who could actually meet with Beatrice were you, Nanjo, and the 4 servants excluding Goda, for a total of 6. Yeah, Beatrice said she would need to store up much more magical power before she could appear in front of anyone else. So, she intended to show herself in front of more people sometime in the future. Yep, she said the day she made all the humans acknowledge her would be the day of her resurrection. Maria, the servants, and Nanjo had acknowledged her. She had probably appeared before new humans, one by one, starting with those whose anti-magic toxin was weakest. Beatrice's game was to increase the number of humans who could recognize her, until she could make everyone on the island acknowledge her. Of that, there can be no doubt. In that case, the last person Beatrice needed to appear in front of would be Battler, the one said to have the strongest anti-magical power. Does this mean Beatrice thought Battler would be the hardest to convince? It seems true that Battler was one of Beatrice's goals. However, if we go with that chessboard thinking Battler loves so much, Beatrice is trying to make people acknowledge her existence. Therefore, you might say that she's a character who can't exist unless people acknowledge her. Battler reached this idea himself as soon as the first game. Yes, there's something different about the Beatrice of 1986. She's different from the Italian Beatrice or the Cubadovian Beatrice, both of whom certainly did exist. The Beatrice of 1986, the one we're so familiar with in a mysterious way, yet who has no existence. What does it mean to kill this Beatrice who has no existence? The minimum number of people required to create a universe is 2. However, Maria said that even a single person could give birth to a universe. And yet, Maria desired a second person to nurture the world she had given birth to alone. Because if it was born and not nurtured, it would die and disappear. Let's replace the word universe with Beatrice. The minimum number of people required to create Beatrice is 2. However, even a single person could give birth to her, and yet that single person desired a second person to acknowledge the Beatrice created by the first person. That meeting with a second person is the scene Maria has just described. The single person who created Beatrice looked for a second person to acknowledge Beatrice, and selected Maria. We don't need Furudo Erika's heartless reasoning to know that the teacup magic was sleight of hand. Maria, believing in the story about the anti-magic toxin, would close her eyes whenever magic happened. Any sleight of hand would be possible while she had her eyes closed. The caramel Maria had been given as proof of her meeting with a witch had melted a little because Maria had doubted. In a season where one was likely to put ice in their tea, was only natural for a caramel left in a bag to melt. Ushiromiya Maria, the girl who's too trusting and will accept a story easily. Beatrice appeared first in front of this girl who had, in the language of witches, very little of the anti-magic toxin. The creation of Beatrice can be thought of as an egg being laid. When a single person creates her, it's little more than a daydream. She's still inside the egg. If and only if a second person acknowledges her, the shell will crack and she'll appear. She'll only appear if a second person comes to warm the egg. When Maria acknowledged Beatrice, she finally hatched and the chick was born. In that case, Maria aged Sorcier, which nurtured Beatrice in her magical compendium, was like a nest. This is Beatrice, a woman with a dignified presence, who calls herself the Witch of Rockinjima and who claims to have lived 1,000 years. That sounds less like the chick Beatu who appeared in the previous game and more like Beatu the Elder. So, did the meeting Maria has just recounted mark the birth of Beatu the Elder? The egg itself had already been created by the first person. Between then and the meeting with Maria, it matured immensely inside its shell into a character with the dignified presence of 1,000 years. Then, when Maria acknowledged it, it hatched, and the Witch of Rokijima finally gained a form. Perhaps that moment marks the birth of the Beatrice of 1986. The younger chick Beatu was born out of love for Battler. Since that birth hasn't yet occurred at this point in time, the birth of Beatu the Elder and the existence of Beatrice at this moment must have nothing to do with Battler. Are you enjoying this reasoning, Bern Castell? If you are, let's at least have some applause from the spectators. Great, thanks a bunch. I wish for Beatu to grant me a lot of things with magic. That's why I'm helping with her resurrection. What is it you wished for? Lots and lots. Not telling. So, you wanted to protect your mama from the Black Witch. How did you know that? You're incredible. And you're already sure that you'll never be able to get that world back without a witch's help. Yep, I love Mama. She's so nice. I want to be with her forever, for all eternity. Now I would like to hear about Maria H. Sorcier. What's wrong? Don't wanna. I'm thirsty, so I'm going to go get something to drink. See you later. Maria became suddenly formal, bowed her head, and left without waiting for a reply. It was a very un-Maria-like thing to do. I see. So, the game master has moved the piece. Apparently, she's telling me to ask about something different. At some point, Leon had started chatting with the other family members. Jessica seemed to be getting irritated and having her butt pinched so much, and George was trying to calm her down. Jessica and George. Guess I'll hear their stories next. Compared to Maria, the anti-magic toxin is very strong in these two. At least at the beginning of the other games, they didn't acknowledge Beatrice. Maria showed me the point of view of one who believes. Now to hear from those who don't. I apologize for our successor Sam's lack of courtesy back there. It's not going to leave a mark, is it? Talk about merciless. Did you say something, Jessica? Of course not. I've already, uh, learned my lesson, okay? Leon, who had apparently been chatting with the adult siblings, spun around with a smile and stared at Jessica. Looks like the older sibling's firmly in control around here. Those are some sharp ears. I think I'm finally getting this Leon person. Yeah. Our successor Sam has always been weirdly sharp, and the adults are always gushing about that kid, and I'm always getting compared to that, both at home and at school. Come to think of it, Leon was the student council president during both middle school and high school, and the head of the badminton team too. So, everywhere you go, you get compared to Leon, and it doesn't match up too well for you. I said it as soon as I got into middle school. Our successor Sama was already the vice president of the student council. I said, if you're planning to become council president next year, that'll just put more pressure on me. So stop it. But the next year rolls around, and guess who announces their candidacy and wins by a landslide election? Same thing again in high school. I said, please just give it a rest this time. You're already vice president. But when year 3 rolls around, our successor Sandra gets the council president job again. Dad was oh so proud. Mom kept saying, now you make sure you do your best as a little sister, over and over and over again. But even so, you were still proud to be Lion Leon's little sister, weren't you? It's not like I ever thought of it that way. Yeah, of course not. Why would I? It can be tough to be compared against perfection, but other people are other people, and you are you. There's no point letting it get you down. Live how you want to with all you've got, and you'll be fine. Of course. But Mom and the others are always going on about how I need to follow in Ushiromiya Leon's footsteps as a little sister. They keep telling me to go join the student council, to go play badminton. You don't play in a rock band, do you? What? That's a secret, okay? Apparently, she's keeping a secret from her family. Interesting. People tend to blame things on their family and how they were raised, but this Jessica girl always likes doing the same thing, even in a different world and a different family. It's admirable that she has such a true and constant interest in something. I loved it. That Patan Patan song, that Dakun Dakun song. Nothing wrong with the extraordinarily accomplished sort, like Leon, but kids who act their age do have their charms. That's the best way to go through life. Enjoy your youth to the fullest. The thanks. Apparently, no one had ever told Jessica that they approved of how she lived, and the direct way Will had put it made her turn red and hang her head in embarrassment. I want to ask you two now. The same thing you just asked Maria-chan? Yeah. Please tell me everything you know about Beatrice. Well, you can see how much Maria-chan loves witches and the occult. For her, Beatrice is a symbol to be admired, like an anime heroine. Whenever some trivial thing happens, she believes it's some witch pranking her with magic. You really are an adult, and so is the fact that you would never say that to Maria, even if you think it. Of course, childhood dreams only happen when you're a kid. I think respecting that precious experience is an adult's responsibility. Looks like the two of us will get along well. George's position was that Beatrice was nothing more than a fairy tale. However, that phrase, respecting a child's dreams, is the adult thing to do. That might be worthy of further scrutiny. When she got candy from Beatrice by magic, Maria probably got excited and told George and the others. Then the adults followed his lead and actively supported that story, as adults should. However, we can conceive of a similar situation coming up aside from adult interacting with a child. For example, what about a subordinate interacting with a superior? If Kinzo, tyrant of the Ushiromiya family, claimed that Beatrice existed and had revived, perhaps the other members of the family would actively support that story, as his subordinates should. Though Beatrice had only appeared directly in front of a limited number of people, it's probably safe to say that the concept of her existence penetrated deeply within the Ushiromiya family, even among those who had never seen her. However, no matter how deeply that concept penetrated, she was only viewed as a sort of fairy tale character. It would be necessary to transform the concept of that character from an imaginary fairy tale into reality. So, a person attempting to do this would need to perform acts that no one could explain without magic. These acts were the witch incidents, starting with the window opening pranks played by Beatu the Elder, and ending with the closed room murders. Beatu the Elder talked about this, saying that the anti-magic power filling the Mansion would be weakened bit by bit the more she made her existence known. Beatrice, why were you willing to go so far to make everyone besides you accept your existence? Because that fiction will become the truth if everyone acknowledges it. Because at that moment, the being called Beatrice will be acknowledged and will become human. In that case, until Beatrice is acknowledged by all people, she's less than human. She's furniture. Why would furniture want to become human? I seem to remember this being a theme in the previous game. It's because they want to gain a right. Furniture cannot. So they try to become human because they want the right to redacted. It's extremely simple. After all, it's directly connected to the reason Chick Beatrice was born in the first place. I see. I understand. But it's complicated. Yeah, you can't neglect the heart. I feel bad for saying this at Beatrice's funeral, but truth be told, I don't know enough about this person called Beatrice to tell you much about her. My apologies. Jessica Chan does live here, so she might know a little more than I do. Speaking of which, have you introduced yourself to this gentleman yet, Jessica Chan? Nah, not yet actually. There's this idiot going around pinching people's butts, so I didn't really have the chance. A bit late, Jessica looked embarrassed for acting rudely in front of an unfamiliar guest. She cleared her throat and made a beautiful bow that didn't fit well with her normal attitude. She even lifted the corners of her skirt in a curtsy. But pleased to meet you. My name is Jessica. Allow me to welcome you to the Ushiromiya family on this splendid day. I mean, please enjoy our hospitality and Willard. Call me Will. Jessica's greeting had been of the old-fashioned sort, so Will also treated her like an old-fashioned lady, bending down on one knee, taking Jessica's right hand, and kissing it.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Not expecting her greeting to be returned in such an old-fashioned and formal way, Jessica turned red and was unable to speak. However, Will had returned the greeting in what he thought was a perfectly serious way, so he didn't understand what was making Jessica's face glow. Have I done something strange? No, no, not at all. I want to hear what you know about Beatrice. A sparkle leaped around the edges of Will's right hand, which was grasping Jessica's hand. Looks like the theater-going power is having its effect on Jessica. Didn't mean for that to happen. Oh well. Beatrice, is it? Well, I can tell you, but will you promise me something? Promise me you won't laugh. Thinking about it now, it sounds more than a little crazy. What is it you know? I won't laugh. Tell me. Sure. Where should I start? To me, the Golden Witch Beatrice is sort of like one of the seven mysteries of the Ushiromiya family. You've heard of those, right? Almost all schools have a set of tall tales or ghost stories that get passed down. Like, on some days the piano in the music room will start playing by itself. Or, the skeleton in the science room dances around at night. Everyone's heard of them, but of course, that doesn't mean they believe them. The stories about Beatrice were the same. It was just one of those strange tales about our way to Big Mansion. The servants would sometimes talk about seeing things during their night patrols. Sometimes I felt a bit annoyed about them turning my home into a place for ghost stories, but I didn't pay it any more attention than that. That's how little it mattered to me. So, during my normal, everyday life, I would completely forget about the name Beatrice. Of course, that when that huge portrait was first hung, it definitely felt creepy. Even I tried not to meet her eyes after dark, so it's no surprise that the servants found it eerie. But that only lasted for a short while. We all walked by the portrait every day. We gradually got used to it, and eventually bored of it. I didn't really care anymore about the portrait of the mistress from Grandfather's Illusions. I get that. I'll bet it was different for the other relatives who only came a few times a year. That's why every time the family came for a family conference, they would always stand in front of that portrait and talk about Beatrice. So I was reminded of it every now and then. Beatrice, I've come to play again. I've written a new spell. Take a look at it later, okay? You really do like Beatrice, don't you? You've been in such high spirits ever since grandfather had this portrait hung. Where's Angie? She went back with Aunt Kyrie to take some medicine. Her body really is frail. Totally the opposite of Battler. She's the sort of girl that gets sick whenever she's stressed. I also used to get sick on big holidays or trips. Maria's really tough by comparison. She's been talking about Beatrice nonstop since you left Niijima. Don't you think she's taking this a bit too far? It's not so bad, right? It's normal for kids to have an active imagination. If a kid told you that she had met Santa Claus, would you tell her she's a liar? Well, of course I wouldn't go that far. Maria kept talking to the portrait as though it was an old friend. She promised to play with it later as if she was talking to a living human. George, a man, seemed to think that this behavior from a younger member of the opposite sex was cute. But, to be perfectly frank, Jessica, who was the same sex as Maria, found this behavior a bit unpleasant, even though she realized that she was dealing with a younger girl. At one time, even I was fascinated by anime heroines and other fictional characters. However, Maria's behavior seems to signify something more direct than mere fascination. It's something more definite, more vivid. Am I the only one who notices something odd about her? I'll bet the others all notice too, but try to ignore it because of that adult dignity George Nisan is always talking about. My apologies, everyone. The head is quite busy with his noble research. He wishes to eat lunch in his study today. Until a second ago, Kenzo's children had been complaining that eating lunch with their father would give them indigestion. But now that they knew he wasn't coming, they started grumbling about how he should at least spare the time to come down during the annual family conferences. Then let us begin lunch, everyone. I, Goda, have made use of all my talent and experience to make sure that you guests who have come from so far away will be entirely satisfied with your meal. No one's tummy would fail to rumble after hearing that from the great chef Goda. By the time the splendid dishes were laid out, everyone had stopped talking about Kenzo's absence. It was now Angie's absence that was being discussed. Apparently, her tummy ache had gotten so bad that both she and Kirie couldn't make it to lunch. Poor thing. Goda, make sure you talk to Kirie-san later and have some porridge made. Thanks for the concern. Sorry about all this. It seems she just can't handle much stress. That's how it is with young'uns. They're cute, at least when they're not regurgitating. George used to do that all the time. He really was frail, way back then. Right? Let's not talk about the past. It's not a mealtime topic. Poor Angie. So she won't get to eat this yummy food. Yeah, poor kid. Let's make sure we play with her a lot when she gets better. No way. She can't play with me. Well, what are you talking about? Why? Because I'm going to play with Beatrice, of course, so I can't play with Angie. Play with Beatrice? You mean you're going to go off on your own again to mumble to yourself and read some book? Jessica slightly regretted that she hadn't been more tactful. However, she couldn't wipe away that uncomfortable feeling she got every time Maria talked about Beatrice, and that feeling slipped out through her words. I don't do it on my own. Beatu is there too. Maria may be young, but she does know how to read a person's tone. She immediately burst out in anger, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Normally, Rosa would have stopped her at this point. However, she happened to have gone to the bathroom at that moment. So there was no one to calm Maria down. Poor Jessica, you're just a clump of the toxin. With Beatitude's weak magical power now, she would burn to a crisp if she ever appeared in front of you. But she will appear before you eventually. Yes, in front of everyone else too. And then the door to the Golden Land will open. But who knows if you'll be invited in? Of course, she will take me there, to the Golden Land. But not Jessica, not Jessica, not someone who makes fun of Beatrice, not an unenlightened, stupid, confused, filthy, toxin stage man. When someone makes fun of Beatrice, it's like Maria becomes a totally different person. There was a theory about Maria having multiple personalities, wasn't there? Multiple personalities. Yeah, that probably describes it perfectly. Or maybe that was Maria's idea of an ideal personality. You mean that thing about creating another self the way you want to be? How did you know my motto? Don't think too hard on it. You'll just get a headache. It was something Jessica once told Cannon. She had been talking about how anyone can create another self in the image of the person they want to be. I think we heard those words somewhere near the beginning of the second game. Now that I think about it, some very interesting stuff's been mentioned since fairly early on. Everyone has a self they really want to become, but they can't do it. Their current self is always surrounded by their lifestyle and the limits placed on them, so they have no way of changing themselves. True, changing yourself means changing your environment as well. That's not easy to do. So, my idea was to leave who I am now alone. I would create another self, one that I really wanted to be. You felt suffocated, forced to live the life of a rich family's daughter, and you envisioned the self that you wanted to be. But I couldn't do anything outlandish at home. Of course, Mom would just start yelling at me. So I made my plan. At home, I would obediently do what my parents said. But I would also create a second self to do what I wanted. At home, you did everything your parents told you to, and outside, you did what you wanted. That's a good way to live. You should be proud. Thanks. And well, if there's something you really want to be, and if you really work for it, it's easier to do than you would think. I figured Maria was pretty much the same. You think Maria's doing the same thing when she gets excited and starts talking and talking. Sometimes I think that's the person Maria really wants to be. As the youngest member of the family, she's adored but not respected. Every time she learns something, there's always someone in the family who already knows it. She doesn't get to show off her knowledge about anything. Whenever she does learn something new, we try to smile and praise her. But that might actually have hurt her. So, Maria wanted to become an authority on something. It's something that all young boys and girls think when they want to shake off their childhood. It's not a bad feeling when you learn something new and your parents praise you. But when you realize that your parents already knew that thing, it sometimes feels like they're talking down to you. When a kid learns their one-digit times table, their parents will probably praise them. However, inconsiderate parents will sometimes ask mean questions, like, then what is 11 times 11? Or what is 16 times 16? Or something similar. If that happens, the kid will lose his feeling of accomplishment and will start to feel as though he could never surpass his parents. So, it's easy to guess why Maria got interested in the occult, something no one else knew about, and started learning more and more about it. I think the person Maria wants to be is an authority on the occult who everyone respects. And if she talked about the occult during her everyday life, Rosa would hit her. So, like you, she's been hiding this other self most of the time. That's what I think she's doing at times like this. Maybe I should say that this is her real self slipping through the cracks to cover up her normal self. Actually, I've had some experience with that myself. I thought at times that it would be nice to become a prim, secluded lady, so I would pretend to cough a lot, and it sort of became a bad habit. Because everyone would be nice to you if you started having coughing fits. No, whenever the conversation turned to something I didn't like or something that made me feel uncomfortable, I could do that to change the subject. I see, and that's another self you wanted to become. I would appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone about that. Then, just what is Maria's other self? An authority on the occult who can out-argue even adults. Or else, does it have to do with her relationship with witches? Either way, denying Beatrice in front of Maria is clearly taboo. In her search for something more than her everyday life, Maria found it in Beatrice and inside herself. In that case, is going to the Golden Land with Beatrice Maria's wish? Looks like we've gone off track. Anyway, Maria kept up that tantrum until Aunt Rosa got back. I should have let her be, but I fought back. You said there was no way Beatrice could exist. Something like that. If she exists, then just let me see her. Of course, once Maria started crying, I realized I had gone too far. And then, at the end of the family conference, I was the only one still upset. Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Instead, she went off somewhere on her own and came back talking happily about how she had played with Beatrice again. Everyone, me included, decided not to contradict her. By that time, it was best to just accept it and ignore it. Is that all you have to say about the family conference? About the conference, yes. What I want to talk about is what happened after the conference was over and everyone left. Even after the conference ended, I still felt a bit uncomfortable. If Maria had just stayed mad, we would have made up with each other, and I would have put it all behind me. But since Maria got over it, it felt like I was the only one unsatisfied. Oh, my lady, why the gloomy face? Oh, it's you. It's nothing important. Did everyone make it back okay? If they're still on schedule, they should have reached the Niijima airport by now. You've done your part well, my lady. I haven't done anything. It's you servants who've done a great job. Are you still upset by that fight you had with Maria Sama yesterday? Sorta. She's just a kid, right? It's not something you need to worry about. All grown up and in high school. Do you think that all that was just a kid's nonsense? You mean about Beatrice Sama? See, even you call her Sama. Beatrice is the name of grandfather's mistress, the person he's still infatuated with. I realize that, as a servant, Kumasawa-san can't speak of her indiscreetly. Still, that's now become the name of the fictitious cat witch who lives in this mansion, and it's almost natural for people to call her Sama. Beatrice is just a ghost story created by the adults to stop us from wandering into the forest. Maria just thought it was interesting one day and decided to act like it was true. If you say such things, you'll end up regretting it. After all, Beatrice Sama exists. Again, when you say stuff like that, you're just freaking me out. I may not be George Nisan, but I'm not going to go around shouting that Santa couldn't possibly exist. But that doesn't mean he actually exists. You'll find you're wrong there, my lady. Wrong. Oh, yes. The gods dwell in all things. In the same way, Beatrice Sama dwells in this mansion. Like the gods, Beatrice Sama will do you no harm if you respect her. As you say, it will be as though she doesn't exist. However, if you fail to show proper respect, her curse will descend upon you. Of course, this doesn't apply only to Beatrice Sama. If there's a curse, let's see it. I would just love to meet her. But my lady, you mustn't say such things. Ah, my lady, you did a fine job today. Shannon, go to Sam. You guys know about Beatrice, right? Well, I do know of her, of course. Why do you ask? The two looked at each other. They looked like a pair who had just heard a clueless person suddenly utter a forbidden word. Let's have it straight. Does she exist? That ghost? If it's a question of whether she exists or not, I would have to say that she doesn't. Probably. I. I'm sure she exists. Why? Have you ever met her? I've never met her directly, but Shannon spoke in detail of how she had sometimes feel a strange presence or see a silhouette while doing the midnight rounds. And each time she started, Jessica would immediately cut her off, saying she must have seen it wrong or been mistaken. You haven't met her either, right, Goda-san? Of course not. However, well, he was being very evasive. Even a man as big as Goda was apparently unable to deny the existence of someone he had never met. This really didn't sit well with Jessica. She was a resident of this mansion herself. They were acting as though someone else, someone she didn't know, was living here. Of course she didn't like it. Wait a sec. Tell me that story one more time. Which do you mean? The story about the VIP room? Goda and Shannon had been recounting several ghost stories about Beatrice. One of those drew a reaction from Jessica. Yeah, that one. Sounds pretty cool. Goda and Shannon glanced at each other. After all, it hadn't been a cool story to either of them. You mean that you mustn't enter the VIP room at 2 in the morning? The one about how Beatrice Sama returns to the VIP room every morning at 2. So you mustn't go near it. Yeah, that's it. Pretty cool. All the other stories are about people saying they heard or saw something Beatrice like, but this one isn't. This one says that if you go to the VIP room at 2, you can actually meet Beatrice Sama. Oh, well, I wonder. My lady, they say that servants who speak ill of Beatrice Sama are cursed. Furthermore, the VIP room is Beatrice Sama's room. Even you, my lady, should probably reconsider. The VIP room is locked now, right? Where's the key? Was that key in the key box? I think Genji-sama keeps that key by his own chair. The master key can unlock it too, right? Let me borrow yours. But I cannot do that. My lady, there's no need to approach such an ill-omened place without reason. Hey, don't you go, the fuck? Don't you go calling my house ill-omened. Anyway, I've made up my mind. If you can't give me your master key, there's still that key for the VIP room, right? Let me borrow it. But my lady, to Jessica, the expression formed by the pair felt more like an ill omen than anything else did. In Jessica's eyes, the ill omened thing wasn't the witch or the VIP room. It was them, Maria and the others who believed in witches. In the end, Jessica forced them to agree, and she made them bring her the key to the VIP room. So you went on a classic test of courage to see if Beatrice would really appear in the VIP room or not. Pretty much. Still, I wonder why I was so fixated on doing it. I must still have been brooding over that fight I had with little Maria. Of course, the weather just had to be terrible on that particular night. To be honest, I slightly regret sticking my nose into something so pointless. But I had already said so much, and even borrowed the key from them. I couldn't just go to Shannon the next day, have her ask me how it went, and answer, well, I gave up, 'cause it was too scary. Normally, I go to sleep long before 2. If Mom found me wandering the corridors at that time of night, she would definitely yell at me. So I waited in my room, staring at the hands of my clock as it ticked closer to 2. Outside, the rain was incredible, and the wind strong. The swaying, rustling trees were particularly eerie. I had complained to Shannon and Goda about making up ghost stories about my house, but I was starting to feel like those ghost stories might not be so impossible after all. The Ushiromiya Mansion is huge. Honestly, I can't think of the entire mansion as my own house. As Mom says, the hallways of the Ushiromiya Mansion should be treated like public rooms. In other words, my own room is part of my home, but the hallways and the rooms I don't usually enter are outside. So, while part of me felt that this VIP room ghost story was ridiculous, another part of me was so creeped out that it kept frantically trying to convince itself that the first part of me was right. Only 10 minutes left till 2. If I want to be inside the VIP room at 2, I need to get there before then. Guess it's time. Sorry, but I'm not giving up that easily. Nothing's going to happen. I know that. It'll just be a stupid waste of time for a few minutes. I touched the doorknob to the door of my room and was startled by how unpleasantly cold it was. As long as I stayed in this room, I could laugh off anything. After all, this was my room, but it wouldn't be like that in the hallway. That's outside my territory. And the doorknob, the barrier between the two, is ice cold. Idiot. What are you so scared of? Me? You aren't taking Shannon's, Goda Sands, or maybe Kumasawa Sands gossip seriously, are you? I'll prove it. There's nothing strange in the VIP room. The corridor was only dimly lit. Before lights out time, the hallways were brighter. But to avoid wasting energy on something like that, we kept the lights to a minimum at night. So, even though I was inside my own house, it was very clearly the middle of the night here. If Mom found out that I was wandering around at a time like this to do a test of courage in the VIP room, which I'm not even supposed to go in, I would get in a lot of trouble. To make sure she didn't find out, I tried to hide my breathing and my footsteps. So, the silence felt unbelievably loud. Even though it was so quiet, that eerie sound of the wind was noisy. The sound of twigs rustling, the sound of some pillar in this old man's yard creaking. What's that sound like a beak tapping against glass? Though it was so quiet, all of the little suspicious sounds made it seem noisy. Damn, I'm an idiot. Why couldn't I have brought a flashlight, at least? A flashlight to use inside my own home? That's even more idiotic. I mumbled this to myself, hoping it would drown out the sound of the wind just a little. Then I saw it, the door to the VIP room. This was the VIP room, the room for the important guests. However, as far as I knew, it had never been used before. None of the guests who had came to this mansion were important enough to be given use of this room. Though I had been clutching that key the whole time, it didn't feel warm at all. It still ruthlessly and icily tormented me. Or maybe that was a warning. If you go back to your comfortable room and hide in your bed, this night will pass like any other. Don't mess with me. I can't give up after coming this far. Even though the key was freezing in my hand, telling me to go back. It slipped into the keyhole quite easily. All that's left is to turn the knob, open it, and I'll be inside the VIP room. It's not like I've ever never been in there before. Long ago, I explored and played hide and seek all the time, and this room that I rarely entered seemed unusual and exciting. However, I got in trouble for going in and was told that this room was important, so one mustn't enter without reason. After that, they made a rule of locking up unused rooms, and I couldn't go in anymore. So, it's probably been several years since I've gone into the VIP room. In fact, it might be more than 10 years since the last time. The inside of the room has probably changed from how I remember it. Come to think of it, even then, I felt that there was something unsettling about it. Slowly, I pushed the door open. The door was light, and even after I let go of it, it kept opening by itself, as though beckoning me in. Beyond it was a darkness as thick and heavy as ink. Even the dim light that peeked in from the corridor seemed bright in contrast. I stuck my head in, feeling about for the light switch next to the doorway. This was a horribly awkward and uncomfortable way to do it. All I really had to do was step inside and search for the switch from there. Unwilling to take even a single step into the room, I timidly stuck just my arm into the darkness and felt along the wall. There, the switch, which was hardly ever used, felt stiff and lifeless. However, once the light turned on, the darkness vanished in an instant, and there, as it had been, as though not a single thing had changed in all these years, was the VIP room. The curtain and bed cover might have been slightly different, and maybe the chairs and the like had changed too. Still, if I had to put it in words, I would call it the feel. The stiff, lifeless feel of this room hadn't changed. If I hang around here, someone might find me. I would rather not have Mom find me here. I readied myself, and though I couldn't even bring myself to enter this room when the lights were out, I finally entered. As soon as I closed the door, I felt an oppressive, suffocating sensation. All right, I've shut myself up in the VIP room. Bring it, Beatrice. What time is it now? I looked around the room, but I couldn't see any clock. I'm not in the habit of wearing a watch around the house. Damn, now I'm not sure what time it is. Still, I know there's only a few minutes left at most. I tried to suppress my desire to use going to get a clock as an excuse to run away from this place. Even so, just standing around like this was boring. When I looked around again, searching for something to sit on, I found something strange. What's this? It had been placed on the side table next to the bed. If this room had been used often, I would have thought it was just one of the owner's personal belongings. But no one lived in this room. So, this can't belong to the room's owner. What is this? An offering or something? Creepy. It really did look like an offering. A small French doll was sitting on the side table. The doll's hair was gold. It was wearing a black dress. Just who managed to find this doll and where? There's no doubt that someone placed the doll here to symbolize Beatrice. Does that mean this doll is supposed to be the owner of this room or something? And looking like an offering to that owner, there sat a small plate with several cookies and wrapped chocolates. It was all set out neatly, and there was no dust piled up on the doll. In other words, both the doll and the offering were taken care of on a regular basis by the servants, kept in good condition along with the rest of the room. Taken care of. No, it's more than that. It looked like an offering. No, like some sort of worship. A prayer saying, "Please don't curse us." So, even though the doll was more than eerie enough by itself, viscerally, it was even more unnerving to imagine it being having been kept safe and worshipped in a place like this. Stupid. Am I supposed to clap my hands together and say, "Oh, please don't curse me"? Jessica forced herself to look away from the bizarre doll. She couldn't bring herself to sit on a bed that wasn't hers. Then again, she didn't really feel like sitting down on a chair either. She had lost any desire to sit on anything in this room. I wandered about aimlessly, then peeked out the window through the gaps in the curtains to stare at the dark, rainy night. What the hell am I doing, hanging about in the VIP room this late just because that fight with Maria is still eating at me? This is totally pointless. Beatrice. Just when did that strange witch start living in this mansion? Grandfather's always yelling about Beatrice. Since it's apparently the name of his dead mistress, people started talking about how her ghost must haunt this mansion. There's that kid's horror story about the witch in the forest, which might be a ghost story made by the adults to stop the kids from going in there. The portrait grandfather had hung in April was really striking, and there was also that weird epitaph. The creepy words on that, which sounded like some sort of ceremony with human sacrifices, made the name of Beatrice seem all the more unnerving. At some point, those stories mixed together, and now people say that the witch, Beatrice, exists. I don't believe in Beatrice, because I know she's just a fictional person made by the fusion of a few horror stories. The Beatrice, who was grandfather's mistress, probably did exist, but she wasn't a witch. The story of the Witch of the Forest was made up by the adults to prevent their kids from getting lost in the woods. But that was just a made up story, not reality. In fact, I've heard that the adults here once scared the kids with stories about how wolves living in the forest. Apparently, the kids realized that wolves couldn't possibly be there, so it was changed to the witch. When the portrait was hung, that once vague character suddenly had a face, and people acted as though she had been around since long ago. That's right, it's all a ghost story someone made, a fiction. And Maria calls Beatrice her best friend, and the servants worship her like a household shrine. I just don't get it, and it creeps me out. The sudden ring of the phone made me jump so hard I thought my heart would explode. There was a phone on the bedside table across from the one with the doll, and it was ringing noisily. However, I was only surprised by the first ring. By the time it had rung 3 times, I had regained my cool enough to grumble about this being a prank done by someone trying to scare me. If I rush to pick it up, I'll probably hear someone laughing at me, saying, "Were you scared?" I thought about ignoring it instead, but it kept on ringing incessantly. It was a pretty loud sound to have going on in this late at night. If Mom somehow manages to hear it from her room, I'm screwed. Okay, okay, I've got it. Might as well say you scared me or whatever. I decided to pick up the receiver. I'll just say that surprised me, and maybe follow that up with looks like Beatrice didn't show up after all. After all, this is my victory, in a sense. Hello? Hi, Beatrice. But Maria? I don't get it. Did I hear that wrong? Why would Maria be calling here? Hello? Thanks for teaching me that fun song last time. In return, I'm going to sing you a song, Beatrice. I just learned this one. The voice, the intonation, the manner of speech, all that clearly belonged to Maria. But what's she talking about all by herself? Maria just kept on talking happily as I stood there, stunned and unable to interrupt. Eventually, Maria started singing an old, familiar kid song that even I knew. I don't get it. Maria? Hello? Wait a sec, stop singing. What's going on? I don't get it. Hello? The voice and the lights, everything disappeared. In the pitch black, I couldn't see anything, couldn't tell what was happening. I don't get it. What's going on? What the hell was that? Does being in darkness really slow us humans down so much? I know it's dark, but I really have absolutely no idea what just happened. What was that shuffling sound just now? I'm not sure. I can't explain it. I heard an incredible slithering sound, like someone crawling out of a bed. I didn't think I had heard it. It wasn't that vague. I definitely heard it happen right next to me, clearly. However, there was no change to the bed. No one had been sleeping there in the first place, and the sheets were still perfectly straight. Someone had crawled out of the bed and had laughed in a creepy voice before leaving the room. That's what it felt like. Felt like I'm here, and the bed's right there. I'm not only in the same room, I'm right next to it. So, why am I so unsure about what happened just a few seconds ago? I gripped the receiver, which had gone completely silent, and waited there alone, unable to move, in a quiet room that seemed identical to the one I had entered. What? If nothing's changed since the beginning, I can just pretend that the last minute or so didn't happen. And yet, if something has changed, that would prove that something really did happen. The hell? Where did it go? Did it fall to the floor? No, it's not there. No matter where I look, from whatever angle, it's not there. The offering plate with the cookies and the chocolate is still here, but the thing they were being offered to, the doll is gone. No way. Then what just happened? Is the Beatrice Salmon doll supposed to have cackled out loud and left the room? No, that crawling sound was too loud to have been made by a doll. It was a noisy sort of sound, like a kid playing with a blanket and using it as a cape. Then, what? Is that Beatrice Salmon doll supposed to have turned into a human and then run cackling from the room? No way. After that, nothing happened. The doll alone disappeared, and nothing else changed. In a VIP room that had remained completely unchanged and was filled only with the sound of wind and rain, I stood there, too shocked to move. Did you ever find that doll? I looked everywhere, even under the bed, but I didn't find it. Just what did you think had happened in that room? I don't think it was actually Beatrice Sam's curse. It might have been a prank done by the servants. A prank? Maybe they recorded Maria's voice beforehand, then called at exactly 2 and pushed the play button. They could have cut the power at the switchboard or something. Then someone who had been hiding in the VIP room would make a creepy laugh, take the doll, and leave. If that's how it happened, everything fits. Doesn't sound like you're really convinced. No kidding. After all, if that was just a prank to scare me, the scale was way too large. They made Maria sing beforehand and recorded it. Then someone called the VIP room and replayed that recording. Then someone waited until the right time and tripped the breaker for the VIP room. To turn off the power to the VIP room, you would have to go to the basement. There's a switchboard booth down in the boiler room. There's no phone line down there, so you would need a different person to play back Maria's tape. And you would need another person to hide in the VIP room and cackle before leaving. And just how long would this last person have to hide in the VIP room beforehand? How long would they have to hide in the pitch black VIP room? Under the bed, for example, waiting to scare Jessica, who might or might not even come. There's no way it could be a witch's curse, but still, to me, it's even creepier to imagine that many people planning everything down to the slightest detail. and waiting for several hours in the darkness just to scare me. I agree. A curse would be better. Did you ask the servants about that later on? What's the point? They would just play dumb, of course. And there had to have been at least three of them. On that day, Genji-san, Goto-san, Kumasawa-san, and Shannon stayed the night. So three of those four helped out with that creepy prank. It doesn't make sense. That's why I couldn't ask about it. True, it had been a strange experience for her, but it wasn't something completely impossible for humans to do. Even so, it really must have been more unnerving to imagine a large number of people planning so carefully just to scare Jessica. It's no surprise that Jessica found this scarier than Beatrice's curse. Do you still believe the servants tricked you? No, I was probably scared and mistook what I saw and heard. The doll probably just fell somewhere, and I just had trouble finding it. Are you trying to say you imagined the whole thing? Other than the doll disappearing, there was no other proof that anything had changed. Later on, I talked to Maria, and she said she didn't know anything about that song or the phone call. I don't know if she was lying or not. Of course. Anyway, what happened that night is just something I thought happened, and there's no proof of any kind. That's ironic. Even if you claim to have met Beatrice directly, you would have been just as unable to prove it. The shock lasted for a while, but as time passed, I began to think that lightning or something must have shut off the power for a second. And maybe one of the trees in the garden fell, which I mistook for that slithering sound. And the laugh? Maybe some strange bird. Anyway, I might have misheard something to get that sound. I act tough, but you wouldn't believe how much of a coward I actually am. That's why I let my imagination get a hold of me. I tried to use that as an excuse to help me forget everything that happened that night. And everything is enshrouded in darkness. People are actually pretty good at forgetting things if they try. After that night, I would feel uncomfortable every time I heard the word Beatrice, but I tried hard not to let it show on my face. That's all. I can't tell you any more than that. It's kinda embarrassing, so please don't tell anyone. I don't want them knowing I'm a chicken. Sure thing. I have one last question. About the VIP room. No, about the dining hall. The dining hall. On the day of the family conference, just before your ghost story, all of the relatives were gathered in the dining hall, right? Yeah, except Battler hadn't come back to the family yet. Everyone else was there. Everyone except Grandfather, of course. And Angie wasn't in the room because of her tummy ache. Her seat was next to yours, wasn't it? Yep. Was that the seat to your right? Yeah, the seat to my right. Why does it matter? Wait, that's strange. Why to the... That's enough. Try not to think. You'll just get a headache. What's up, Jessica? Why the confused look? Well, right, left. You're so weird. How's it going, Will? Have George, Nissan, and Jessica told you anything useful? A bit. That ghost story about Beatrice was pretty fun. A ghost story? What kind of story? The one about Beatrice's ghost appearing in the VIP room at 2 in the morning. It was pretty creepy. I've never heard of that. I don't know who put that out there, But that would be really rude, making up ghost stories about the woman our head is indebted to. A model answer. What? Do you know about the epitaph, Leon? Epitaph? What epitaph? That epitaph by Beatrice's portrait. My apologies, but I have no idea what you mean. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. What on earth are you talking about? So, in your world, no, in this world, the portrait exists, but not the epitaph. Of course, I know about the large portrait of Beatrice hanging in the entrance hall, but I haven't heard of this epitaph. What is it? That's a very interesting difference. You've lived on Rokajima all your life, right? Of course. What's your point? When you were a little kid, you were told not to go near the woods, threatened about it. Yes, they always said to stay away since it would be dangerous if we got lost. Because a witch lives in the forest. A witch? What witch? The Golden Witch, ruler of Rokkajima's night. Beatrice. Beatrice is a woman to whom grandfather owes a great debt. Don't you think it's a bit rude to treat her like a witch or a ghost? You don't know about the witch Beatrice. I know about the Beatrice who came here in a submarine along with the gold, and about her daughter who was raised in the hidden mansion. We just learned about those two together a short while ago, right? Where does the witch come in? I see. So that's it. Then how did they scare you? To keep you from going into the woods. They said that wolves lived in the forest. Wolves, but not a witch. I see. That's interesting. Not to me. What are you talking about? What is this witch? I'm just talking to myself. I have one more question. Please go ahead. During the family conference, who sits to your right at the dining table? My little sister Jessica sits across from me. The next in rank is Aunt Eva's son, so George Lee-san is the one on my right. What's your point? I get it. It's all mashed together in a confusing mess, but it is interesting. Well, I'm still in the dark here. So, did you figure out who killed Beatrice? Yeah, more or less. You don't mean the head, do you? Berncastel isn't asking about the two Beatrices involved with Kinzo. She's talking about who killed the Beatrice of 1986. I'm not really sure what you mean by the Beatrice of this year. What's all this about a witch called Beatrice? And then there's what we were just talking about in that epitaph too. Isn't it about time you explained all this to me? Alright, no point stringing you along. Let's start from the beginning. Who is this witch Beatrice? Strictly speaking, it isn't a person, it's a concept known as Beatrice the Golden Witch. You mean the ghost stories themselves. To be more specific, even the ghost stories are only one of the elements that create the concept. You've lost me. Ghost stories are normally told in the second person or third person. However, someone started telling those in the first person. You mean someone started claiming that they were Beatrice. the legend of Rockinjima's evil spirits, and the made-up story for keeping kids out of the forest. These were combined with Kinzo's constant cries of Beatrice, Beatrice, and gradually became the legend of the witch. Ushiromiya Maria became entranced by that fictional witch and begged for a chance to meet her. And then, someone answered her call. I'm still not following, but I'll just nod and tell you to keep going. What do you mean by answered her call? Because of Ushiromiya Maria's unfortunate childhood history, she became obsessed with the occult. Someone felt sympathy for her, acted the part of Beatrice, and played with her. Maria tends to recognize people by their behavior rather than their physical appearance. Though Rosa is only one person, Maria calls her mother the Black Witch when she gets violent, and at these times, Maria views Rosa as a different person, separate from her mother. In other words, even when a person visually looks the same, she tends to view them as multiple different people depending on their attitude. This fact puts the scene where Maria first met Beatrice in a new light. After being chased out of the mansion by the adults, Maria decided to have some tea in the rose garden. At that time, someone probably started talking to Maria. Then, when they heard this occult-loving girl talking happily about how she wanted to meet the witch Beatrice, this person acted as though Beatrice was possessing them. On the outside, they didn't look like Beatrice.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
However, when their manner of speech and behavior changed abruptly, Maria would recognize them as a different person. That's why her appearance was so sudden. We can probably view Maria's love of witches and the occult as a form of escapism. She believed the power of witches could bring about change in her unfulfilling and incomplete life. That's why she wanted to believe that witches exist. She thought that believing could make her happy. It's true that Aunt Rosa brought up Maria by herself, and that she was always busy with work. I do feel sorry for Maria, but still, don't neglect the heart. Maria believed for the sake of believing. She believed in Beatrice's conjuring trick from the bottom of her heart. That probably comforted her a lot. And at that moment, the witch Beatrice was born. Someone saw that Maria Chan wanted to meet a witch, so they decided to play witches with her. That's right. This marks the birth of Beatu the Elder. All that about living 1,000 years and being bound to Rockinjima. That was mixed into the story of ghosts wandering the mansion at night, which was part of the legend of Rockinjima's evil spirits. As Furuto Erika guessed, the two ghost stories had fused. Someone fused the two stories together and acted the part. So, Beatrice held trade from both ghost stories. She was the master of the mansion's night while also fearing spider webs. So, when Berncasto asks us who killed Beatrice, she means who killed the kind person who acted the part of Beatrice. That's close, but not quite. She doesn't mean someone acting a part. We're talking about two different people. Just like how, in Maria's eyes, her mother and the Black Witch are different, separate people. Beatrice and the person who played that part are also different people. It was just like Maria Age Sorcier. One person would be the creator, and the other would acknowledge those creations, thereby nurturing the illusion. The Golden Witch Beatrice was also created by one person, and then nurtured when Maria acknowledged her. So, killing the role that was being acted out wouldn't mean the same thing as killing the kind person who was playing the part. Even if Beatrice's vessel is lost, that isn't the same as Beatrice being killed. It's easier to understand if we use the telephone as an example. Let's say I call you on the phone. From my perspective during the call, the phone is you in the sense that it's what I talk to. But what if I break the phone? I see. If you kill the phone, you won't be able to talk to me, but that doesn't mean you've killed me. We know Maria once offered to let Beatrice possess her early on in their relationship. That clearly shows that Beatrice didn't look like the portrait at that time. So, if the person acting the part and the witch character they play are different people, we're talking about killing just the witch character itself. Is that even possible? Only the actor can kill the character. In other words, the person who killed Beatrice is the person who played the part of Beatrice. You mean that the person who played witches with Maria Chan is the culprit Burgess was talking about? That's it. But as if that wasn't confusing enough, this chapel is now a world inside a cat box. The culprit is the cat. There are now two cats existing at the same time, one alive and one dead. Confusing is right. I'm still lost, but keep going. We're saying that there are two culprits. Right. The human who can create and kill Beatrice, and the human who never gave birth to Beatrice in the first place, who can kill the entire concept of Beatrice. Both of those humans are here. Then let me ask, in this Beatrice murder case, who are the two culprits? Let's start with the dead cat. Who is it? You. Well, what? It's painfully easy to guess. Your world is the only one where the witch Beatrice doesn't exist. I don't understand. Both Maria and Jessica told me stories about the witch Beatrice. However, when they talked about the ranking system at the dining table, you weren't there. I wasn't there. Maria came to visit Rokijima with Rosa, and Rosa was sitting next to her. That's impossible. If you exist, then Leon comes after Rosa, then Jessica, then Maria. There should be two people between Rosa and Maria in rank. In that case, they should be sitting on opposite sides of the table and separated by one seat. In other words, in the world where Leon exists, it's impossible for Maria to be sitting next to Rosa. It was the same in Jessica's story. If you were added to the ranking system, then when looking down the table towards Kenzo's seat, you should be on the left side and Jessica should be on the right. After that comes George on the left side and Angie on the right. Jessica and Angie will be sitting next to each other whether you're there or not. However, which side of the table they're sitting on changes. In the world where Leon exists, Angie's seat is on Jessica's left. However, if Leon doesn't exist, then Angie's seat is on Jessica's right. Every time someone talked about the witch Beatrice of 1986, they were all talking about a world where you don't exist. And in your world, there are no ghost stories about a witch. To you, Beatrice is either Kenzo's mistress or his benefactor, not a wandering ghost. The head loved Beatrice deeply, did he not? I can't imagine why she would be made into a ghost story. If you exist, the witch Beatrice does not. Your existence kills Beatrice. Are you saying I'm the culprit who killed Beatrice? That's just crazy. How can I be the culprit if I don't even understand her and have never met her? Flip it around. If you don't exist, Beatrice will be born. Flip it? Are you trying to say that Beatrice and I are two sides of a coin? That's a good way to put it. That's it. You're a coin and Beatrice is on the other side. I don't get it at all. At first, I didn't get your existence either, but I formed a theory about you after hearing all this. The key is that you're 19 years old. I don't remember telling you my age, but you got it right. How? Jessica said you were already the student council vice president when she joined your school, and that you became the president the next year. That means you're 1 year older than Jessica. Jessica is 18 years old, so Leon must be 19. I see. And what sort of theory can you make now that you know I'm 19? The theory I can make is that you aren't Ushiromiya Nasuhi's child. How rude. I don't know what game you're playing, but I won't allow you to insult both me and my mother like that. Why are you the successor instead of Kraus? I will succeed the headship when I come of age. When I have a kid, I'll probably pass the title down to them when they come of age. Then why didn't Kinzo give the headship to Kraus when he came of age? You heard what our head said. He was used by the cunning elders of the Ushiromiya family and suffered much. That's why he decided that only young people should inherit the headship from now on. In the world without you in it, there is no silver ring for the successor. That silver ring proves that Kinzo had a strong desire, which he didn't show in any other world, to see that you became the next head. I can't deny that you may have a point there. The head always seemed to adore me particularly, and I was very young when he first promised to make me the head when I came of age. He was very strict when he told me to keep up in my studies in preparation for that day. But I don't think my father was any less talented. Why did grandfather skip over him and make me the successor? I thought it strange from time to time, but since it's always been that way, I never said so aloud. Do you know why Kenzo wanted you and not Kraus to become the next head? How could I know? Are you trying to tell me to stop neglecting the heart again? Do you think you understand how the head's heart works? It's because you're the child of Kenzo and Beatrice. Well done. There was a crisp applause and a mocking laugh. Bern Castell, that was faster than I expected. I thought you would let me play a bit longer. Bern Castell appeared sitting on the altar, almost as though it had become her own personal chair. When did you realize that Leon shared Beatrice's blood? As soon as I realized that Leon was 19. It was the same number as the baby from 19 years ago, the hint that appeared in the fifth game. Didn't that baby fall off a cliff? Leon is the baby who was accepted by Natsuki and didn't fall off the cliff. In other words, if Natsuki rejects the baby, Leon doesn't exist. You're saying, I'm not mom's child. That's insane. You say that, but you don't look too sure. That's right. Ushiromiya Leon is not Natsuki's child. This is the grown-up version of the baby Kinzo got from somewhere 19 years ago. Not somewhere. Leon clearly shares Beatrice's blood. The proof is the silver ring, which is only ever given to Leon across all the many worlds. Why does the ring prove that I share Beatrice's blood? In all of the many worlds, you are the only one who receives it. That means that, in all worlds, you are the most important person to Kinzo, second only to Beatrice, and his love for you is clearly greater than it is for his son, Kraus, or his granddaughter, Jessica. And you are 19 years old. In other words, if we look back to see what happened 19 years ago, it can lead to a certain theory. 19 years ago? What's supposed to have happened at the time I was born? You heard it too, didn't you? You even heard it today. And Will was with you, right? You don't mean Aunt Rosa's story. That's right. Rose's story came out in the third game, and when the age of the baby in the fifth game matched that date, a certain theory became possible. The fact that Kinzo brought a baby from somewhere and tried to add it to his family proves that the baby was somehow important to him. And I'm the child of the Kuadorian Beatrice. The Kuadorian Beatrice was the daughter of the Beatrice who arrived in that submarine. But Kinzo didn't think of her as a daughter. He believed she was the same person, Beatrice reborn. When that reborn Beatrice reached the same age as the first Beatrice and truly looked like Beatrice's double, Kinzo made a terrible mistake. I don't want to hear it. That's how it is. Kinzo got Beatrice pregnant with Beatrice, and then he got that Beatrice pregnant with you. So, you're both Kinzo's child and Beatrice's grandchild. If we consider Kinzo's heart, this is the inevitable theory we reach for explaining why he treated you so specially. He regretted his mistake so much that he tried to make you his proper grandchild. In almost all cases, Natsuhi's pride is brutally hurt, and she refuses to raise Leon. Because of that, he almost always falls from the cliff and disappears. I heard that I was the child they were finally blessed with after so long, and that Jessica was born the next year. If you really never suspected that Natsuhi wasn't your mother, then you should thank her in this world. The reason you never realized the truth is because she's shown as much affection to you as she did to Jessica. There's no need to thank her. After all, it took a dizzying span of time just to find a fragment with you in it. Mathematically speaking, there's actually a 2,578,968 out of not 2,578,917 chance of her refusing to raise you. You should probably be thanking me for creating this miracle, not Nasuhi. Enough with your stupid probability games. Oh, I'm sorry. No matter whose blood you bear, that doesn't change the debt you owe to the family that raised you. I realize that. Still, I would like some time to calm down and think things through. That is, if you'll refrain from ignoring my heart. Sure. Leon took a deep breath and looked upwards. Anyone would be shocked to find that their parents weren't who they believed them to be. Still, Leon should be grateful. Grateful towards the family that raised a child he wanted for nothing. It is pretty interesting. Hard to believe that the Golden Witch Beatrice might have lived in such an ordinary life, even at such absurdly low probabilities. Isn't it? I think moments like this are hilarious. Will had said it plainly. Ushiromiya Leon is how the Golden Witch Beatrice appears in a different world. The baby Natsuhi rejected 19 years previous. If she had accepted that child, this is a future that would have occurred. However, if she doesn't accept that child, the witch will be born. The baby whose birth was not celebrated becomes a witch. Leon is the dead cat. However, Leon's existence has nothing to do with what you're interested in, the Rokkenjima serial murders. In other words, Leon is the cat that disappears when you open the cat box. Leon is just a disappearing cat. But this was pretty fun for a side trip, don't you think? You're the only one having fun. If I wasn't trapped here, I wouldn't even worry about reasoning this out. I think I know why I was chosen to be your partner in this strange detective game. It seems this Berncastel witch enjoys toying with people's fates and sneering at them. Wow, incredible. It's rare for someone to understand me on the day we meet. Apparently, I become something that gets called a witch in another world. And apparently, I'm the cause of some sort of crime. Is that my sin? It's no sin of yours. You are you. How things would be if the coin were flipped the other way isn't your problem. Thank you. Even so, I don't think anyone would be pleased to hear that they caused some sort of trouble in a world of a different fate. Please, tell me, what do I do in that other world? Berncastel, should we show the fragments to this kid? Will opened his hand, and something that looked like a pale blue, glowing shard of a crystal appeared there. It was a memory. No, a game record of all the games so far. Touch this. You'll be able to see your fate in other worlds. Your face is telling me that I would be happier if I didn't touch it. Of course, you've probably guessed, but the story here isn't a happy one. Even so, even if it is another world, it's still about me. You have both the right to know and the right not to know. If you can convince yourself that the one similar to, yet different from you, is a separate person, then touch it. Don't you want to know about the fate you might have reached? I ask this as your partner. Would you show that to me? As your partner, I would say, look. But as a friend, I would say, don't. Unfortunately, I'm not your friend. Then, as a partner, I have one last question. What? Are you a boy or a girl? Well, that was abrupt. I could see you as a fairly slender boy, but then again, I could also see you as a no-nonsense sort of girl. Even Berncastel has been intentionally keeping it a secret. She made Jessica call you our successor Sama all the time instead of me-san or they-san. You are quick. People often ask of me about my gender, so I always give the same irritated response. Which do I look like to you? In the fifth game, you are supposed to be a boy, but in many other games, you are thought of as a girl. In the sixth game, when Ushiromiya Battler was the master, two demons of different sexes appeared, but we didn't know which was which. In fact, strictly speaking, it started all the way back in the very first game. Your gender is one of the hidden mysteries that exist outside the games themselves. I would hate to give you an answer so easily, so I won't. We are partners, right? Does it really matter if I'm not the gender you would prefer? You're right. If we're working together on this, I don't care what your gender is. Thank you. I've developed a bit of a complex about it, so I'm glad to hear you say that. I'm all for gender equality. If someone's a waste of space, I'll smack them no matter who they are. And of course I'll pinch rude people no matter which gender they are. Slowly, Leon reached out and touched the fragment. A moment later, Leon seemed to undergo a violent bout of dizziness, and silently slumped over like a puppet with its strings cut. It was no surprise. When people who don't understand parallel universes have many different fates jammed into their heads, they tend to feel like their brains are swelling and their sense of self is melting away. Leon seemed to have lost consciousness. So, Leon had what it took to learn everything. A perfect piece to be your partner, wouldn't you say? I'll continue my reasoning. I've talked about the dead cat. Very true. Next up is the living cat. The only one who can kill the Beatrice of 1986 is the one who created her. There are tons of hints. If you think about it, they've been coming since back when Beatrice was running the games. That's true. In the fourth game, between Beatrice and Battler, Beatrice's origin became clear, and at that point, I learned who Beatrice was, and about that person's heart. What do you mean by that? The motive. The reason why Beatrice had to commit a game-like crime on October 5th, 1986, putting even her own fate on the line. Impressive. So you figured out the whodunit and the whydunit as early as the fourth game. Then, what about the howdunit? Once you know who the culprit is, theorizing about the howdunit isn't impossible. Those linked closed rooms in the third game were a pretty nice job. Almost made me feel like applauding. And the who am I from the end of the fourth game. The culprit can kill everyone at 2400 on October 5th, no matter where they are. By that moment, it's possible to form a certain sort of hypothesis. You might call that the other treasure of the Golden Land. So, you say you can reach all the answers by the fourth game. In other words, with just Beatrice's games. It's possible. After that, Lambda Delta's game and Battler's game were filled with even more hints, as is this game of yours. Well now, why don't you stop stalling for time and just tell me, who is the culprit? At that moment, though there hadn't been anyone but them in the chapel, small footsteps rang out. That silhouette slowly walked up to Will and Berncastel and gave a small bow. So, you've come. Did you call this person here? Yeah. Who done it? How done it? And why done it? I've understood this person's motive. And are you going to give up just because he's found out your motive? There's no concrete evidence, right? You could make a flashy fight of it with red and blue. That's not what this person wants anymore. They nodded slightly. Their wish was to be noticed. Once that happened, they had no need for trivial excuses or pointless word games. I believe that I understand your motive, your heart. I'm going to describe it now. I called you here to listen and correct me in your own words if I've gotten anything wrong. The two of them nodded to each other once more. In your 4 games, I found your message, and in the 3 games with different masters, I was able to picture the strange sort of fate that must have toyed with your life. It left me speechless. In every game, you die without revealing that truth to anyone. Having this person confess in this empty chapel might be pointless. However, even so, I believe it will give her some sort of salvation. People are only saved when someone understands them. No one understood this pitiful witch even after her death, even years later, and including the man she wanted to understand her most. It's about time someone forgave her. At the end of the fifth game, Battler finally understood. However, it took him so long and he didn't make it in time. So, even though she's alive here and now, Battler cannot save her. So, Battler isn't here at Beatrice's funeral. He won't come. He won't make it in time. This is Beatrice's funeral. You will confess. The Divine Master will hear, and I will forgive you. That's supposed to be Battler's job, but he didn't make it in time. So, you'll have to settle for me. And Beatu gave Battler so many hints too. Lambda also gave that idiot a ton of hints. I even got a good laugh in at Battler's game of repentance for missing so much. But I won't make anyone laugh. I'll just dispassionately carry out your funeral. No more talking from you. That's my job. If you're ready, let's begin. No one will rush you. Bernkastel has closed off time for eternity until your funeral ends. You have as much time as you need to prepare yourself emotionally. The silhouette slowly shook its head. It had come here because it was already prepared. Will nodded to show he understood. Then the two looked into Bernkastel's eyes, and Will spoke out clearly. This is the culprit. Listen. I am one, yet many. What I speak is our tale. However, this is a small world, sealed by glass and cork, with no one to hear. None shall lay eyes upon it, and my entire tale shall be sealed away, set adrift in the sea of my heart until it disappears amongst the seaweed. Ah, where is this place, and who am I? Then let me ask, where do you want it to be? Who do you want to be? Any place so long as it will wrap itself around me gently. Anyone so long as I am treated kindly. Yes, for us, for us. Where and who we are hardly matter. For us, it's such a trivial matter, at least until that day comes to pass. Why must we be thrown in the path of a new fate? Fate's pronouncement was sudden and abrupt. It wasn't the fate I would wish for, but it did make your heart pound. Where will the new fate take me? It doesn't matter where, so long as that place is kind to us. When we were brought to the temporary dwelling where sad, parentless children gather, was that a sign of God's salvation, or a lure into the demon's game where the new fate would torment us? We have no way of knowing, and yet we want to believe. We want to believe that it was God's salvation sent to us, a sign of the freedom, of the good news, the gospel. But why me? I have no religion. And it wasn't the gospel, but a demon's lure. And yet, we cannot go against fate. Oh, I am one yet many. I pray that the new fate brings us blessings. The time is 1976 AD in April, at a time still too cool to be called spring. In a strange new land, We were tormented by the same stale air and crafts. Chapter 1: A New Life. Oh, I am one yet many, and so the tale begins. Those are the family rules. They may be strict, but I believe that the discipline you learn in this house will serve you well in the future. Yes, madame. The servants who would start working this April all called out in unison. The rules of the Ushiromiya family are no more or less strict than those of the Fukuin house. However, we get paid a lot of money here. They also give us a lot of help in finding our next job. We work for the Ushiromiya family, store up money, use their influence to get a job at a good company, and start on a new, happy life. That was the dream, and it was a very realistic one, held by all of us at the Fukuin house. However, not everyone can become an Ushiromiya family servant. Only kids with a record of exemplary conduct and good grades are recommended. So, all of the kids who want to be sure of leaving the Fukuin house to live a happy life are feverishly devoted to their studies. That's enough for today. Tomorrow, you start early. Make sure the lights are all out at the appropriate time. That is all. Yes, madame. Thank you very much. After bowing until Natsuhi was no longer in sight, the new servants all followed the lead of one of the more experienced servants and raised their heads. Okay, we're done for the day. Starting tomorrow, you'll be following your shift schedule. The madame is very strict about time. If any of you sleep in, it'll be my responsibility. So if you do, I'll kick you awake. Got it? Of course, this experienced servant was one of the older girls from the Fukuin house. She's been here for 2 years, apparently. That's probably why all the other new servants, who are older than me, seem to know her well. That madame looks so strict. Dang, I'm tired. By the way, who is this kid? Why were you chosen to be a servant? The older servant pointed at me and asked the room at large, a dubious look on her face. It's no surprise, really. Most of us become servants when we graduate middle school or high school, but I'm just starting elementary school. The others will be working as servants every day of the week according to their standard shift schedule. However, on weekdays, I was going to go to the elementary school on Niijima with my lady, only working on weekends and when I had free time. It was an exception among exceptions, something that had never happened before. It was clear at a glance that the others, who had obtained their positions after a rigorous selection process, didn't like the fact that I was here too. Both Madame and Genji-sama have told me that you are to put your studies first, but you're still getting paid. Doesn't make any sense. If you're going to talk behind someone's back, at least do it behind them. She didn't even try to hide her discontent. Is this kid really that smart? A child prodigy or something? I never heard anything about that. Well, that kid supposedly gets sick easily and is kept isolated most of the time. A total outsider to the rest of us, even back at the house. Now that you're here, you're part of the collective responsibility system. If you screw up, it's the same as everyone from the Fukuen house screwing up. Make sure you don't, okay? I nodded weakly. I had never been threatened by someone this much older than me, and I was very frightened. Don't worry, I'll be there with you. Let's give it our all together, okay? Shannon smiled at me as she spoke. Isn't Shannon scared too? This house looks pretty strict. Nah, there's nothing scary about it. You just thought it was scary, so it got scary. Then if I thought it was fun, would it get fun? Yeah, it would. So here too, let's give it our all with a smile. Shannon was my only friend in the Fukuen house. She was confident and popular, the complete opposite of me. I was embarrassingly dull-witted, and no one wanted to be my friend. I would never have made it through those days in the Fukuen house had it not been for her encouragement. So I would probably make it through here too, with her by my side. Well, isn't it about time we got ready for bed? I've got work early tomorrow morning, but you have a different job. That's right. Unlike everyone else, I have to go to school. When I spend the night on Rockinjima, I have to get ready for school and wait for my lady at the dock. My lady looks like an energetic person. I hope you get along well. Do you think I will? I'm so scared of school, so nervous. I had grown used to life in the Fukuen house, so the more relaxed rules at school made life easy. But until I grew used to it, everything was new and everything made me nervous. My new life on Rokijima probably deserves an explanation. It was completely different from the comfortable yet stagnant life I had lived at the Fukuen house. In addition to the time I spent as a servant to the Ushiromiya family on Rokijima, I also traveled to the elementary school on Niijima on school days. It was the start of a time that was both rushed and busy, with hardly a moment to relax. Unlike the time I spent at the Fukuen house, I didn't get to sleep in the same bed every day. Half of the week, I slept in the servant waiting room in the Rokijima mansion. I would return from school with my lady, go to the mansion, and work there as a servant. I would then stay the night and go to school with my lady again the next day. When I didn't have work, I would return to the dormitory on Niijima, where I could have some time to myself in the room that I was assigned to. There was an adult dorm mother who strictly controlled mealtimes and lights out, but I was already used to that sort of life, so it wasn't hard for me. The rooms were slightly larger than average and housed 3 people each. However, either because of the number of people or some lucky chance, I was not given a 3-person room. Looks like we'll share a dorm room too. With Shannon by my side, I felt like I would be able to manage well enough. Correct. Every year, new servants came from the Fukuen house, replacing some of the old ones. It was something Father worked out with the house all on his own. The rest of us weren't allowed to meddle. And after all, our family would strictly discipline these children without families and support them on their path to adulthood, which I always viewed as the rich Ushinomiya family fulfilling its obligations to society. What sort of kids came to serve that you show me a family? I'm sure they were serious, cute kids of irreproachable conduct. It seemed to me that there were a lot of glaring hyenas among them. Let's say they had high ambitions. They were pitiable children without families. All were determined to use this rare opportunity to launch their careers so that they could take control of their lives. Did all of them have to balance school and servant work? That must be tough. You wouldn't be able to get much work done. Before that child, there were no cases of a servant going to school while they worked. To be honest, I was fairly surprised when that kid first came to meet me. So obviously young. The others were all around 16 or 18 years old, but that kid alone looked 10 years younger. That one extraordinarily young servant came to the family mainly for experience, so not much was expected of that child's ability as a servant. Indeed, you certainly couldn't rely on that kid as much as you could an adult, seasoned servant. To think that we would accept a child who hadn't even started school, no knowledge of housework, no practical experience, and not even finished with mandatory education. I don't know what father was thinking, but I always thought there was something clearly odd about it. I spoke to father about it. I asked if it might be better to wait for the servant to graduate middle school before starting here. And what did Kinzo say? Come on, we all know what he said. Oh, Beatrice. By that time, he was already a complete shut-in inside his study, obsessed with the occult. If you tried to talk to him when he didn't want you to, he would yell and tell you to stop interrupting the journey of his mind. And father's decisions are absolute. However, the case of this particular child just didn't make sense. I even asked the Fukuin house about it. They said to ask Genji-san. I then asked Genji-san, and he said to ask the master. And then you asked the master, and he said, Beatrice. No one knows the truth. Jessica was the only child on the island. The servants would often play with my daughter, but she wanted a friend of her own age, someone she could play with at home as well as at school. I began to think that father employed the servant out of pity for Jessica. But if that were the case, why wouldn't he talk to us about it beforehand? We should be the ones to decide which friends are suitable for our daughter. Scary. Nasuhi must have really hated taking her kid out in public. We should probably view this as an arrangement planned by Genji. Probably. Genji-san knew that the me in this world carried grandfather's blood, so he probably arranged for that me to be summoned to Rockenkima. Are you feeling okay now? It was a really big shock, that's all. I just feel a bit dizzy now. In this world, you're the successor. But if we move to a different world, you're a servant, or maybe a witch. You do have a troubled fate. No kidding. I don't regret learning about it, but if I could forget it now, I would. Isn't it interesting? Even though you're a servant, you're actually an illegitimate child of the head. Isn't that romantic, like some fairy tale? Romantic? Considering how Mom must have felt, I'm not sure what to think. True, in Natsuhi's eyes, the Leon of this world is nothing more than the baby she hated and was forced to raise. And in this world, she rejected that child. Naturally, he must adore her natural child, Jessica, a bunch more. A baby that doesn't share your blood is nothing more than a dirty, lukewarm sack of filth. Have some decency. Next time, I'll be the one pinching your butt. Thank you, Will. I think I understand more or less, and that's why I need to be grateful to my mother. She's raised me fairly all these years. Though at a probability so low, it would take a miracle to happen. Animals are always brutal towards children that don't carry their blood. Lions do that too, don't they? We can probably sketch out Genji's line of thinking. The lion beyond of this world is a true blood-related member of the Ushiromiya family. He must have wanted to let that child live on Rakajima somehow. However, it wasn't as though he could just suddenly show off Leon and tell everyone who this was. Yeah, maybe he wanted me to live on the island until I was used to it, and then reveal everything when the chance presented itself. However, the Leon of this world was not given special treatment. The silver ring doesn't actually exist. I wonder if that means grandfather never heard about me. That might mean that Genji never found a good opportunity to reveal the truth. Genji must have wanted to tell the truth one day, to tell that the orphan of Kinzo's beloved Beatrice was still alive. However, that was not an easy thing to say. Why wasn't it easy? Dummy, what would happen if Natsuhi found out? Oh, right, if Leon suddenly appeared, Jessica wouldn't be the successor anymore. Strictly speaking, Jessica wasn't the successor, but since she would be able to select the future successor, it all came to the same thing. The more one learns, the less simple this tale becomes. There were some who celebrated my birth, and some who did not. Genji could only wait in silence for the proper day to reveal it all. Was it a tale hidden only within Genji's heart? Leon and Kinzo and Natsuhi and Kraus and Jessica and everyone else. None of them knew this tale. Thus, the curtains slowly rose on this mysterious tale in the year 1976. Oh, I am one yet many. Why must fate abandon us and continue on its merry way? People found the young servant strange for the first month. Natsuhi and Kraus's protest came to naught. After all, there was no actual harm in it. So why not indulge Kinzo's whim? Eventually, everyone grew accustomed and began to accept this slightly abnormal everyday life. However, it was not so for the other Fukugan servants, who were always so close by and who believed that everyone should be treated equally. Their small bits of discontent over my special treatment began to accumulate as time went on. Nice work, Sawachi. How did it go today? Madame was really pissed off. She was like running her finger across the window sills. Yeah, and getting on Tadachi's case for cleaning slow. Come on, give us a break. All the kids in the Cocoon House are supposed to treat each other as family. Because of this, everyone hides their original names and uses their new blessed names. Maybe because the character is in the word Fukuin, that character is almost always combined with at least one character from the child's original name to make their new name. Still, just giving a person a new name doesn't mean they'll accept it so easily. Boys and girls who have lived in isolation and through various trials sometimes feel as though their real first and last names are a bond that's worth holding on to. So, most of the Fukuan children hate their names, calling out each other by nicknames based on their original names. Of course, that's only done privately. When in the presence of the house director or other important people, only the blessed names are used. On the job, the blessed names are used, and off the job, informal nicknames are used. Everyone's very used to living with two names like this, so they're all comfortable with how the system works. You stink. Go take a shower. Why is it so cramped in here? Can't they get a bigger dorm if they have that huge mansion? Hey, Garashi-san. Why is Yasu the only one who isn't in a three-person room? By Yasu, they probably mean me. I can't remember my parents at all, since they were gone as far back as my memory goes, but I was given the last name Yasuda, and apparently my nickname comes from that. How should I know? Genji-Sam is the one who decides the rooms. I don't like it either. Yes, seriously, wouldn't it normally go two and two? I mean, who is Yasu anyway? It looks like that kid's job is going to school with my lady or something. So what? Is being a school friend a profession now? Doesn't make any sense. Of course, on days when I am given work, I return to the mansion right after school and work alongside all the others. I help out with caring for the garden and cleaning up the mansion. I can't do any jobs on my own, so I'm always just helping out. Maybe because I'm young, the adult servants are always kind to me. My fellow Kikuan servants don't seem too happy about that though. Don't you think Kumasawa-san's obviously soft on Yasu? It's like she's mistaken Yasu for her own grandchild or something. And why on earth does that kid get paid the same as the rest of us? I don't get it. I realize that you have school to worry about, but don't forget that you're a servant too, okay? You need to stop being a helper and learn to do work by yourself like the rest of us. We aren't going to let you take it easy forever, okay? I have been trying my best. However, I'm not very strong yet, so I can't carry heavy things. I can't carry a lot of things either. I can't fold clothes right, and I'm not good at using a dustpan. I just can't do it as well as everyone else. As my face turned red, I spotted Shannon, who was watching from the sidelines and not joining in. Shannon is my only ally. Unlike me, she can do everything well. However, she'll never pamper me. She'll show me how things are done, but she'll never steal my jobs from me. She really is incredible. I really want to be like Shannon as soon as I can. She never talks behind people's backs, and no one talks behind her back. She's kind, and she gets along with everyone. I want to be like her, and she's always kindly watching over my efforts to become like her. Why did I end up here? I don't know. Though I had just been muttering to the ceiling, Shannon gave me an honest answer. I guess there's no way to say it, except that it's part of God's plan. Is this another test from God? Yep. Think of it as a test to help you grow into a wonderful human being. After all, you're a special, chosen person. Am I special? Of course you are. After all, everyone else here is huge, but you are the only one special enough to be chosen young. Why am I the only one who's little? I can't do any jobs by myself. Everyone complains that I'm just there to play with my lady. And yet, Madame made it clear that I am not to think of my lady as a friend or speak to her in a casual manner. You may be 10 years younger than everyone else, but that means if you keep it up until you're the same age as the others, you'll be much more experienced than the new people who come later. Even Genji-sama will acknowledge your talents, and you'll become a leader who can teach the new kids who come from the Fukuin house. And then I'm sure that everyone will respect you. By that time, even Madame, the master, and Kraus-sama will acknowledge your skills. That's your future. You mean like the ugly duckling becoming a swan? That might be it. After all, it was very unusual for you to be chosen as an Ushiromiya family servant. In fact, that rumor might be true, and you might be the secret child of someone in the Ushiromiya family. Shannon laughed, saying, "Wouldn't that be cool? And then you would be super rich too." But that didn't seem quite right to me. After all, if that was the case, why have I had to live all alone here in the Fukuin house? Shannon and people like the house director are the only ones who will play with me. I don't have any other friends to play with, and I spend all my time by myself in my isolated room. Maybe it's because I'm frail and always sleep a lot, but it
Stream
has been
Elements
lonely.
said, "Stay moist, my friends, hydrate."
Hey, Genji, how much did you know? You never talk about anything, but you've known everything since the beginning, haven't you? 19 years ago, you heard from Natsuhi that a servant had fallen from a cliff holding a baby. You went to the bottom of that cliff and realized that the baby was still alive, didn't you? I was not qualified to determine whether it was alive or dead. Then who was? The doctor, of course. What do you say, Dr. Nanjo? Are you certain? Is it all right for me to speak? If you are willing to tell the story yourself, then I ask it of you. Very well. I was contacted by Kenji-san immediately after the accident and asked to conduct an examination in secrecy. In secrecy? Why? Both the Beatrice of Kuadorian and her child were unregistered people who weren't supposed to exist. It would lead to various problems if it went public. I had started the procedures to have the baby registered, but they were not complete at that time. It was a very unfortunate time for the baby to die. So, the servant who fell was treated as having died alone in an accident. Natsuhi wouldn't talk to anyone. It would have been easy to set up. But that baby was alive, wasn't it? Correct. Of course, the child was gravely injured. It was a miracle that it survived that wound. If the angle had been slightly different, or if Genji-san had been any slower in carrying the baby to me, that baby only managed to survive thanks to a series of miracles. I had given up. I didn't believe the baby could have survived that. But it did. How strong and resilient is life? No, this is fate. Fate. So the baby was fated to live on and eventually accomplish something great. Yes, I did think it was fate. I thought the blood of the Kuadorian Beatrice Sama, whose life ended on Rock and Jima, must have imparted something onto this child to make it survive. However, Genji did not tell his master, Kinzo, that the child had survived. He simply said that it had fallen to its death in an unfortunate accident. Kinzo mourned, but his mourning was more one of madness than of sorrow. Beatrice, why have you run away from me once more? Why, even though I swore I would never make the same mistake again, why? There was one matter in which Genji did not trust the master he so respected. That matter was whether Kinzo would be capable of accepting Beatrice's grandchild as her grandchild. Genji had served the Kuadori and Beatrice for many years as well. He was very well aware of what she had felt. He knew that she had accepted the favor Kinzo had bestowed on her and respected him as a father. However, her love was not the same as Kinzo's love. Kinzo thought her to be Beatrice reborn, and tried to use her to satisfy the many feelings he had felt for the late Beatrice. Of course, the Kuadorian Beatrice could not accept those feelings. In the end, she had her chastity stolen by the one she thought of as her only family and respected as a father. She thought he was her father, and he thought she was his wife. Oh, what irreconcilable, forbidden love! This is not to say that I was incapable of understanding how Kinso-sama felt. At the moment of her birth, even he did not plan on taking advantage of her, due to her resemblance to the late Beatrice Sama. He even spoke to me about it a few times when we were drinking. I always thought he was just joking. Was he surprised to find that the daughter grew to look more and more like the mother? As the daughter grew, did he suffer from a forbidden emotion he couldn't suppress? I thought that he might commit the same mistake again. That was my view. Beatrice Sama suffered much, and yet she never truly understood the difference between her feelings and Kinzo's. Beatrice Sama consulted me many times, laying bare her deepest feelings. However, I was unable to tell her. That would be hard to say. Imagine telling her that the one she respects as a father wants to use her as a replacement for her dead mother. Let me say this for the sake of Kinzo-san's honor. He also suffered greatly. It pained him when he found that he could no longer think of his daughter as a daughter. I told him to love her as a father. I think Kinzo-san followed this logic and his conscience, and fought for quite some time. Kinzo loved her. He poured his affection onto the daughter that Beatrice had left behind. He did so as a father. And yet, if so, why did he give the daughter the same name as the mother? Yes, Kinzo's sin started from the moment she received life. She was born, and Beatrice died. He passed the name down from mother to daughter. From the moment of her birth, Kinzo had already decided that she was Beatrice reborn. So, then we get Leon. Kinzo, trying to atone for his sin, tried to make Leon a proper member of the Ushiromiya family. I get the feeling I'll get my butt pinched if I talk about other fragments, but what if there was a fragment where Leon is accepted and Kinzo commits the same sin again? Want to see if we can find one of those? Who would want to see something like that? Is this your job mixing up the worst possible delusions and possibilities for every part of a person's life and sneering at them. Unfortunately, that's the sort of demon she is. How rude. I'm a witch. Genji foresaw that worst of all possible futures, and trying to secure a better future, he intentionally lied about the baby being dead. Right. Kenzo was a man so impulsive that he used his own daughter. Genji, who knew Beatrice's feelings and felt sympathy for her, couldn't trust Kenzo so easily. Even Genji, Kenzo's most devoted servant. Genji draws a clear line between the professional and the personal. While he served Kenzo faithfully, he also felt that the mistake Kenzo had made with his daughter was not one to be forgiven easily. Could be, and to make sure that Leon wouldn't be found out easily, Genji lied about the kid's age, lowering it by 3 years. That's a good point. In this world, I'm just entering elementary school in 1976. I was actually supposed to become a fourth year then. If your frailness wasn't the reason, then Genji must have been careful to disguise the year of your birth. Not only Kenzo, but also Natsuhi wouldn't easily forget the baby from 19 years ago. If a suspiciously young servant of that age came to the island, Natsuhi's woman's intuition would definitely have picked up on it. Had the child been too sick to go to school for 3 years? Or had the age been faked so that Natsuhi wouldn't figure everything out? Either way, we know that your age has been lowered by 3 in this world. Correct. The age of this world's Leon has been altered by 3. This is a small, feeble kid we're talking about. An underdeveloped kid. It would have been more possible to pull off than you would think. Genji decided to wait and see. In the end, would Kinzo be able to accept Beatrice's child as an actual child or not? He had the child live in the Fukuin house until a suitable age, and then summoned the child to the island as a servant. Both father and child had no clue who the other was. Genji had an idea. If Kinzo truly felt affection as a parent, he would notice traces of that deceased mother and daughter in this child. That way, they would surely regain their parent-child relationship without anyone having to expose the truth to them. That's what he thought. Or perhaps the time might come naturally. When that happened, he could tell the truth to both father and child. Believing that this day would eventually come, Kinji told nothing of this to anyone. He watched over Beatrice's child, waiting for the fated day. And time continued to pass. Days slid by as he quietly watched over Beatrice's child. Chapter 2: The First Friend. Yasu, what did you do with the small broom? Didn't you use it to clean the window frames? The small broom is a little, thin broom that looks like a large paintbrush. We use it to clear out the dust in small corners like window frames. It's one of the cleaning tools I was put in charge of. Come on, that's your responsibility. What have you been doing, idiot? Quickly, go and find it. You have to do it before Madame finds out. What's up? Yasu lost the small broom again. The kid must be some sort of genius at losing things. That's why I'm always telling you never give things to Yasu. Yasu's always careless and losing things. Don't say that. Can't you see that this kid's working hard? Go on, hurry and find it. I'll wait for you. Okay. Not wanting to hear my fellow servants complain even more, I spun around and headed off. If you lose a tool, you get in trouble. If no one knows who did it, we all get yelled at. So one of them will probably tell Madame that it was my fault. Still, it really is my fault that I lost it in the first place. I wonder when I lost it. When? We cleaned out the entire chapel today. The chapel is a large building behind the mansion. However, no one ever goes near it normally. Even so, we are ordered to clean it a few times each year. Kinzo calls it a sacred building, so Nasui is very strict about it. We had cleaned every little nook and cranny from top to bottom. It had taken all day. I had been in charge of cleaning the window frames, but I had also been given many smaller tasks. While those small jobs were keeping me busy, I completely forgot about the small broom. And I must have left it lying around somewhere. I began to hate myself for it. This isn't the first time this has happened. It happens all the time. Every time I set something down, it always disappears. It goes somewhere else, vanishes. I thought it was probably the witch, Beatrice, pranking me. The ghost of the witch gained power from Rakanjima's evil spirits and was reborn. Until Kumasawa-san told me, I never knew the meaning of the shrine on the rocks by the sea. Kumasawa told an old tale passed down among the local fishermen. Rakanjima used to be known as Akujikishima. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. Yeah, okay, I figured it out, I think. I figured it out. And terrible evil spirits who ate human souls lived there. Hey, Kumasawa, let us hear too. Tell us a scary story of Rakanjima's evil spirits. Very well, very well. Rakanjima was once called Azu Kishima. However, even deeper in the distant past, it was known as Akujikishima. Okay, hold on, I'm going to type something out real quick. Having a difficult time doing it in my head. And then F-U N 4 5 It was rumored that sailors who went too near the island were dragged down to the bottom of the sea and had their souls eaten. Yes, frightening spirits such as those do exist on this island. It was Kumasawa's favorite ghost story. Every new servant who came to the island heard about it. Such stories are usually laughed off, But when stormy nights visited Rakajima, bringing eerie howling to that lonely island where nothing exists except the Ushiromiya mansion, everyone would listen meekly. The shrine by the coast was there to steal the evil spirits away, and the master had that creepy occult hobby. And the mansion was so spooky, it was easy to picture something hiding in the shadows. True, true. The traveling Shugenja monk was only barely able to suppress those spirits. The seal just managed to hold them, but to this very day they wander through the mansion night after night, searching for a victim. Have you seen the master's study? I have. It's like some kind of demon laboratory. There's that rumor about the master researching demons. They also say he's researching how to revive his mistress, Beatrice. Didn't they say he was gathering children to be sacrifices for his magic experiments? Scary. What would you do if the master asked you to come into the study alone? I heard that long ago one kid went into the study and never came out. That must have been a victim of the experiment to give Beatrice's ghost a new body. Very true. Beatrice Sam has become a ghost and wanders around searching for a body. The VIP room on the second floor is where Beatrice Sam dwells. You must always be respectful when cleaning that room. If you aren't, in the eyes of teenage boys and girls with their powerful imaginations, the ghost story was both terrifying and fascinating. It gave them a sense of solidarity since they all got to experience the same tale. Then that sharing became an obligation, and accepting the story became a rite of passage for joining the community. This was something that had been passed on since long ago. That's right. Back when I first started work at Rokijima, I heard that story from Kumasawa-san and the older servants. I heard about it too, mostly from Nei-san. I heard it too, from Kumasawa-san mainly. So, not only the timid-looking Shannon, but a boy, Canon, and a big adult, Goda, believed in the ghost story. Well, I didn't really. There are tales of ghost stories and jinxes in all jobs. There were several stories of the sort at the hotel I once worked at. So, you thought it was silly and you didn't mind it at all. I think there was a need to blend with the community. That's it. Ghost stories and jinxes are the local rules of your workplace. If a newcomer breaks those rules, they can't expect to be welcomed in. If I said witches couldn't possibly exist, that the whole idea was ridiculous, then I would get into a fight with Nei-san. It was easier if I just appeared to go along with it. Come on, if you think that way, you'll be cursed. There was one servant who got seriously injured. All workplaces have stories like that. No matter how incredible the ghost stories and tales about the company founder are, you accept and believe them. That's what it means to blend in with your new workplace. Wow, everyone's so mature. I went to each window around the chapel in the order I had cleaned them, searching carefully in all the places I might have left it. I had been cleaning the windows with it, so it had probably been set down near one of those. Why did I leave it behind? I wonder. Now that I think about it, I don't think I had it anymore when I reached the last window, so I must have completely forgotten to clean that window frame. Through the window, I could see the others leaving one after another. Shannon turned around and glanced up, looking worried. I don't want to be responsible for making everyone wait, so I'm actually glad they're leaving without me. If I said I wanted them to wait for me, I would be relying on them too much. The sun's beginning to set, and the chapel's getting darker and darker. I don't want to hang around any place like this all by myself. I had better find the small broom fast. No, that's not all. I also need to clean the window frames. I forgot. Madame is strict. She'll probably check all of the windows carefully. If she does, I'll be the one who gets in trouble tomorrow. But really, where did I lose it? Why did I lose it? The darkness grew and grew. When it became dark enough that I would need a light before long, I began to panic. I dashed around and around the chapel, tears streaming down my face. As I stumbled about pathetically, I could feel the presence of a prankster witch giggling at me from the crack of the door and gaps in the ceiling. The ghost of Beatrice, the master's mistress, wanders about in search of a body to this very day. As she absorbs the power of Rockinjima's evil spirits, her strength steadily grows, and she waits for the day of her resurrection. And, for some reason, she's peeking out at me, and if I ever take my eyes off something for a second, she snatches it away and hides it. This isn't the first time this has happened. Whenever I look away, keys, handkerchiefs, pencils, erasers, all of them vanish almost right away, even though I was planning to use them later or just wanted to put them in their proper place. They disappear as soon as I turn around. It isn't someone hiding them as a prank. It's happened many times when I'm the only person around. Everyone always says I'm too careless and forgetful, and they laugh at me, get mad at me. I do try to be alert, but like some kind of bad joke, I lose things easily when I forget about them for just a short while. So, sometimes I think this eraser is going to disappear sooner or later, and I stare at it, but at those times alone, it doesn't disappear. Nothing disappears when I'm alert, but as soon as I think I'm safe, the tension relaxes just a little bit, and something else will disappear. Why is it always me? Yeah, I hear you. I can tell that the witch is laughing at me as I lamely run around in circles. Listening to that voiceless laugh, I finally slammed my hands against the wall, crying tears of frustration. Please, just stop it. Why do you always hide my things and get me in trouble? And the witch answered, Fool, isn't it obvious? Why else except to entertain myself by watching me wander about pointlessly? I couldn't bear it. Even though I knew what she said was true, hearing it said directly was incredibly annoying. I understand. That small room probably is somewhere in this chapel. No, that's not quite it. I'm sure that the moment before I reached this window, it was right there on the window sill. That's right, I'm sure I put it by this window. But the prankster witch Beatrice used her magic, and just before I reached the spot, she instantly teleported the small broom to the next window over. The instant I approached that window, a hole appeared beneath the small broom, swallowing it up, and it came out by the next window after that. It landed right inside it, as though it had been there the whole time. And this happened over and over again. As I ran up to that window, the small broom fell into a magic hole and went to the next window. And when I went to that window, it went to the next window. And I realized that she was just making fun of me. So no matter how much I searched, it would be useless. But if I stop searching, it'll be just sitting there by one window or another. So, this isn't a search, it's a test of endurance. I kept chasing after the small broom, and Beatrice kept making it escape to the next window over, trying to make me give up. This is an eternal chase that'll end only when one of us gives up. So, I kept going around and around, even to windows that I knew I had already searched. If it's not by this one, then try the next one, and the next one. And the witch kept moving the small broom to the next window, and the next. Just give it a rest. How long are you going to make fun of me? This isn't the only time. You always do this. The shrill, voiceless laugh of the formless witch continued to mock my sobbing. The witch is right beside me, laughing at me. As I dash around the chapel, she's following along with me, taunting me. Then she must be there. She's right behind me, just over my shoulder, still cackling away. I know that turning around won't help, since she has no form. I can try to look, but I mustn't look with my eyes. Once my eyes tell me there's nothing there, I won't be able to see anymore. I learned that from the director of the Fukuin House. You mustn't try to see with your eyes. You must see with the eyes of your heart. The whole world is filled with God's love. In the many blessings of everyday life, one can see God, angels, and the Holy Ghost. If you try to look with your eyes, you won't see them, so you won't be able to see them, so you won't be able to feel them or understand them. With the eyes of the heart, you will quietly understand. You don't look at their image, you see and draw them with your heart. In this way, I learned how to recognize beings not of this world at the Fukuin House. It doesn't just mean being able to see God. This power lets one see all of those not of this world. Please, stop it now. Stop this prank. So, you can speak to me. I'm clumsy, bad at my job, and I do put things down and forget about them a lot. But I know which things were my fault and which things were because of your pranks. How amusing! Not only can you perceive me in my formless state, but you even understand my little game. It seems you're a more interesting creature than I thought. Yasu. I'm usually called Yasu when one of the older servants is laughing behind my back at some mistake I've made. So, when I hear that name, it feels bad. She called me not by the blessed name given to me by the Fukuin House, but by that unblessed name. Upsetting the heart is a classic move that evil beings make. They do it to make it harder for people to notice their presence. To beings like witches, being understood is like shoving them out into the light of day. It won't work. In the Fukuin House, I learned how to perceive those not of this world. So, I'm already able to understand you. Very interesting. You've taken me, it being so faint that I would fly away if you flew on me, and trapped me, perceived me. You're an interesting kid, Yasu. It won't work. I've now understood and perceived you. No matter how many unpleasant things you say, you'll just expose the ugliness of your heart. Without turning around, I slowly let my range of vision fill the entire chapel. It was as though the viewpoint of my soul was floating out from the shell of my head. See, inch by inch, my range of vision is floating out of my head and drifting upwards. As I look down at myself, standing there with head hanging and eyes tightly shut, the eyes of my heart very slowly rose up to the ceiling of the chapel. And when I looked down from there, I saw myself standing in the center of the chapel, and the witch standing behind me. Apparently, the witch realized that I could see her. She turned around and raised her eyes to look at the eyes of my heart floating by the ceiling. At last, I could see the witch Beatrice, and with the eyes of my heart, a mere human that can perceive my form. The demonic lips twisted in an ugly curve. It was clearly a challenging, repulsive demon smile. She wore a blood red dress and hat. The design was completely different from anything humans wore. Her hair was blonde, and it had countless beautiful curls like a princess from a picture book. But there was no trace of cuteness about her. I did think you were a bit different from the other humans, but it seems I was mistaken. Forget just a bit. You're nothing like those other humans. You sad witch who can be seen by no one, heard by no one. Have you been pulling these pranks all the time just to catch the attention of humans? I use what little magic I have to interfere when humans aren't looking. But no matter what I do, none of them think it's magic. They decide that they just made a little mistake and blow my existence away like the candles on a cake. If so, then I've just saved you because I understand you and have perceived you. Save me. To me, this is meeting with you as nothing more than a new way to kill time. It's getting dark. I don't have time to play with you anymore. My apologies. I was so engrossed that I didn't notice the time. Please give it back. My cleaning tool. That small broom, or whatever you call it, it's right there, by the next window. But as soon as I get close, you'll move it to the next window over. My form is elusive, as is my magic. With a snap of my fingers, I can do anything. The witch snapped her fingers, and various things throughout the chapel were sucked into a black pitfall beneath them, disappearing. No, they didn't disappear. The instant they vanished into the dark holes, or other dark holes appeared in completely different parts of the chapel, and the vanished objects fell out of those. Chairs, musical scores, clocks, and basses started appearing and disappearing all across the room. It made it feel as though countless tools were flying about the chapel. I can do things like this, but don't. After all, this would be a bit beyond a mere prank, don't you think? I wonder what the difference between a prank and magic is to a witch. When she snapped her fingers again, all of the loud, flying objects returned to their original spots, and silence fell. I've taken a liking to you. You've perceived and captured me. It works the same in reverse. I've perceived and captured you. The Fukuan director told me not to try and see evil beings. If you see them, they will possess you. Now that I understood this witch, a bond had been formed between us. That is correct. Now that you have acknowledged my existence, I have formed a bond with you. After all the years I've spent in boredom, it will be nice to have a young kid like you to talk to. I'll talk to you from time to time. So, will you stop pulling pranks like this? No, I'm not here to talk to you, but to play with you. And if we're playing, pranks are just part of the game, right? Very well. I've had enough fun for one day. The sun has sunk and the moon is full. I'm a bit tired after appearing in front of you for so long. Let us call it a night. Look how much fun you had with just a single broom. Please, give it back. No way. I'll keep this as a token of our meeting. Got a problem with that? If I said I did, would you give it back to me? I never listen to humans. However, I might lend an ear to a friend. If you give it back, I'll acknowledge you as a friend. Foolish human, did you actually think that alone would make me want to feel? If you want to make a deal with me, try drawing a mysterious magic circle or two. And yet, I might consider your proposal. What do you mean? You might. I'll take my time in deciding whether you're worthy to be my friend. And after all, to be a witch is to be a contrarian, an amano jaku. If you ask us for an answer, we'll never give you one right away. Understood? Then, I'll leave the small room with you. Please give it back when you decide to become my friend. Very well. Will this broom become a bridge of friendship between us, or not? I will hang on to it for now, making my decision in my own good time. With the witch snapped her fingers, the broom for which I had searched so long fell out of a hole in the air, landing between the fingers she had just snapped. This is goodbye. This game with you is far from boring. Let us play again sometime. If you're my friend, that is. When a cat toys with a mouse, does it try to become friends with it first? The witch faded away. As she did, the eyes of my heart shut themselves. When I returned to my body, I felt suddenly tired and let out the breath I had been holding. Of course, when I turned around, there was no one to be seen. I couldn't feel the witch's presence anywhere anymore. It had gotten very dark by this time. I decided to leave the chapel. There's no point in searching for the small broom any longer, not until the witch decides to give it back. I went out of the chapel. The chapel key had been left in the lock. I used it to lock the door. What am I going to do about the small broom? There's nothing I can do. I can't even blame the witch. I must acknowledge that I'm responsible for giving the witch a chance. When I happened to glance downwards, I saw a small broom lying there by my feet. It was the broom I had been searching for all this time. Don't tell me that it'll be swallowed up by a dark hole the instant I bend over to pick it up. No, this is a sign from the witch, a sign that she acknowledges me as a friend. I picked it up. Oh, I am one, yet many. The first friend I made after coming to the island was apparently not a human at all. However, when I think back on it, it was only natural. What other sort of friend would you expect to make on a witch's island? This was the first meeting between me and Beatrice. However, as some of you listeners may have noticed, this was not a meeting with the real Beatrice. The witch I then called Beatrice would later be known by another name. However, she was clearly not human, and being bonded with one who is not human means being bonded with their world. I still had no way of knowing the varied fates that waited for me on Rockinjima. End of Chapter 2, The First Friend. Yeah, seriously. Not only was Yasu slow-witted, that kid also lost stuff all the time. But even so, Yasu always had this look, like someone else had taken whatever it was away. It really pissed me off. That kid just didn't know how to concentrate. If you always act in that dreamy way without thinking, it's no surprise that you'll do bad work. But it was only like that in the beginning, right? After some time, that kid started concentrating, and all that bad stuff stopped happening. Really? Well, it was all stuff that anyone should be able to do anyway. Learning to do things that everyone can do is part of growing up. I doubt the rest of you were so clever about everything when you first started. Yes? Are you kidding? If we weren't clever, we would never have been selected to work for the Ushinomiya family. We're supposed to be the elite. The fact that Yasu was young was no excuse. That's right. If Yasu is supposed to learn cleverness by growing up, then that should have been done before coming to work for the Ushinomiyas. Come on, that kid worked really hard to balance school and work. I think you're all being too harsh. We were selected because we made it through a harsh process, right? There's no need for us to pamper Yasu. I'm sick of this. I don't get why someone as dull-witted as Yasu was chosen. Being selected as an Ushiromiya family servant was an achievement that all fluent children respected. The older servants had achieved glory by making it through the strict selection process. Yasu was so clumsy that they all wondered why that child had been chosen. Of course, Yasu was working very hard for a child of that age. However, before long, the unsatisfied older servants started being mean to Yasu whenever they got the chance. Even after getting used to life on Wakajima, Yasu didn't manage to make a single friend. At least, not any human friends. Chapter 3, Days Enraptured. Yes, that can sometimes happen, and always when you're busy. Perhaps a fairy is pulling pranks on you. It's a witch pulling pranks on me. I mean, I knew I had put it right there, and when I looked away for just a second, it had disappeared. The witch had pranked me again. I left my master key behind. Madame found out, and I got in a lot of trouble. But I always put my master key in my pocket after I use it. Why was it in a place like that? And this is the third time it's happened. The last two times, I realized that wasn't in my pocket and managed to find it before anyone found out. But the third time, Madame found it. I was really mad and frustrated with that witch in the red dress. Beatrice Samus pranks can be quite troublesome, but if you're dealing with a witch, shouldn't a ritual of some sort do the trick? A ritual? Kumasawa-san started fishing through the kitchen cupboards, saying, "Now where did that get to?" The thing she finally found and brought to me was a kite string. She stretched it out for me to see, then used a knife to cut off a 50-centimeter piece. Try tying this to the end of the key, then tie the other end to her pocket button or some other place that doesn't stick out. This charm represents the ritual of the spider web. A spider web, like the ones the evil spirits of Wakajima fear? Good. I'm glad you remember. It is said that the spider webs on this island are imbued with magical power, and that they can be quite effective at repelling evil. See, if you stretch it out like this, it looks like a spider web, doesn't it? This way, that spider web hating Beatrice won't be able to prank you anymore. That does make sense. It really does look like a spider web when pulled tight. Since Kumasawa-san says so, it must have some pretty strong evil repelling power. I can just ask her to make several of those kite strings for me, and then I can tie them to everything I don't want to lose. But, of course, that wouldn't be very practical. I would have strings all over me. What about things I can't keep tied to me, like pencils and erasers? For times like that, there's a different ritual. All you have to do is make a house for Mr. Pencil and Mr. Eraser. Make a house. You mean build a roof and a bed and stuff? You aren't actually building a house, you're giving them one. For example, take the knife I cut the string with. I want to go home. He's such a lonely kid that he wants to go home the moment he steps outside. So, if you leave him anywhere else, he'll get lost and start crying. See, we just left Mr. Knife lying there, so he got lonely and started crying. Poor thing, we have to get Mr. Knife home. Mr. Knife's house is right here. See, his whole family of knives is waiting for him. Mama, I'm home. Welcome back. See, Kumasawa-san returned the knife to the knife holder under the sink. Even though she had done something so ordinary, I felt slightly moved, as though the lost little knife had finished his adventure and finally returned home. Once he slid into the spot he was supposed to be in, all the knives would be together and could have a party. Then Kumasawa-san said we should give them their privacy and shut the door. The poor things hidden by the witch must get lonely easily. So, when the witch tells them she'll take them somewhere fun, they're happy to go along with her. How can you stop them from doing this? Take them home right away. They're lonely, naughty kids, so they'll go with the witch if they get the chance. So, you must always take them home quickly. Look at that, Mr. Key you just tied to a string. He's sitting there all alone, crying and asking you to put him in his home in your pocket. I'm lonely. The voice of the lonely Master Key finally reached my ears. I hurried to pick it up, took the other end of the string and tied it to my pocket button, and put the key in my pocket. See? I'm home. Mr. Key gets lonely so easily, so let's take him home right after we use him, okay? If you keep making little friends like this, even Beatrice Stammer won't be able to prank you much longer. When break time was over, and I stood up to see what I should help with next, I felt a tug, and the key ring with the master key fell to the floor. Once again, I had left the master key on the side of the sofa and forgotten it was there. The instant I stood up, the string pulled on it and it fell to the floor. Without Kumasawa's spiderweb charm, I would probably have left that master key lying here again. The master key left all alone would have been led away by the witch and disappeared. That was close. And, once again, I heard the master key, who had almost been left on its own, cry and tell me that it wanted to go home. I'm sorry. Come on, let's go back home to my pocket. Yay, I'm home! Thank goodness. I almost got pranked by the witch again. Oh, what's this? What an amusing notion, using string like that. All of a sudden, I heard a wild, shocked voice from over my shoulder. It was a voiceless voice. A witch's voice, the kind you can't hear unless you try. Beatrice? That's me, my friend. You forgot about your key again, and just when I was about to tease you a bit. It's a spiderweb charm that Kumasawa-san showed me. Apparently it does its job well. Indeed, I hate to admit it, but it does. I certainly wouldn't want to touch that. After all, you wouldn't want to put your finger on a razor and slide it across, would you? That's a scary example. My finger hurts just thinking about it. But good for you. You didn't have to get yelled at by Natsuki or losing your key again. You should be thanking me. Why? Because I annoyed you. You learned of that ritual, correct? Thanks to that, you've managed to avoid the screw up of forgetting where you had left your key once again. In other words, it is all thanks to me. Don't I deserve some gratitude? I really don't like it, but she does have a point. Because of all the trouble Beatrice caused me, I talked to Kumasawa-san and learned the ritual from her. Even without the witch's pranking, if I didn't have that ritual, I would have gone to my next job and left the master key here. If that happened, then surely I would have been able to find the key, and it would have been a big mess. We call this punishment to make an example. By magnifying your mistakes, I've shown you what they are. As a friend, don't you see how much you've grown? I get the feeling that Kumasawa-san is the one I should be thanking, not you. My, what a thankless job we witches have. Anyway, I win this time. Okay, I need to get back to work now. Very well, my friend, we'll call this your victory. However, I'm bad at giving up. I'll keep watching you even more closely now until I can even the score. Prepare yourself. There are still several small items that a person like you is likely to forget. You can't attach strings to all of them. The spiderweb ritual isn't the only one I have. I also learned the take them home ritual. I won't let you have your way anymore. Let's see how well you actually do. Even so, that's quite the bright smile you've got there. When a witch appears, it should be time to cry, not laugh. Your break time is over. See if you can manage to do your job today without slowing down the older servants. Sure, today is Sunday and the weather is wonderful. I had better do my best. Indeed, get to it with all you can manage. Oh, that's right. Sannon's been in a bad mood all morning. You had better try and avoid eye contact with her. Also, your fortune for the day is water hazard. Make sure you take care when standing near buckets of water. This is you we're talking about. I'll be waiting for you to knock over a bucket and get scolded just like usual. Thank you, Beatrice. Back when I still couldn't see her, I simply hated this prank-loving witch. But now that I could talk with her, it felt as though she wasn't all bad. Of course, there was no need for me to be grateful to her, to the witch called Beatrice, who despises boredom. Mocking the misfortune of others is like what eating food is to us. Humans and witches are different, incompatible beings, and yet it felt as though we could become friends. Of course, she's still a witch. I mustn't get careless.
Stream elements, said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
And yet, not being careless is a good thing. Thanks to the tricks and rituals I use to keep her at bay, I'm able to concentrate. That could hardly be a bad thing. Those things will be useful for my job and my life, even when I don't have to worry about the witch's pranks. I see. So this witch called Beatrice really is like a demon. Apparently, it's possible to build up a friendship even while speaking hostilely to each other. Ever since then, there was an incredible change in that kid because of all the rituals. That's right, that child was quite faithful when it came to obeying rules and flawlessly followed all of the rituals I taught. You mean by attaching strings to everything and by doing that going home thing all the time? Yes, that kid would sometimes say it out loud. It was a really cute, like watching someone play house with a bunch of tools. Just like a kid. But they were a kid, right? With adults, you can say something one way and all of them will understand. However, there really are many different types of kids, and you need many different ways to teach them things. If you can find just the right way, they learn quite easily. Some kids learn better when they're punished, and some learn better when they're praised. I used to scare a neighborhood kid and tell him that a fairy would take his things if he didn't keep good track of them. This was the same, except the fairy became a witch. Still, doesn't that sound like fate? After all, you knew this kid was Beatrice's child, didn't you? Yes, I did know. It must have been strange to tell Beatrice's child that the witch Beatrice would play pranks on you unless you put your stuff away neatly. When the child came and told me that a witch was stealing things and pulling pranks, it made me think. I took it as a sign that the late Beatrice Emma had become a witch and was coming to teach her child to keep track of things. That's why I thought this the best way to teach that child. The kid started out with a bad reputation for forgetting and losing things, but also got got a lot more cheery after overcoming those bad habits. By surpassing weaknesses, those weaknesses become strengths, and that is how people gain confidence and grow up. Those small spurts of growth made me feel as though this was my own grandchild. Thank you, Genji-sama. Good work with the big cleanup today. We never know when an important guest might come and borrow one of the rarely used rooms. It is important that you do not slack off in your cleaning. Of course, all of us are fully aware of this fact. I hope that is the case. When I looked around, I found this. Whose is it? Genji took a master keyring out of his pocket. Apparently, someone had dropped their master key. All the servants swung around to look at me, the usual offender. Come on, Yasu again. You shouldn't be so quick to judge. I have mine, of course. There's no way I would drop something that important. And the rest of you. I have mine. Got it. So it was you, Yasu. Do you still not get it, even after that scolding Madame gave you? You're just so... Normally, I would cower and apologize under their glares, whether I was guilty or not. However, I've changed. So, I proudly held up the key with the string still attached. A device to keep yourself from dropping it. A commendable precaution. Genji-sama's face was as expressionless as ever. However, those were unmistakably words of praise. That's right, you won't drop them anymore. After all, you have your ritual now. That's right. I nodded proudly, a huge smile on my face. The proud experience of that day, of that moment, would be engraved into an unforgettable page in the memory of my young life. So, whose key did Genji find? There was only one servant who hadn't raised their key. As she muttered, "It has to be Yasu's key, not mine," and fished in her pocket. Her face went pale. You mustn't slack off, even when doing your everyday tasks. But everyone makes mistakes from time to time. I will not press the point, but blaming your teammate instead of reflecting on your own actions is not something I would consider praiseworthy. My apologies. The older servant turned red and hung her head. Behind her, though no one else could see it, was the witch. My friend will not make the same mistake again. After all, even though I've always got my eyes on this kid, I can never find a chance to try anything. But it's a shame. If this girl here has lost her key, I should have tried pranking her long ago. Please don't prank people other than me. Did you say something? No, nothing. I tried not to feel vindictive, but after being called dull-witted for so long, I was finally able to hold my head up high. On that day, for the first time, I truly felt as though I had gotten used to life as a servant of the Ushiromiya family. When people compliment you, it feels like they've acknowledged you. It's very important. People can't grow without it. And what happens when people grow? First, it becomes possible for them to find some leeway. Jobs that used to make them scared, that made them worry about whether they were doing the things the right way or not, can then be carried out with confidence. That's right. Once things become easy, that gives you some latitude. And what happens next? It gives you a chance to enjoy your time more. As Genji might say it, it gives you time to relax your mind. If you're tense all the time, that just wears you out. It's good to take it easy for a bit, if you can. You mean you learn so much that you can start slacking off on the job? It sounds bad when you put it that way. However, there's nothing wrong with cleverly carrying out your tasks quickly and using your free time to enjoy yourself. Times like that are what enriches a human's life. Come to think of it, Goda plays crosswords a lot between jobs. He also invents dishes with the leftover ingredients. Playing a bit and refreshing yourself can also be good for your efficiency. You might say that inventing dishes combines work and play. Even Kenji slacks off when no one's looking. He'll watch TV or swipe some of his master's drink, and he reads complicated books. Even Genji. In short, it's all about cleverly using the gaps between jobs to play. If it goes too far, it can turn to laziness. However, people only become mature when they learn to balance work with pleasure. Simply put, if all you care about is work all the time, you're not fully mature. So, that kid learned how to play between jobs. It's hard to imagine that overly serious kid slacking off at work. It started with learning how to interact with people. That kid formed a relationship with Kumasawa, the person who was always kind, and started borrowing books from her and talking together about them. Even I had friends at school, but because of my work, there was no chance to deepen our friendship. Jessica was always kind and modest, but there was Nasuhi's stern order to think of, so we couldn't play together very much. So, at that time, Kumasawa, the one who was always as kind as a mother to me, was the person I felt closest to. Kumasawa was old enough to have grandchildren. They couldn't run around and play together. We developed an interest in Kumasawa's hobby. And what's Kumasawa's hobby? Books. It might be hard to believe, but Kumasawa was a huge mystery novel fan. So, the kid wanted to find out what sorts of books they were and started reading them. That's right. The nice thing about mystery novels is that you can talk about them while you read them. Even Kumasawa, who already knew the answer, must have enjoyed listening in and hearing what sorts of theories a young intellect could create. Of course, I didn't start right away with the complicated books Kumasawa read. First, I asked for her recommendations and got books from the school library. I would even bring them into the servant room and read a bit during every break. Every time a new theory popped into my head, I told Kumasawa about it, and she, who already knew the answer, would nod at my theory and grin. That was a lot of fun for me. Are you going to take a bath? Bath time's almost over. Yeah, just a bit more. Another one of the Indian figures just disappeared. You've become a total mystery nut. If you get too excited reading, you won't be able to sleep again. God damn it. Really? Well, Beatrice is making things disappear on this end now, too. Really, Beatrice? Really? Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. There you are. And now the chair is trying to break again. Yep, yep, yep. Not fall apart. Okay. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. According to Kumasawa-san, the culprit has already appeared, but I don't have a clue who it is. What's that book called? It's by Agatha Christie, and then there were none. I cannot um, recommend that book enough. That is an absolutely fantastic book, by the way, guys. It's really interesting, almost like it's a crime happening on Rockinjima. That's a really famous mystery novel, isn't it? Wasn't that one a perfect crime, at least until the culprit confesses to the truth in a message bottle at the end? An incredible book. I'm enjoying myself, so don't spoil me. Go take a bath now. I'll go by myself later. Okay, okay. See you later then. Don't forget to take a bath, okay? Holding a change of clothes, Shannon smiled amusedly as she left the room. I probably won't be able to read the whole thing tonight. Even though I know that, I just keep turning the pages, unable to find a good place to stop. My new joy, the mystery genre, the mental game of thinking and theorizing, and also talking about it with Kumasawa-san. All that left me enraptured. It would seem you've become a complete bookworm. Well, if you do stay up and get sleepy, that just makes my job easier. We can't have that. I had better find a place to stop soon. In the ancient times I was born in, pleasures such as mystery novels didn't exist. I've been reading over your shoulder, and this truly is a captivating read. Beatu, who do you think is the culprit? And then there were none? Yeah, who is this Uno, I wonder? The culprit who lured the victims to the island, of course. There are no more than 10 people on this island, and Uno doesn't exist. Someone must have stranded them on the island, waited somewhere far away for them to die of starvation. No, that's not right. He or she is on the island. They're one of the 10 people. I just don't know who. How do you know that there are only 10 people on the island? That's just how it is. Since, if you doubt that, you're stuck. Or it's just a standard rule of the mystery genre, or the culprit owns the island, correct? They may be hiding in some hidden room. Or perhaps they're like me. They may be a 1,000-year-old witch. No, no, if they went to such lengths to kill a mere 10 people, they couldn't be 1,000 years old. 495 years old at best, I would say. Closed rooms do appear a lot in mystery novels, and books often use the phrase, it could only conceivably have been done with magic. And here I am, with a witch right before my eyes. It's a complicated feeling. Very entertaining, these closed room murders. Once you read the answer, it becomes a tale of humans, or a mystery novel. But if you take out the part that reveals the answer, it becomes a tale of witches, or a fantasy novel. That's an interesting way to look at it. So, there's only a tiny difference between human novels and fantasy novels. If a trick exists, it becomes a human novel. If there isn't one, it's a witch novel. Simply take out the last few pages of that book you're reading, and you might think of Lady Hugh and Owen as a witch on the same level as myself. That might be surprisingly wise, coming from you. So, The culprit of an answerless detective novel is a witch. All of the dark places in this world belong to us witches. So, I could reign as the culprit for all detective novels across the world. Except, if you reason it out right and find the true answer, then the witch is done for. These detective novels can be quite intriguing, it seems. This looks to be a truly entertaining thinking game. That's right, this is a thinking game. You fight against the book, make a theory, and then compete against friends who have also read the book. Perhaps, but it's also a fight between humans and witches. Will you allow for or deny the magic of my closed room murders? Call it a chess match of mystery. So, it isn't a book I'm reading, but a challenge against you. Indeed, as Shannon said a short while ago, this story apparently has the truth revealed by a message bottle at the end. So, if you can't expose the truth of the tale before that point, you lose. After all, the message bottle just happened to drift somewhere that could be seen. If it got smashed and sank before anyone saw it, this would be a perfect crime, or in other words, a witch's crime that's impossible for humans. That's a fun way to look at it. A fight between me and the witch. Yeah, I really like that thinking of it that way. Starting now and until you finish reading, I am Lady Owen, the 495-year-old witch. Can you see through my deserted island murder tricks? I do have one theory. You want to play with me, don't you? I've been reading books so much you've gotten lonely. That too. Incidentally, the game Beatu and I played around, and then there were none, ended with my defeat. In the end, I wasn't able to build a satisfying theory, and I had to learn the truth from the message bottle. Luckily, it did manage to drift into human hands. If it had sunk to the bottom of the sea, as Beatu had suggested, I would have had no way of knowing the truth. In other words, I was forced to acknowledge you and Owen as a witch. Mystery. I once thought it was just a genre for novels. To think that it can so easily become a fight between witches and humans, truth and fantasy. I was instantly enraptured by this new game. As the months passed by, I read through all the mystery novels in the school library and started to read mystery novels for adults. I discussed them with Kumasawa. I discussed them with Shannon. I played my game of theory chess, the fight between witches and the truth. Those days were so much fun. Oh, I have won yet many. Here's to the fun game of the mind that enraptured me. Chapter 4 New Days. Chapter 4 New Days. The months and years slid by. In my new, more colorful life, I smiled at the spring sunshine peeking through the trees, gazed up at the column of summer clouds, enjoyed the piles of fallen leaves in autumn, and played in the winter snow the few times it did fall. As these days passed one after another, there was a considerable change to my environment. The servants coming from the Fukuin house had switched. There weren't specific grades like in school, so there was no rule saying how long a servant could work before quitting. Each servant made their own decision about when they would graduate from Rokkenjima. Some of those who couldn't stand the environment would quit in as little as 3 days. After all, life on Wakanjima was strict. It was also strict in the Fukuin house, of course, but there were a lot of Wakanjima only rules. And Nasuhi, the one who supervised the servants, was also very authoritarian. It was probably easy to feel trapped. That trapped feeling and the money sat on opposite sides of the scale that they used to decide the time of their graduation. And sometimes someone from the Ushiromiya family would use their influence to secure someone a new job, encouraging them to spread their wings and start a new life. The cycle usually lasted 2 or 3 years. No one decided this, but it was one of the goals most servants shot for, an unspoken rule. However, I was an exception to that rule. I continued to go to school on Niijima while still living as a servant. That year, all the Fukuin house servants quit at once. It wasn't at all rare for friends to quit at the same time as each other. All my fellow servants from the Fukuin house graduated from the island at once, leaving only me behind. Of course, I wasn't on particularly good terms with them. On the contrary, it was annoying to be treated like a kid and called Yasu all the time. Though some new servants had come after me, the older ones had already gotten them believing that Yasu loses things all the time. So it wasn't really any more pleasant to have new comrades. Those unpleasant older servants, as well as the ones who started at the same time or after I did, all quit at once. The Ushiromiya family made no effort to stop them from leaving. Adult servants were easier to handle in the first place. The Fukuin house servants were only accepted so that they could be trained. And so, all the servants besides me left, and no one tried to stop them. Later, Yasu, don't go losing stuff again. I don't lose things anymore. Later, make sure you listen to what Madame says. Don't you go troubling the next group of servants. You know, it's still a mystery. Why was Yasu recommended for this job? It's even more surprising that Madame let Yasu stay this long. It must have taken some guts to not give up and run away. Keep it up, Yasu. I hate being called Yasu. At the very end, I finally said the one thing I had always wanted to say to them. However, they basically ignored me and just picked up their things and left. I guess you never got a chance to become friends with them. I didn't even want to. Yeah, I'm sure they feel the same way, so you're even. Let's just forget about those people. They no longer have anything to do with us. So, there's no reason to think about them. Yeah, you're right. I felt just a bit disappointed. I never got a chance to prove to them that I could take care of myself. It's hard for people to throw off their first impressions. That's just how it is. No matter how wonderfully you grow, those people would have probably always called you Yasu and made fun of you. There's no reason for you to want their admiration. Yes, yeah, you're right, Shannon. I'll completely forget about those people. Good. You have two great friends, Kumasawa-san and me. And if you want to prove that you can take care of yourself, prove it to the new servants who are coming. Shannon was right. Ever since that day when I held the key with the spider web charm up high, I would regain my confidence and pride. I am now the most experienced Fukuan servant. The new servants who come will still probably be older than me, but I need to teach them the ropes as a more experienced servant. Genji-sama even told me to lead the newer servants as a senpai. Okay, I'll give it my all. That's the right attitude. Let's give it our all together. Yeah. My name is Asni. Pleased to meet you. My name is Belny. Pleased to meet you. The newly arrived servants looked a bit superficial. When I first joined the Ushiromiya family, I was incredibly nervous. However, I couldn't see any trace of that nervousness on these girls. That's right. Usually, kids with good grades and behavior were selected. How were they selected? Who did it? The board of directors came and interviewed them, and they were judged on other things, like their everyday conduct. So, as long as they acted like good kids in front of the adults, they could pass. Well, there were times that they passed because the adults watching them decided they would do fine. All the children who came from the Fukuin house were highly individualistic. They polished that attitude while they worked as servants, and eventually grew to be servants who would not shame the Ushiromiya family. However, encouraging this behavior was the role of the more experienced servants. Since I was the only one with experience, it was my responsibility to guide them. What were the new kids like? They were the elite, of course, of irreproachable conduct. I think they were like that when Madame and Genji-sama were around. However, when their superiors weren't around, well, they didn't take things quite as seriously. Asni-san, make sure you put your tools in the cart when you're done using them. Sure. Sorry. I also have to be alert as a more experienced servant. And Belne-san, you shouldn't set your key down in a place like that. You'll lose it. I'm not gonna lose it. I never forget where I put things. When I first arrived here, the older servants would often tell me off just as I had done now. They would probably have been mean and obnoxious about it. I had hated that, so I tried to be more gentle when admonishing them, but they wouldn't take me seriously. But listen up. You know there's a witch living in the mansion, don't you? Beatrice. That sounded just like him. Don't tell me you believe in that too, Shannon-chan. Yes, she really exists. If you leave things lying around, the witch will prank you and hide them. It's true. I've gotten into trouble many times because of it. A witch hiding things. That's so totally impossible. After all, there's no way witches could exist. There's no way they could exist. Witches. I thought they were just pranks. No, it was just easier to think of it that way. Do you think the witch Beatrice actually existed? I don't believe it. I don't know if it was Beatrice, but I do think that something inhuman really did exist in that mansion. Do you think there's a chance that this non-human thing was Beatrice? Ridiculous. I wish I could say it was ridiculous. That must have been a prank of Yasu's. No, not a prank. Revenge. I did think that at first, but did something happen that couldn't be explained away as a prank? It was persistent and creepy. What kinds of things happened specifically? Things I set down would disappear as soon as I looked away for a second. Didn't Yasu just hide them? I thought so at first. It was only natural to think that, but I started getting this feeling that something wasn't right. I kept thinking, could such a timid kid really get away with something so obnoxious? Can you tell us what happened? When my keyring disappeared, it was easy to think that Yasu smashed it when I wasn't looking. But when a single key disappeared off my keyring and reappeared somewhere completely different, I couldn't think of it that way. Maybe Yasu just pulled that one key off while you weren't looking. Is that even possible? Practically speaking, hiding the whole ring is one thing, but if you really think about it, taking a single key off the keyring isn't that easy. The keys would clatter together. I was standing right next to them, just facing the other way. Get it? If you took your time removing a key when I was that close, even an idiot like me would have noticed. But a single key just vanished without a sound. At that moment, I finally realized this wasn't Yasu trying to get back at me. It was something worse. And where did you find this disappearing key? It was in my locker. Well, you can be pretty absent-minded, Balmain. Are you sure you didn't just take the key off and put it in your locker? Why would I take that key off the ring? Have you ever taken a key off or put a key on your ring, Asne? I tried doing it myself. It's really stiff. I would never go to all that trouble. There would be no point. Am I a sleepwalker or something? How could I not remember something I've done? I may be stupid, but I'm not that stupid. I don't forget about things I do that easily. And anyway, I know I had my key with me when I entered the room. Otherwise, how could I have unlocked the door? Okay then. Yasu, careful not to make any sound, slipped the key off and hid it in your locker. That has to be it. That's what I thought at first. I jumped at Yasu, telling that kid not to mess with me, but even as I said it, I realized, isn't there something completely wrong here? After all, on that day, we were cleaning that room with Yasu the whole time, right? There wouldn't have been time for Yasu to noisily remove a key. It was impossible for Yasu. In fact, it should have been impossible for anyone. But maybe the ring was missing a master key when you got it. I already told you, the key really was there in the beginning. I was the one who unlocked that room, so it must have been there. And then I went into the room. I'm stupid, and since I hate having the keys clattering around, I placed the ring on the bed. Then, when we finished cleaning, I picked up the ring, tried to lock the door, and it was gone. I may have turned my back on the ring, but it was right next to me, so if someone tried to pull a prank by removing just one key, I would have heard the clinking. And yet, just the key for that room vanished and appeared again in my locker. So, okay, let's say that Yasu managed to sneak it away. It's easier to think of it that way. But still, how could Yasu have put it in my locker? Yasu and I were together the whole time, right? When I started yelling about it being gone and ran all over the place looking for it, Yasu was with me until the moment I found it in my locker. Get it? I'm telling you, it's impossible. Even as I jumped at Yasu, I began to feel it. I mean, Yasu's eyes seemed to be saying it silently. According to Yasu, the reason things used to go missing all the time wasn't because Yasu was forgetful, as everyone said, but actually, it was because impossible things would suddenly happen just like they had to me. And Yasu was with you the whole time, so there was no chance for Yasu to put the key in the locker. Did other strange things like that happen? Yeah, they did. Afterwards, other things happened, and not just things disappearing, over and over. Of course, I started getting nervous and made sure not to put things down in places like that, but that didn't help. At first, I was angry at Yasu, but at some point, I began to realize that I was mistaken. One time, a key even disappeared from a ring that I had left in my pocket. Then I realized these weren't Yasu's pranks. The same thing that happened to Yasu was now happening to me. To calm down a bit, I think some of those were Yasu's fault, and the others were just you being clumsy. It's true that the mansion's always dark and eerie, and it does feel like the sort of place you'd find a curse. I'm sure that's what made you scared like that. You saw it too, didn't you? Remember that vanishing white shadow we saw in the VIP room that rainy day? Yes, I saw. But couldn't that just have been Madame or my lady wearing something white? What do you mean something white? Have you ever seen either of them wearing something like that? And besides, that VIP room is always locked. They don't have keys to it. That had to have been some kind of ghost. No, the silhouette of the witch. So, basically, Melne started acting like this. Totally scared. I've got more street smarts than her, so the more scared she was, the more I thought that witches were stupid and couldn't exist. Still, I had to be careful with what I said. I mean, I realized that this wasn't something I should talk about carelessly. All ghost stories and curses sound stupid to outsiders, but to the people who believe in them, it's absolutely not a joking matter. It really was no joke. Asne didn't believe a word of what I said, so I eventually stopped telling her about it and confessed to Yasu instead. I told Yasu I thought you were the culprit, but it couldn't have been you. I said that something strange was happening to me. And what was that kid's answer? Yasu said that the same thing had happened many times already, but no one else believed any of it. In the first place, the older servants always made fun of Yasu, but that kid clearly wasn't as clumsy or stupid as they said. I hated having a younger person tell me what to do, so I always resisted, but Yasu always got our work done flawlessly. I've always thought it strange that people make fun of Yasu for losing things. I was sure then it existed. Some strange, inhuman thing existed in this mansion. And that thing was the witch, Beatrice. If that's what you want to call it, I'll believe it. Anyway, something that couldn't be explained away by human actions definitely existed there. People who didn't understand kept calling Yasu and me forgetful. They didn't get it. They just didn't get it. Still, it did freak you out for a while, but then you got a lot better. After that, all that fuss about you losing things went away, right? So it must have been your imagination all the time. You're wrong. I talked to Yasu, to Shannon, and Kumasawa and the others about it, and they said that the witch really did exist. The old servants all made sure to respect her. They said I had been cursed because I had stupidly gone around saying that Beatrice didn't exist. So I reformed. Yasu taught me how to give offerings to the doll in the VIP room. I asked Kinshi-san for permission and prayed at the shrine by the sea, and then it all stopped all at once. You were okay, Asne, since you stopped making fun of the witch partway through. But if you had cluelessly gone on making fun of her, you would surely have been cursed next. Yes, I guarantee it, you definitely would have been cursed. I guess even I was creeped out by you too. I never said it out loud, but you just don't get it. You really don't. So I made sure to teach all the newer servants as well. A witch called Beatrice Sama lives in this mansion. If you make fun of her, you really will be cursed. Belne. When things disappeared, that was a sign that the witch was close by and watching us. If you said it was a prank or that witches couldn't exist, you would be cursed even more. It was like that for both Yasu and me. When the key disappeared, that was a sign that the witch had appeared. Belne-san carelessly tossed her keyring on the bed again, humming as she started to clean. No matter how much I warn her, she doesn't change her ways. She's always making fun of me and calling me Yasu, so she won't listen to what I tell her. Why won't she listen to what I say? You mustn't leave things lying carelessly about. If you lower your guard, the witch will prank you. Look at that delicious key ring. To stop it, please. That's Belne-san's key. People pranking to me alone. Let the others be. With how cautious you've grown, you're no fun anymore. Just kidding. Still, how unpleasant these people are, refusing to listen to my friend's kindly advice. Any insult to my friend, I take as an insult to myself. Are you planning to steal Belne-san's key? Please don't do it. She'll think I hid it again. She thinks my magic is not but the scheme of a child like you. Very well then, let's just show her something that would be impossible for a human. Let's show her my magic. Foolish Belne. I'll make sure you regret not listening to my friend's advice. This flimsy body is not enough. I'm borrowing yours. It's been too long since I've shown you real magic. Let my body return to the land of the living for just a moment. A shiver ran up my whole body like an electric shock. From that moment onwards, I couldn't move any part of my body by my own will. Like a moment of shock after a blackout, I could do nothing but accept the fact that I had lost control over myself. All of the cells throughout my body felt tingly. It felt as though my body had been transformed into someone else's. I realized that the witch Beatrice was using my body as a vessel to revive for a short period of time. Very nice. That ticklish feeling of the air on my skin. Having a body is simply wonderful. Well, what are you trying to do? Please, don't do anything mean. This time, everything was backwards. My words were spoken inside my heart, and the witch's voice was coming out of my mouth. Fear not, I'll give your body back soon enough. I just need to teach her a lesson with a little prank. I won't do anything foolish that might earn you her suspicion. Come, try and remember. Where have you been sleeping? Everything went completely white, and my mind stopped. Once again, that tingling sensation slid up my body. I could feel it all gather in the fingers of both of my hands and come out the tips of my fingers. It was an unfathomable, indescribable, unknown sensation. My head went blank and I couldn't think at all. I could do nothing but abandon my soul to the sensation. I finally understood. This is what it's like to use magic. Come, try and remember, where have you been sleeping? My finger was moved like a puppet's, and danced around as though I was conducting music. I never knew that having my body move without my control could be so exciting. When Beatrice lifted my finger as if a string was attached to it, the key ring lying on the bed stood on end. Belne-san didn't notice. Neither did Asne-san. They were fully occupied by their happy chat as they cleaned the room. I doubt that either of them would have dreamed that a witch was right behind them, readying herself to use magic. They probably couldn't even imagine the keyring doing a little dance right behind their backs. It was like a cartoon fairy tale I had once seen as a kid. The happy way the keys danced and spun make it look as though they had a will of their own. I could feel the fun of making those keys dance with my fingers wash over me. Yes, this is pleasure. As I powerlessly watched the witch control me, I couldn't help but surrender myself to this new joy called magic. That won't do. If the whole ring disappears, my friend will be suspected again. All we need, yes, we just need the key to this room to disappear. Beatu controlled my fingers, controlling the magic, and thereby controlling the keys. The keyring slumped down on the bed, and then just the Mansion's key master key stood on end. Well now, what shall I do with this? Merely erasing it would be quite boring. So, why don't I throw it into her locker? That will give my friend, who's been working here with her the whole time, a splendid alibi. Come, try and remember. Where have you been sleeping? Yes, it was a warm, dark place. Inside the Felnay's locker. When Beatrice snapped her fingers, the key burst and became a gold butterfly. A gold butterfly. I see. It's gold because she's the Golden Witch who gave the master all of his gold. And butterflies are scared of spider webs. So it's a gold butterfly. The minions of the witch Beatrice are gold butterflies. After flitting into the air, it burst into a shower of gold sparks and disappeared. And then the vanished key was in Belne Sand's locker. Though it was far away, in a changing room locker, I could tell how it had happened. It wasn't by sight or by touch. It was by some other sense inside my heart, which couldn't be explained by the five senses. A completely new sensation that I had never felt before. It was the completely alien concept called magic. A completely unknown pleasure that left me in a trance. That's enough, my friend. I'll give this body back to you. It felt as though I had been spinning through space.
Morier said, "Have a great night."
Okay, Mora, thank you for coming by, friend. I hope you too have a great night. Stay safe, please. It felt as though I had been spinning through space until gravity suddenly came back and threw me to the ground. Like when you're having a great dream, but you wake up suddenly, and all you remember about the dream was that it was fun. That sort of lonely feeling. Though Bia too had been borrowing my body, it was my own body that used magic. I could still feel that sensation in my hands. The key ring over there had danced along with the movements of my fingers. No, that's not quite it. The key ring and my fingers had danced together. That fun, that excitement, still tingled slightly in my hands. That was close. Saying this, Belne's hand suddenly turned around and picked up the key ring she had thrown down on the bed. She must have realized that I was staring at it. Almost had Jas to complain that I shouldn't leave keys lying about like this. I would never put something down and forget about it. With a grin, she put the key back into her pocket. However, she still hadn't noticed. She probably couldn't even imagine that just a single key had vanished while her back was turned for a second. It's not easy for a human to do things like that. But with magic, with just a little dance of the keys and a butterfly popping, it had disappeared. Okay, fingertip inspection. Bed okay, curtains okay, tools okay, and keys too. See, nothing wrong, right? Yes, that's good. And let's go on to the next room. Belne-san, could you lock up this room for me? Sure. Did Belne-san's key really disappear by magic? Was that fun magic just a daydream I had? I was so scared of that being true that I tested it. What's wrong? Why are you taking so long? Wait, are you kidding me? What's wrong? It's not this one, and it isn't this one. What the? What is it? Do you want me to lock it? I don't get it. What's going on? My master key's gone. Just my master key is gone. But why? This ring's so stiff, there's no way it would come off. I could faintly feel that tingling sensation run across my fingers again. That night, as I gazed at the ceiling from the bed in my dorm room, I looked at my hands. I couldn't sleep. The excitement from the time those keys danced was still there in my fingers. Is this how Beatrice, how witches, always feel? I have a friend who's a witch, called Beatrice. She always used to pull pranks on me with her strange magic. Because I saw this all the time, I thought I knew what magic was. But today, she had possessed my body and used magic with it. The sensation of magic that I finally felt at that time still held my heart entranced. It was a completely unknown pleasure. After all, by moving my fingertips, I could make the key dance as I wished. It was a strange, strange miracle of magic, something humans could not do. I still couldn't let go of that excitement. Shannon, are you awake? What is it? Shannon was still awake. Shannon is always early to bed, early to rise. By getting to bed early, all of her wariness disappears by the next day. She lives a model life, one that all servants should respect and admire. If I want to become a loved, respected servant like Shannon, I'll need to act that way too. However, I wasn't confident that I could do that anymore. I guess I can't become like you after all. What do you mean? This is a bit abrupt. You were my ideal, always. Yeah, everyone in the Fukuen house loves you and is kind to you. Since you always played with me, you're the only friend I've ever had. And you're also a wonderful servant who can carry out any task in the Ushiromiya Mansion, both flawlessly and gracefully. You were the target I longed to reach. That's what you were to me. Yeah, let's give it our all together. As they say, perseverance prevails. Everyone will grow to acknowledge you more and more. So let's aim to become wonderful servants together. I'm going to stop being a servant. Instead of a servant, I would rather be a witch. Well, what do you mean by witch? I did, and still do, wish I could be a servant loved and relied upon by everybody. But right now, I want to be a witch even more. Well, that's... Shannon was confused. It was hardly surprising. All this about quitting as a servant was at least understandable, but she didn't know how to answer after hearing that her roommate wanted to become a witch. A witch. Beatrice. You see, today, Beatrice possessed me and used my body to do magic. That unknown world felt so thrilling. It was much more thrilling when I learned that I had been selected as an Uchiromiya family servant. It was like learning about a new world, as though I had been living in a world of darkness all my life and thought I knew what the world was like. Then finally learned what light was and saw the world for the first time. It was joy, excitement. Beatu had
Stream
only used my
elements,
fingers.
said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Made a key ring dance, and turned a key into a butterfly before hiding it in a locker. But I had understood it with my body. If I had moved my fingers a different way, the ring could have flown into the air instead of just dancing, and I could have turned it into a scurrying lizard instead of a butterfly. I could have done anything. True, Beatrice's magical power was still weak. It had all happened in the little world behind the backs of the servants, who were filled with anti-magic toxin. However, inside that tiny, short-lived world, I could do anything at all. The two just happened to settle on making them dance and turning the key into a butterfly. But if she had wanted to, she could have done anything else. The endless sensation of that free, unrestricted power. I could still feel it in my fingertips. Could it be that, along with that sensation, a fragment of that magical power might also remain? I can tell. It's still there. There's still just a bit of it there, along with that sensation. I can do it. I can still do it. A single spot of golden light suddenly lit up in this dark room. It was right between my clasped hands. When I slowly opened them, I could see a single dot that sparkled gold. What is? Shannon didn't know what the light meant. How could a light appear from the palm of my hands? And yet, even with this miracle right in front of her, she couldn't understand what it was. She just sat there with her mouth open in disbelief. However, to me, this was just the return of that bit of sensation in my fingertips. The golden dot spread out and became a small gold butterfly. It flapped its wings and scattered gold sparks about like a cartoon fairy. To Shannon, it probably just looked as though a gold butterfly was flapping its wings. Of course, that alone was a miracle that she could hardly grasp. But to me, it was like a remote control plane in the shape of a butterfly. I could control that gold butterfly however I wanted, not clumsily with threads. I could make it flap, dance, play through the air as I wished. I was taking a walk through the air as that little butterfly. The golden glint of it pierced the darkness of the small room as it danced about freely. It was an entrancing pleasure. However, that sensation in my fingers began to weaken. I could tell that the few magic butterfly scales left in my fingers were going away. Finally, the gold butterfly flashed and turned to dust, like a firework run out of juice, falling down and disappearing without a trace. But what on earth just happened? This is magic. It's really fun. The magic? Yeah, magic. There was still some magic left in my old silk hat, in my fingers, so I was able to use it. But if I became a real witch, I'll be able to use it whenever and however I want, to do anything. Now that I've learned how fun this can be, I don't want to go back to being human. Being a servant is just too boring. So, I'm going to become a witch. But become a witch? Well, wait. I've already made my decision, Shannon. It's been fun. I'll give you this room. You can use it by yourself. Later. Goodbye. But wait. As Shannon called out repeatedly for me to wait, a massive planetarium swallowed me up. In the sea of the pitch-black starry sky, I was alone. We are alone here. I'm done acting the part of the servant. I'm going to modify this world. Indeed. Understood. In that case, what will you do? Being a wonderful servant like Shannon wouldn't be bad. But now that I know how fun it is to be a witch, that feels like a boring dream. I can't go back anymore. What will happen to Shannon? Shannon can just be Shannon and stay as a respected servant. She'll stay the same, but from now on, it won't be the two of us together, but her alone. Farewells are sudden, is that not the phrase? Very well. Being fickle makes life more entertaining. And what of you? I want to become a witch. I want to become Beatu. But I am already Beatrice. You'll still be a witch and my friend. I'm modifying the world so that Beatu is me. So, I'll be a witch who is a friend of Beatrice. Pretty much. So, from now on, you're a different witch. I understand. Then, what will be my new name? I'll put that on hold until I can think of one. You'll be nameless for a while. Sorry about the trouble. Not at all, not at all. This is my precious name we're talking about. You had better take your time and think carefully about it. You've been Beatrice's friend since she was young and couldn't use magic yet. When we first met each other, you would always hide my things and make fun of me. I see. And when Beatrice finally learned the ways of magic, I became a friend on equal footing with her. For Perhaps that would make me a sort of big sister to you. Yeah, that sounds nice. What are we going to do about how we talk? Beatrice's voice is that of a woman of high station. Shall I give that to you as well? Yeah, I'll inherit the way she talks. Indeed, I comprehend. Or perhaps I shouldn't say it like that. I'll need to find a good way to sound like Beatrice's big sister like witch friend. Yeah, or should it be? Indeed. Now there's a nice dignified voice. Okay, then how about... No, wait. Then what of my appearance? Good point. I've got a sort of blood red witch look. Why not choose a different color for yourself? When Beatrice wanders the mansion at night, she is often seen dressed in white. Yes, I suppose ghosts are classically white. A witch in a white dress. Let's try putting it all together. I need a different look than the witch in the gleaming red dress. A white, noble witch. Unlike the time with the red witch, I'm thinking about my own look now. So I would like to make it be a beautiful and cute if I can. A white dress, a noble look, like one of noble blood, but with a dark, sarcastic streak. No, she's like a tomboy princess, so her voice is a mix of formality and rudeness. Then the dress should be the opposite to make a nice contrast. Then what of this form? Is the form of the new Beatrice. How beautiful, just like a noble princess. I've taken a liking to this form. This will be quite satisfactory. Not bad. You look great, Beatu. I like it. I truly do like this form. Now, if you can keep this up and give me a wonderful name, that would be great. If I have to go around nameless for too long, I'll get all sulky. Fear not, I shall find you a splendid name. But first, there is something I must consider. What shall be the form of my magic? Hiding objects and transporting them instantaneously is your theme. So, I must think of my own particular theme of magic. When I use magic, gold butterflies will flit about. I'm not backing down on that part. Perfect. That really would make you a golden witch. Then the weakness, such as spider webs, and the sacred mirror in the shrine will also go to you. Indeed, even an all-powerful witch needs a few small weaknesses to keep things interesting. Then let us do it like so. If I touch a spider web, it will burn me. Silently, a silvery spider dropped down vertically. Beatu, now in her new form, lightly touched the silver spider web that trailed out behind it. As she did, there was a faint sound of flesh burning, and a thin burn was left across her fingers. Beatrice can't stand spider webs. That was one of the weaknesses of the evil spirits Kumasawa-san spoke of. Since the witch Beatrice had revived thanks to the power of those evil spirits, she had also inherited their weaknesses. Therefore, sacred mirrors are another one of my weaknesses. However, That sacred mirror in the shrine isn't too likely to appear in front of me often. That's not so fun. Then, while mirrors with sacred power will obviously be a weakness, let us make mirrors themselves a weakness too. You often hear that mirrors have magical powers. Isn't that nice? Sounds just like a witch. If I look at a mirror, it feels as though my magical power is being sucked out, so I shall try to avoid them. Indeed, that could be quite amusing. If I really think about it, I'm bad with mirrors whether I make that rule or not. No matter who I want or strive to be, the only face that will ever show in a mirror is the heartlessly pathetic and realistic face of Yasu. Mirrors, which always force me to face my shabby reality, are something I always want to avoid. That's right, I hate mirrors. I don't want to see my pitiful self. You don't need to decide everything at once. It's fun to build up a world one little bit at a time. True, I understand. I shall enjoy life as a witch as I slowly expand my world. That tiny, dark room is no place for you to sleep now. Indeed, I am the Golden Witch. I am the ruler of Rockendima's night, and the nighttime mansion belongs to me. That is where I should make my home, is it not? A room for Beatrice. Isn't it obvious? Yeah, that's right. That wonderful room on the second floor of the mansion. The VIP room of the witch just has to be Beatrice's room. Oh, that's right. From this evening forward, that room in the nighttime mansion shall be my dwelling place. Why didn't I think of that myself? Then let's go, Beatu. If we're going to drink tea together, we'll need a much better room than that cramped one. Indeed, that room is too crude for entertaining friends and serving tea. We shall change rooms. Let us go, my friend. So, this is goodbye to Shannon. When I looked at my feet, I could see my own warm room far beneath me. I could see Shannon, who had dashed up to the bed I lay on and had been saying, "Wait," at the moment time froze. She was as rigid as a doll. Looking down at it from this height, it really did look like a small dollhouse. So long, Shannon. The days I spent as a human, with you as a goal and a constant comfort, were truly fun. If I had never learned the joys of magic and awakened as a witch, everything would doubtless have remained as it was. I was your only close friend too, wasn't I? Please forgive me for erasing that friend so suddenly. As a parting gift, I will erase me from your world. Starting now, this will not be a two-person room. Starting now, it will be a single-person room with just you in it. I hope you continue to strive for your ideal and try to become a kind, reliable servant loved by everyone. Yasu, the stupid, clumsy servant who lost things all the time, doesn't exist anymore. So long, Shannon. When I mature as the witch Beatrice and stride through the nighttime mansion where I will, I may bump into you as you do your nighttime rounds. However, when I meet you again, it will not be a reunion. It will be our first meeting. After all, though you have heard the rumors of the witch Beatrice, you have never met her. So long, Shannon. Let us meet again sometime and spin up some fun tales. Wait, wait. What was I doing? Was I talking in my sleep? Apparently, I had gotten out of bed, stretched my hand out towards it, and said, "Wait." This isn't the first time I've woken up to find myself saying something strange, but I don't remember ever waking up to find myself out of bed and standing up. Could this be what they call sleepwalking? Am I just tired? Gotta sleep. Gotta get back to sleep. I turned around to face my bed. My bed wasn't there. There was no bed in this room except the one I had just turned my back on. If I'm the only one in this room and the only bed is the one behind me, that must mean it's my bed. That feels wrong for some reason. The bed sheets are all disarranged as though someone had slipped out of them. Who did? This is a single person room with me in it, right? So that there is my bed and the traces of someone crawling out. Me means that I was just sleeping there until a second ago. But for some reason, that bed doesn't feel like my bed. However, though all the other kids shared rooms, I, Shannon, was given a single person room. So there's only one bed, and it must be mine. Am I just tired? I must just be half asleep. School starts early tomorrow morning, and when school ends, I want to go to the mansion, help out with some work, and talk to Kumasawa-san about the mystery novel I just read. Time to sleep. I'm probably just so worn out that I'm imagining things. Good night, Shannon. Just crawl in bed and close your eyes. And you won't have to think about anything complicated. I went back into my bed. It felt a bit uncomfortable to crawl into a bed that wasn't mine. Still, it might just be because I'm getting so sleepy, but it's starting to feel as though this is my bed after all. I'm just half asleep. I am Shannon, a lonely servant. I mess up from time to time, but I want to become a kind servant whom everyone loves. Good night, me. Oh, I am one, yet many. I've had enough of playing the servant. I've had enough of being human. From this night forth, I am Beatrice, the Golden Witch Beatrice, who has lived for 1,000 years. Praise me, servants. Have fear when you are chosen for the night shift. In the nighttime mansion, everything is mine, for that is my time. Oh, I am one, yet many. Yes, let our world swallow up everything. It is like the raging seas. Well now, let us drink the mysterious moon dry tonight with this human book as a side dish. You call this a mystery? You call this a closed room? You call this a crime impossible for humans? Don't make me laugh. With all these holes and weak points, you call this a crime impossible for humans? Is there no splendid closed room magic that can do my name justice? No, not here, not here, not there either. All of them pathetic. It's enough to make one giggle, but now I'm not sure which is the side dish, the moon or the book. If I get tired of mystery, I can change myself into a butterfly. I can flit about the island, the mansion, the fast forest at will. I'll follow those cowardly servants as they do their nighttime rounds. And when they check to see that a window is locked, they'll see me laughing at them in the reflection on the glass. I can be fickle and do as I please. Pranks at night should be a lot of fun. Okay, I've decided. Let's play like that starting tonight. How amusing. What amusement this night shall bring. In the world of witches, the only limits to your fun are the limits of your imagination. My imagination shall become the source of my magical power. Splendid, it shall all be so fun. I shall expand it infinitely. And let it swallow the whole island. The island's night will be all mine. Oh, how refined and pleasant are the days of a witch. Oh, I am one yet many. Here's to the wonderful world of witches. Chapter 5. A New Element. Did you check the bathroom amenities? Yep, went down the whole list. Did you make sure they were facing the right way when you set them down? Yes, of course. Everything's as the list says. Thanks. Genji-sama, the guest rooms are ready now. Good work. Make sure you check over everything with your own eyes. Shannon. Also, Madame has ordered us to change the tablecloth in the dining hall again. My. Why again, when we all work so hard to change it earlier today? The color of that tablecloth simply does not fit. Once I saw it against the backdrop of the room, I could see that it matched terribly. We should use a different tablecloth. Oh, and did you make sure to clean the chandelier in the parlor? I don't want Eva-san looking up and saying, "Oh, is that dust?" and even a spider web. Again. Do not worry. It has already been carefully cleaned and checked. I will now perform a final check on everything myself. Is that so? Very well. I will also check everything over at the very end. Shannon, take the young servants and prepare a new tablecloth. Try to find something white with a bit more of a clean feeling. Yes, as you wish. Natsuki was even more high-strung than normal and walked about barking orders here and there. Even though the sky was beginning to get dark, the servants moved hurriedly about. Tomorrow is the annual family conference. It isn't particularly rare for each of the individual families to visit the island. But this is the only time that they all come together. It was the most important day of the year for both the Ushiromiya family
Spindash
and
Diva
Rockinjima.
said. FRRRRRT.
Hello, Spin. Welcome on in. I hope you are having a fantastic existence. Natsuhi, who was short-tempered on top of being high-strung, kept ordering that the servants
Spindash Diva said. It's cooled here.
Yeah, please make sure to stay warm too. It's pretty cold here too. According to my computer, it's 30 degrees out. But I've got a nice little heater that's keeping me warm, so yeah, turtles are cold-blooded, so we really have to keep warm. This would keep them going until late in the night. Now that Shannon had many years of experience, and Natsuhi had put her in a position of responsibility. She was called over many times to have strict orders showered on her. So, when Shannon finished her shower and lay down on the bed in the servant waiting room, she fell asleep almost
Spindash
immediately.
Diva said. Yo mama s cold-blooded that s why I gotta keep her warm.
I'm glad somebody is. It's certainly not my job, but it is important she stays safe as well. Thank you for taking care of my mama. I do love her so. Just not that much. I can hear the sound of wind coming from somewhere far away. It's a bit different from the sound wind outside a room would make. It's almost as though I'm sitting in a deck chair in the rose garden, turning over in my sleep with the feel of the wind in my hair. That's right, the feel. This isn't a sound, it's a feeling. Then is this a dream? Just as I was about to accept this theory, I thought I heard someone talking to me. My, it seems the work of a servant is just as boring as it ever was. Not only boring, but difficult, strict, constraining, joyless. All you get in return for your years of service is some level of respect from the newer servants. And even that is far from sufficient to repay you for all the hard work you've done. Why do you not tire of this life? Who? She wasn't just imagining someone talking to her. She was shocked to find that it was real. When Shannon opened her eyes, she gulped. This place. She couldn't say any more. She was literally stunned silent. Shannon, who had been sleeping on a bed, was somehow in a rose garden. However, though this rose garden somehow resembled the rose garden on Rockinjima, it was also completely different. After all, the roses were golden, and it wasn't just the flowers, but the dancing butterflies too. It was a golden rose garden of mysterious beauty, just like Spindash. Somehow Shannon was sitting in a chair under the arbor. It was as though she had taken a nap there and woken up from a dream. But it felt strange. Is this golden rose garden a dream? For some strange reason, it felt as though my entire life up to this point had been a dream, and that I had fully awakened here. Welcome, Shannon. Welcome to my golden rose garden. There was that voice again. Shannon looked around to find who it was. As she did, a golden butterfly landed on the seat across from her and instantly created a human form. It has been quite some time, Shannon. Have you been well? Of course, I know you have been. After all, I have been watching all of you every day. This old man laughed as though she was an old friend of Shannon's. However, Shannon obviously didn't remember this strange gold rose garden, and she didn't remember this person's face either. Indeed, you no longer remember me, do you? Have I forgotten about you? If so, please forgive me. There is no need to apologize. I made you that way, so it is no sin of yours. Let me introduce myself. I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. But Beatrice, Sama, the benefactor of the Ushiromiya family, whom the master always speaks of. Not that Beatrice. I am the Golden Witch, the one who rules over Rockinjima's night. I am the other master of the Mansion, the one you always pay homage to. You are Beatrice, Sama. You need not fear. The two of us used to be friends. No, roommates, did we not? At one time, I idolized you and tried to be the best servant I could. I've always had a single person room, so I couldn't have had a. When we last parted, I stole away your memory. However, I have not forgotten that we were once roommates. I also remember that I was the one who destroyed our friendship and left, so as not to leave you alone in sadness. I erased all of your memories and the very world of our days together. You do not need to understand, but believe this. I have not called you here to do you harm. Isn't this inside one of my dreams? You may think of it that way. Strictly speaking, I beckoned your soul to my garden while you were sleeping to invite you to be a resident of this world. Beatrice snapped her fingers, and a storm of gold butterflies all rose up around the rose garden. As the cloud of butterflies danced over the table, a gorgeous tea set appeared. There were teacups and a teapot, more elegant even than those used by the Ushiromiya family. The tea was filled to the brim and had a sweet rose scent, one which Shannon had never smelled before. Before there was even time to be amazed by that scent, butterflies started gathering one by one on the table, and a tea stand sprouted right out of it. It was like watching a magical mushroom from a fairy tale kingdom grow out of the ground. It was a many-layered tea stand filled with beautiful cakes like edible jewels. Of course, there were also several lovely light brown scones. The honey truly was golden honey, with bits of gold leaf dancing through it. It seems the Ushiromiya family holds tea parties from time to time, but those cannot compare to mine. Incredible! I've never seen anything like this. Even if you did, it would only have been as a waitress. You are my friend. I need no waitress. After all, I am a witch. That is more than enough. Come, do not be shy. Stuff yourself to your heart's content. Th- Thank you very much. That was all Shannon managed to say. It would be hard for anyone to say much more after being suddenly invited to such a beautiful witch tea party. Let us begin with black tea. The milk is fresh, and the sugar is so delectable that you would almost want to eat it raw. But I recommend you try your tea straight first, with nothing more than a single rose petal floating on the top. It will surely be so delicious that you'll be unable to drink the black tea of the human world ever again. Laughing happily, Beatrice opened not a sugar pot, but a rose petal pot, picked up a single crimson petal, and floated it on her tea after relishing its scent. Shannon did the same, picking up a single petal and smelling its aroma. It smells so wonderful. Is this really the scent of the roses in this world? I am glad you enjoy it. I bred this rose simply for the purpose of using the petals with black tea. If you crush them, they're also splendid for making jam. That goes better with scones than anything else imaginable. Do you want to try? Sure, just a bit. Shannon had been invited to this witch tea party suddenly. However, the witch seemed so truly innocent, and her smile as she played the hostess was so happy that it made Shannon want to smile too. The tension in Shannon's heart gradually faded, and she started to enjoy her chat with this witch. Servant work really is tiring. I remember it well, particularly cleaning the windowsills in the chapel. How surprising. So, you worked as a servant once too? For a short time. You probably don't remember, but I worked alongside you. I was a clumsy fool who always lost things. You were my idea of a perfect servant and the person I looked up to. That makes me even more sorry that I can't remember. There is no need for apologies. Here, you are not a servant, but my friend and guest. There are no inconveniences here, no trials nor boredom. I can give you anything you desire. That is how much power I currently possess. I wanted to let you know that I have now reached that level. I'm truly grateful to you for welcoming one with so few redeeming features in such an extravagant way. Think of it as a reward for all the painful days you have withstood. Come, gold butterflies, don't let my friend get bored. Show her a little dance. When you have tired of that, allow me to call the band to perform any song you would like. When you have tired of that, my refined familiars will show you some conjuring tricks. Fear not, for time is endless here, and I can grant your wishes endlessly. My tea party has no end. In a truly good mood, the witch told Shannon several strange stories. They were all stories Shannon had never heard before. Very interesting stories. And they were all odd, bizarre fairy tales. Shannon felt as though she had become Alice in Wonderland. The time she spent at this tea party was strange, pleasant, and relaxed. No, the clocks have no hands at this tea party, so the time passed like a Sunday morning, when you can wrap yourself in your blanket for as long as you want. I can't express how grateful I am to you for this. There is no need for thanks. In the human world, words of thanks go along with words of farewell, do they not? There will be no end to this tea party, so there is no need for thanks either. I'll still thank you. Thank you so much, Beatrice Samuel, for this wonderful tea party. But all dreams must end, and so must this one. And why must they end? Because I start early tomorrow. If I stay here talking too long, I'll sleep in, and Madame will give me a good scolding. Why are you so anxious to return to the world of that short-tempered Natsuhi? Really now, are you truly saying you want to return to the human world where it's all work and no rewards? But I am human. I can't impose myself on you forever. Shannon, it seems that you do not understand. I invited you here but I have no desire to chase you away again. Here, time is eternal. You are not obligated to say farewell. Not ever. I will never tire of enjoying tea with you. On the contrary, it is quite agreeable to have you here to talk to. I'm grateful for your words, but I am human. I must return to my own world. Why do you want to return to that colorless world where you waste all your time in school and your job and the family works you to the bone? Despite all that, it's still my world. Shannon, does that sort of world really need to be yours? Let me be honest with you. Shannon, I didn't just invite you here. I came to take you home. Take me home. Once I tried to become a good servant like you. Then I became fascinated by witches and became one myself, learning all the pleasures of magic. And now I have come to take you home. Beatrice spoke quietly and slowly rose from her seat. Shannon, the world of witches truly is more fun than being a servant. This tea party is nothing more than a mere welcoming party for an old friend. We can hold as many fun festivities as we desire. That is the endless, the eternal. Now that this golden rose garden has been completed, I have reached my goal. This place is paradise. Yes, let us call it the golden paradise. Now that it has been completed, I have come to welcome you in. There's no need for any inconveniences, any perseverance, or hard work. Here, you and I can enjoy ourselves for all eternity. It will be like a never-ending fairy tale. I am truly grateful for your splendid proposal. However, I need to go back to my original world. Why? Because this isn't my world. I acknowledge it. This is not the world you have lived in until now. That's why I have invited you here. From this point forth, this will be our world. You are no longer a guest. You are the second master of this world. You need show no restraint for my sake. We'll just live in this endless world like we once lived as roommates. I regret that I have no memory of that time. However, I'll have to return down your invitation. Why? What responsibility forces you to return to the world of humans? True, the world of humans, or the world of servants, is busy all the time. Madame is strict, high-strung, and has a short temper. It would be a lie if I said the everyday chores were a pain, and having to balance work with school makes it even harder. Beatrice had watched over Shannon's painful days the whole time. She had seen those constantly tired shoulders, even a sigh over and over. That was why she had invited Shannon here, to this golden paradise. She had tried to give Shannon a perfect welcome, to truly make her happy. So why had Shannon selected her original world over this one? Beatrice was overcome with shock and completely unable to understand. I have given you the perfect welcome to this paradise, and the days to follow will be even more fun. So, since you still choose the human world over all of that, do you find something there that is even more fun than the pleasures of witches? That's right, there are things in the human world that are even more fun than magic. Absurd. That cannot be. Yes, it's true. Shannon's expression was soft. However, her words were firm. There was something wonderfully fascinating in the human world, and that something was apparently not in this paradise, where everything was supposedly just as they wanted it. Absurd. I don't understand. As Beatrice muttered, she shifted restlessly several times. However, no matter how often she said it, Shannon's smile didn't falter, and Beatrice couldn't think of an answer. In that case, it's time for me to leave. Your tea was delicious. I don't understand. I am the great golden witch, the one who can have anything endlessly. You tell me that I cannot give you what you want. Yes, I want to know. I believed I had everything, so tell me what it is I lack. I think that you already know. Isn't that why you invited me here? Are you trying to speak in riddles to a witch? That's all for now, then. I can't live here, but I would be glad to come over whenever you invite me for tea. I won't call for you again. Have no fear of that. Beatrice snapped her fingers, and Shannon popped out of existence. Shannon's soul had returned to the dream of her original self. While humans have many dreams in a night, they can remember none of them. The tea party in this paradise mixed in with many other dreams and vanished. The next morning, Shannon would not remember this tea party. However, Shannon's cup remained here. The witch who had lost her guest and was standing alone looked all the more lonely. The witch dug her fingernails into the tablecloth. That grimace as she bit her lower lip made it clear that she still hadn't solved the puzzle Shannon had left behind. Riche? There's no need to worry about it. A black hole opened above Shannon's empty seat, and the owner of that voice fell out of it. I do worry. Come on, how could she say it with such certainty? Maybe she just wanted to get back to sleep quickly, since dawn is coming soon. What pleasure could Shannon know that I do not? What is this something that can be found in the human world, but not in my paradise? I don't understand. I want to know. Thinking about complicated stuff will just fuel your headache. I can be of service in Shannon's place. Let's enjoy a tea party together. I don't feel like it anymore. I'm bored of having tea parties with you. She's cranky. The witch shrugged and laughed, then took a bite out of a scone. She then blew into it, and it swelled up like a balloon before finally popping. Golden ribbons and butterflies flew out, but Beatrice didn't appear to notice. Just what is it that I do not possess? What? Watch your step there. Thank you, Captain. Make sure you take good care of yourself. I've got a friend who sells this stuff that's supposed to be great for stiff shoulders. I'll bring you a sample next time. Oh, no need to trouble yourself. but thanks for caring. Hey, brats, how long are you going to mess around up there? Let's go. Hey, Maria, come down off the boat with Mama. Maria, who Rosa led by the hand, was still too young for kindergarten. However, she seemed to notice that her cousins, whom she rarely ever saw, were playing all around her, and she was very excited. Battler and George had the energy of middle school or nearly middle school kids. Those two, along with Jessica, who had met them on Niijima, were clambering about on the boat. You okay, Asumu? You really don't like riding things, do you? Rudolph lent an arm to his wife Asumu. Welcome to Rockinjima. Thank you for making such a long journey. The whole family had gathered for the conference. At this point in time, Rudolph's wife was still Asumu, and Angie hadn't been born. Goda and Cannon hadn't yet been employed by the Ushiromiya family, and the witch's epitaph, which would toy with the family's fate, hadn't appeared yet. They probably couldn't even imagine the bizarre crime that they would encounter several years later. Kraus Sama, Madame, the family has arrived. Good. Should I call for father? Please do. I will go welcome everyone. Oh, Shannon, who cleaned this window frame? It still has dust on it. Quickly, wipe it off. As you wish, Madame. Oh, come on. Natsuhi's making her work so hard again. Just what good does she find in such a limited, ulcer-inducing life? I wanted to know. Shannon, what is it that you found? And what did you mean when you said I already knew what I was missing? Shannon, is this something I must learn by learning about you? What's different about the day of the family conference on Rockinjima? It's gotta be the noise. There's never this many kids around. It may have been a tension-filled day for the adults, but to us kids, it was a wonderful day, the only time we got to see all the cousins we loved. In the summer, we would play with our cousins on the beach, and even in the winter, there were plenty of games we could play. The family conferences were tons of fun for us. Same here. Mom was always yelling about how there must be no mistakes. But to me, it was just the day I got to play with all my cousins. After all, there's usually nothing at all to do on Wakajima. Back when I was still a little brat, I was always jealous of Jessica getting to live in this huge mansion with a private beach. But now that I tried putting myself in her shoes, it must have been a pretty constricting place to live. Probably. There's hardly anything on Wakanjima. No friends' houses, no next door neighbors, no neighborhood. If you think of how Jessica must have felt, you have to feel a little sad for her. That's why the family conference was so special to me. Jumping around, messing around, it felt like I was at a festival. We played tricks on each other all the time. If the adults always talked about adult things and told you to go play somewhere else, then you were three cousins at about the same age. Of course you would horse around. No, not the three of us, the four of us. But I thought Angie wasn't born yet, and Maria was still too young to play with you. You've got it wrong, Furfur. The cousins weren't the only ones at the same age. Shannon Chan was the fourth. She was about the same age as the rest of us. Mom was always going on about not talking with the servant kids, but Shannon and I started to get close. After all, she was the girl closest to me in age on Wakajima. All four of us played together. We played at every family conference. Right, Shannon? Right. I knew that Madame would scold me if she found out, but I wouldn't have let her. You were always the one close friend I had who could understand me. Thank you for your words, my lady. I simply could not hide my shock. How had she formed a relationship with the children of the family, despite being only a servant? Natsuhi had probably been very careful to prevent such a relationship. However, it's no surprise that Jessica, all alone on this island, would want to be friends with a kid her age. And Shannon was also alone on this island, without any friends her age. Although they both understood their relationship as master and servant, they somehow managed to strike up a friendship. Then, at the family conference, Jessica had introduced Shannon to George and Battler. All of the adults had their hands full with their complicated discussion in the mansion. During that time, Shannon was able to set aside her role as servant for a little bit, acting her age with Jessica, George, and Battler. I didn't even know that Shannon had constructed this new world so quickly. As a butterfly hiding in the shadows, I observed this new world of Shannon's. That day, we ran all around the rose garden and the beach. Just running around and playing was a blast. Yep, those were the only times that Shannon Chan smiled like a girl her age. I might have gotten a bit carried away. It's embarrassing. Battler's insanely huge now, but back then, Shannon and I were both taller and stronger than him. I just
Stream
grew
elements,
slowly back then.
said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
They say that those who start late end up the tallest. Yeah, totally. Back then your chest was nothing like this, right? That's not true. Shannon already had plenty of womanly charms back then, right? Who knows? What the hell do you mean by womanly charm, you perv? Well, I was still pretty cute back then myself. That bra strap you could see through the shoulder of her summer clothing set off the lightning of youth in me. I remember whispering with George Aniki that night about how big her tits might be. Is this true, George Sama? I believe there has been some sort of misunderstanding. All I remember was lecturing him, as the older and more knowledgeable cousin, about the differences between how boys and girls grow. And so, rather than dirty talk between cousins late at night, it was, instead, a sign of healthy growth and, yeah, I remember all his cousins talking about stuff like that until midnight. About how, apparently, someone in the next class had kissed someone else, or how you held hands with a girl you liked at summer camp, and about so-and-so who you thought probably liked you. Stuff like that. Damn it, it's so embarrassing it makes me shiver. Isn't that nice? Another sweet page in the book of adolescence. The most pure love comes when boys and girls first start noticing each other. That simple, pure desire just to be around someone of the opposite sex. The noble first loves. Just wonderful. A bunch of kids thinking and talking about the world of love. Did that sort of thing really happen? Don't play dumb. You were the most absorbed and curious of all of us, sitting there till even your ears turned red. I was not curious. I was just so surprised at how much everyone knew. And that's right, Shannon always played dumb the most, even though she was the most interested. She was the biggest pervert there. That's not true. That's not true. I hate you, my lady. Yeah, it was always like this. In the day, we would run around like kids, and at night, we would hug our pillows and talk about secret stuff. Looking back on all of it now, it really brings back some fond memories. We would be whispering about something dirty, and whenever we heard the footsteps of the adults coming by, we would jump under the covers and pretend to be sleeping. Yeah, I remember that, like some school field trip. Those times we all dove under the covers at once. It felt like some sort of unspoken rule, like a strange sense of unity. I really liked that feeling. Well, anyway, that's not all we talked about. There was a lot more than that. We really did enjoy our youth to the fullest. And what is this? Shannon, is this that fun thing of the human world? Is this incomprehensible messing around the thing that you found? A bunch of kids gathered together, playing stupid games and talking about trivial matters. Is this the human pleasure you found that surpasses the pleasures of witches? Yes. Doesn't it look fun to you? I won't call it boring. However, I cannot see how such a vulgar game can compare to my paradise, where all wishes can be granted. Interacting with people is a lot of fun. Of course, I also think your world is fun, but even so, I choose this world. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Beatrice held her head as though she was having a headache, but no matter how much she grimaced, she couldn't think of an answer. Tell me, what is it you found within this vulgar playing? Do you want to know? I do. Love. Love. Here, it's the Queen book I promised. To thank you very much, I would be happy to borrow it. That's okay. You can keep it, Shannon Chan. I've already read it. But I can't accept this. It was probably expensive. It's just something I got for a few hundred yen at a bazaar. Don't worry about it. I would rather if you read it quickly so we can talk about it. It's fun to talk about this sort of stuff with you, Shannon Chan. Yes, it's fun for me too. It's much more fun to read mystery novels with two people instead of alone. I like talking about it and imagining all kinds of things. With mystery novels, reading's only half the fun. My theory is that you can only really enjoy it when you talk with other people who've read it too. Our relationship began when we realized that we both read mystery novels. We were both surprised and very interested to find that the other not only read tons of mystery novels, but read them very thoroughly. Ever since then, it's been like this. Separate from the games we played with all the cousins, the two of us met together for some time alone. At first, it was like a sort of contest to see who knew more than the other. However, eventually, this turned into respect for how much the other had read and how deeply they were able to think about it. Respect, trust, those emotions made our friendship even stronger. Of course, all of that had still fallen within the category of friendship, but we were still slightly aware of the fact the other was of the opposite sex, making for a relationship that was charming, or youthful, or maybe you could call it exciting. However, we were still at the age where calling us young men and women would probably be a bit too gracious. Of course, we didn't know a thing about love, so we couldn't understand that exciting feeling in our chests, both bitter and sweet, that we only felt when we were alone together. However, we realized that there was some unknown emotion hidden behind that feeling, and as our hearts raced, we had our hands upon the door. That was the exciting age we were at. So, at some point, our discussions about mystery novels became just an excuse for us meeting alone. There aren't many mystery novels that care much about the why done it. The why done it? You mean the culprit's motive? Yeah, there are 3 points you need to figure out in mystery novels: the who done it, the how done it, and the why done it. A lot of mysteries deal with the first two, but surprisingly few worry about the final one. Well, I know about many works that take great care to have the culprit confess his motive after he's been found out. But it has to be something you can reason out before the culprit confesses, or it doesn't count. Personally, I think it's unfair for a person who supposedly didn't have a motive to commit the crime, unless it's possible to reason his or her motive out. Who done it? Who's the culprit? How done it? How did he commit the crime? Why done it? Why did he commit the crime? There are a ton of works that ask about who the culprit is and what tricks they used. In fact, almost all are like that. However, I don't think there are many novels that ask you to figure out the motive. Good point. That might be the most neglected of the three. Mysteries that don't take the why done it seriously don't really feel complete to me. No, I'm not saying they're boring. It's more like they're missing the most important part. The most important part is missing. The heart. The heart is missing. The heart. I think the human heart is a really important thing. If a person's going to decide to commit murder, plan it out, get everything ready, and actually carry it out, you would need an incredibly strong force of the heart. The heart is what moves people. In other words, only the heart can kill a person. When an emotional upheaval grows strong enough to make a person want to kill, the result is the tragedy called murder. If we turn it around, does that mean that the true way to close in on the crime is by searching for the heart that brings about the tragedy of murder? Only the heart can kill a person. So, if a person has been killed, you must search for that heart. That's what he's saying. That's why I can't really enjoy novels where the culprit is just a homicidal maniac who kills for fun. Then you like novels that show a strong enough movement of the heart to lead to murder. That's right. And my favorite ones are the novels that let you reason that out. As he spoke, he looked back at me and smiled. Before today, I used to like novels that focused on exposing tricks. However, I decided to look for novels like the ones he recommended in the future. I don't like neglecting the heart. The heart is what makes people move. Yeah, I think you're right. This isn't limited to the mystery genre. All humans are moved by their hearts all the time. Being able to notice the heart is what allows for interactions between people. No interactions between hearts. None of us humans can live on our own, and yet we have no way of peeking into the hearts of others. That's why every meeting between people is a mystery of the heart. Finding those, reasoning about them, and understanding each other is the key to interactions between people and hearts. The two of us are here, all alone, talking together about mysteries, and through that, we are searching out each other's hearts, speaking of the heart's mysteries. I want you to feel about me the way I feel about you. We're both searching, trying to figure out the depths of the other's heart in this mystery of love. Look how late it's gotten. I wonder if Aniki and the others are waiting for us. Yes, we should probably go back soon. Time seems to fly by when I'm talking with you, Shannon Chan. You seem to be speaking the words of my heart. We were thinking the same thing, so the same words came out. I wish we could talk like this forever. I hate clocks. Same here. Talking about this stuff with you is the most fun part of coming to Rockinjima. When I saw that his smiling eyes were looking right at me, I turned away. I couldn't let him see my suddenly red face. If only I could leave this place, I would be able to read so much more. The bookshop on Niijima that I go to and the bookshop he goes to in the city are on completely different scales. The book exchange between the two of us had become completely one-sided, with him giving me all the books. How long do you plan to be a servant, Shannon Chan? I don't know. If someday you decide to quit, if I do, come over to my place. He said it almost carelessly. Maybe he was a bit embarrassed since he laughed weakly and blushed a little. And then we won't need to worry about time running out anymore. That's right, we could be together as long as we wanted. The secret little dates on this island only happened a few times a year, and even when they did happen, it was only for a short, uncertain period of time. It wouldn't work over the phone or with letters. We can only talk about our mystery when we're standing together like this. I know that day'll come someday. You think it will? Yeah, I'm certain of it. Certain? Why is he certain? When that day comes, I'll come for you riding a white horse. After saying this, he turned away. He was probably too proud to show me his blushing cheeks. But even without seeing, I knew what his face looked like. To come riding on a white horse. Isn't that? Isn't that like a prince riding a white horse? So, what does that mean? Does it mean you're going to be my prince? My mind was going blank, so I couldn't reason out his mystery of love, even though it was all plain and simple. I wonder when that day will come. Anytime you're ready. My heart skipped a beat. It was so sweet, yet it hurt. Anytime's good for me. This is your life we're talking about, Shannon Chan. You should think about it carefully before you decide. And once you've made up your mind, I'll respect your decision, no matter when you make it. Okay, I'll keep on waiting until that day comes. If only I had been a bit more foolish and courageous. I could have said then and there that I was already prepared and asked him to take me away from this island right now. But I couldn't say it. I had to think carefully about my future for both of our sakes. My head was filled with pointless, senseless thoughts. I'm glad. Thank you. With his back still to me, he scratched his head and laughed. I knew he was doing this out of embarrassment, so I could clearly tell what his expression must have been. In the same way, he must have realized what my face looked like. We're both puzzle solvers of love. We theorize about each other's love, solving each other's mysteries. Thanks for giving me time. You have all the time in the world. No, I would feel bad if I kept you waiting too long. So I've decided. No, I should say that I will decide. I don't mean that I'll quit my job today, right now. Yes, 1 year, 1 year from now. If a year after now you still feel like coming for me on a white horse, and me too, if I still like you a year from now, I would like to dedicate the rest of my life to you. 1 year from now, right here, I would like to make my decision. A year, that sounds good. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. That's a good amount of time to look honestly into your heart. So, next year, please, come for me, okay? Yep, he responded to my cowardly determination with a quick, strong answer. I'll be waiting for that day to come. Yes, I'll be waiting too. Make sure you come, okay? Yeah, don't forget. Come here next year, okay? Yeah, I'll come. That's for certain. I'll meet you here. I see. So, this emotion that feels like sweet suffocation is love. It's an emotion I do not know, one I do not have. Though my magic can grant any wish, though my paradise can grant any wish, that thing I cannot have, that incomprehensible emotion that burns like fire, and yet, madly, one wants to hold it close. All I know is that no matter how great a witch I might become, I cannot create this emotion. It must be given by another person. For the first time, I realized that I wasn't all powerful, and I knew what Shannon had discovered in the world of humans. This emotion, it's just too much. Once you've felt it, there's no forgetting it, is there? Shannon, you win. Love, is it? It may be the most important element, and the one that I lack. Shannon, I'll watch and see how your love develops. So please, teach me more and more about this new emotion. This form is. I'm lending it to you. After all, I hate idiots. Call yourself Claire as a temporary name, or would you prefer Beatu? You have my gratitude. This way, I won't have to expose my pitiful form. Ernestelle had given Claire a fake form. It was a temporary form for the person acting the part of Beatrice. A fake to fool those who still hadn't discovered Beatrice's true form. Then, is this a tale about me in another world? Leon, this is indeed a tale of you in another world, and also my tale. The tale of a world where I live as a witch, not a human. I am capable of imagining what if scenarios for my own life. However, the tale you tell is beyond anything I can imagine. Even so, it's the life of that another you has led. But still, that doesn't mean I can accept it easily. Leon suddenly yelled and looked at the floor. Leon already knew. Because of the fragments lent by Berncastel, Leon knew. There was a different world where Leon lived as the Golden Witch Beatrice. And in this world, eventually, on the day of the 1986 October Family Conference, she would be the ringleader of a terrible crime. Even if it is a different world, you're saying that I get my entire family and all the servants involved in a terrible crime that I'm the mastermind of. How am I supposed to deal with that? Be quiet, listen, and figure it out. In a different life, I end up as a servant, and if that wasn't enough, I suddenly become a witch, and then I eventually carry out several terrifying murders. How am I supposed to understand that? Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I doubt anyone could understand. This person here thought that no one would ever understand. That's why you're here. That's why Berncastel brought you two people who never should have met together like this. It's not like I had any deep reason for it. It was just a whim. This is a motive that no one else can understand, Leon, so you need to be the one to understand it. I'm not the main character in this tale. You are. I'm just here to help you understand. You said that you understand the culprit's motive. Yes. Is that motive a satisfying explanation for why I would kill my entire family? Who knows? That's for you to decide. Even if I say it's satisfying, that doesn't mean it'll satisfy you. You have to decide that for yourself. I really don't have a clue what's going on. I've seen several crimes called game boards that Beatrice supposedly carried out. And now I'm hearing another me talk about a different life from mine. But there's no connection between that and the crime. I don't understand. At this point in the tale, even I could not have dreamed that I would eventually carry out such terrible crimes. In fact, even if I had been able to dream of it, I did not have the power to commit those crimes at that time. Probably, your misfortune probably came when you solved the epitaph's riddle. You mean that epitaph about the hidden gold which grandfather supposedly wrote? There exists a system for gaining different accomplices for each crime. Reasoning can lead us to the possibility that the culprit possessed a vast amount of money. We can also envision another system, which involves inviting all to the Golden Land and making all loves bear fruit. So, it wasn't just the motive. We've already seen that far as well. That's the answer to the final riddle from the fourth game. Your greatest misfortune was solving the epitaph, reviving as the Golden Witch in the truest sense, and gaining magical power. Looking back, was that really misfortune after all? I do not know. However, as long as the fact that Battler Sand returns in 1986 remains unchanged, some sort of tragedy would certainly have occurred. That's right, if Battler had returned a year earlier or later, that incident might not have occurred. No, some small incident probably would have occurred, and it would surely have been a mysterious, impossible incident which no one could have explained. But even so, compared to the Rockingham serial murders, it would have been a tiny thing. If Batlerkun had returned a year earlier or later, then what? Fate can be so filled with irony. It made me walk the path of a witch, and when I solved the epitaph, I became a true witch. Then 6 years passed, and I learned of his return. If all of that was fate, then this crime must have been inevitable and inescapable for me. In 1980, Battler was resentful because of the death of his mother, Asumu, and his father's remarriage that came too soon, so he left the Ushiromiya family. For 6 whole years, he had no direct contact with them. He convinced his grandparents on his mother's side to help him and went by his mother's maiden name. Then, when those grandparents passed away, he finally made up with Rudolph and returned to the Ushiromiya family again in 1986. That bad luck gave birth to your motive for the crime. I did wonder why, after 6 whole years, did he finally come back? I understand. In a way, it would have been better for you if he had never come back. Of course, my suffering would have continued. However, I may not have tainted myself with the unforgivable crime of mass murder. How could Battlerkun leaving create a motive? You've got it backwards. Backwards? The crime didn't occur because Battler left. It happened because Battler came back. The more I think about it, Ushiromiya Battler was quite a disagreeable man, more than anything else because he never realized that the outbreak of the crime was his fault. He did remember, in the end. However, that was long after you gave up and disappeared. If that is so, then it would give my heart some peace. I don't have a clue what you two are talking about anymore, but I would like to ask you bluntly. I want to know, what on earth happened to you that made you decide to commit a crime? Yes, that's the most important part. It's just like how Ushiromiya Battler respected the Why Done It and mystery novels. That's where the answers to all the riddles are hidden, both in the tale of the Golden Witch and in the game. In that case, allow me to continue. 1980, 6 years before I resolved myself to committing the crime. Chapter 6, Days of Trials. Battler Sama has left the Ushiromiya family. That's what Kraus Sama and Rudolph Sama were saying. What a shock! I have no intention of criticizing your way of life or your family situation. However, father is in a towering rage. Disinheriting a son is one thing, I've never even heard of a child becoming fed up and leaving the family on his own. That battler can be surprisingly stubborn, sort of like someone else I know. If you are unable to understand Battler Khan's feelings, one might question your right to be a father. Enough, Nasuhi. I'm sure Rudolph was just trying to show how dedicated he was to raising Kirie-san's child in his own way. I would have nothing to say if this were happening next year. But why this year? He's still in his period of mourning. If you consider the timing of this pregnancy, one must acknowledge that Rudolph-san has acted disgracefully. Come on, don't be so harsh. This is my way of atoning for what I've done. Battler Kun's trying to protest against you on the behalf of his departed mother, Asumu-san. I deeply understand how he feels. If he were here, I would want to hold him and cry along with him. Natsuhi's words were sharp. They pierced Rudolph mercilessly. Rudolph had no retort. His relationship with Kirie had been adulterous, plain and simple. According to Rudolph, he had been close to Kirie longer than Asumi. And even after his marriage to Asumi, that relationship had not disappeared. What the hell does that mean? You old bastard. So, you've just been betraying Mom from the start. Sure, I know Kyrie-san. You've told me that she was your business partner and a friend whose advice you could always rely on. If you're trying to say after all this time that she was more than that, then why should I give a damn? After Mom's death, you could have done whatever you wanted. I'm right there with you, saying that you should live life as you please. But just when did Kyrie-san get pregnant? Back when Mom was still alive, right? Yeah, now I finally see. So this is why you always make me want to vomit. Are you glad that Mom's finally dead now? You are, aren't you? I'm sure it would have been so hard on you, keeping your infidelity and even a kid secret while Mom was still alive. But now that Mom conveniently kicked it, you get to marry Kirie-san, and I get a new little brother or sister. You can bet that Mom's crying in heaven. You bastard! You're embarrassing. I'm embarrassed. So embarrassed I can't stand to have the same last name as you. The kid is completely guiltless. It would be too sad if he or she doesn't have both parents together. Go ahead, build a new family and raise that kid to have a happy life. But I'll never forgive you. Mom isn't here to hate you anymore, so I'll hate you in her place, with all of my body and soul. So long, old bastard. That is enough, Nasuhi. Rudolph hasn't lost the affection he feels for Battler-kun. It may take some time, but he wants to fix their relationship one day, as any father should. If it were some complete stranger, that would have been one thing, but this is your own flesh and blood son. It's clearly your responsibility. Go ahead, despise me all you want. I won't argue. That's the only way I can atone. At the very least, make sure you give the new child a happy life. The kid who's going to be born, and Battler. They're both my kids. Wedding Kirie-san after Asumu-san's death may have been painful for Battler-kun, but it was the best choice you could make for the coming child. I understand why you did it, and I understand why Battler-kun felt like telling you that you were happy Asumu-san is dead. Stop, Nasuhi. Rudolph has already been scolded enough by the person most fit to do so. Now then, how about some black tea? Could you go ask someone in the kitchen to make us some? Understood. Natsuhi took this as a signal to leave the room and did so. Once she left, brows relaxed slightly. I feel bad for Asumu-san, but if we consider the timing of that soon-to-be-born child, this might have been quite the coincidence. Almost as though Asumu knew that and stepped down from the stage of her own choosing. Did I kill Asumu? If so, how long has it been since I started killing her? If you still treasure Asumu-san's memory, then no matter how many years it takes, you must fix your relationship with Battler-kun. Yeah, I know. And be sure to pour just as much affection on Kirie-san and the new child that is to be born, while also bearing Asumu-san's cross. If they have reserved seating in hell, if they do, I would like to reserve myself a VIP spot. The news that Battler had abandoned the Ushiromiya name swept across the family. And poor Battler-san too. I do believe that he'll make up with them eventually, but this is a matter for the family. It is not something servants need concern themselves with. Instead, we should focus on memorizing the face of the newest member of the Ushiromiya family, Kirie-sama. Yes, that's true. She will be coming to the family conference this year. If the person who just joined the Ushiromiya family would be coming to the conference, then what about the person who just left the family? That means Battler isn't coming, right? That seems the most probable outcome. How lonely is the loss of a single noisy man? Though most people felt a bit lonely to see Battler leave the Ushiromiya family, they didn't think any more about it than that. However, what about Shannon? Wasn't Battler supposed to come for her on a white horse? I was surprised at first. I thought that since he had left the family, he might not be coming to this island anymore. If we consider Battler-san's feelings, this is only natural, I guess. I understand painfully well why he wanted to leave his family. But does that really mean he won't come to Rokujima anymore? What on earth is going on? Will he really never return? Unable to ask him directly, I was forced to live each day fretfully. Battler-san, I understand how you feel, but to say that you'll never return because you've abandoned your family, that's a lie, right? I was so confused that the world seemed to be spinning around me. I had a tight feeling in my chest and couldn't think about anything. When I happened to touch my cheek, I was surprised to find it hot and wet. While wearing a truly miserable expression on my face, I was crying. Shannon, Shannon. From far away, I could hear someone calling to me, but it was a very strange sort of distance. Though it felt very far away, the voice also seemed to be coming from right beside me. Shannon, I know your heart. It's okay. It's just a fight between a boy and his father, and I'm sure the rumors blow everything out of proportion. Everything's just being exaggerated. Indeed, there are none who can say with certainty that Battler will not return to this island. You would do well to remain strong. Where is this place? I seem to remember it somehow. I think it reminds me of the scenery from a strange dream I once had. Then, this must be another dream. I was there, under an arbor, surrounded by a golden rose garden, and two witches in white and red dresses were showering words of encouragement upon me. You can be sure that those rumor-mongering young servants are embellishing the story however they please. So he has changed his name, they say. Surely this can be nothing more than a family quarrel. Thank you. I wish I could believe that. Of course it's true. He's a boy, after all. You can hardly be surprised that he's had a few arguments with his dad. Precisely as you say. Clearly, they will make it up to each other once they cool their heads. When men argue, it's always fiery at first, but they burn out quickly. In contrast, an argument between women burns like a steady flame, but the fuel never goes dry. Men's arguments are fierce but short, quick and easy. You're right. I hope Battler-san and Rudolph-sama make up soon. Oh, they will. Haven't you heard Battler mentioning it all the time? He always fights with his father. This is just another one of those fights. The death of his mother and his father's remarriage have nearly upset him. It sounds as though he's gone to live with his mother's parents, but after he's cooled his head for a few days, he'll come back. It's like a kid running away from home. See? The two witches kept saying that Battler's fight hadn't been anything huge. If it had been a mere family quarrel, the rumors wouldn't have started in the first place. Taking an optimistic view here isn't likely to prove useful. Either way, this is a problem between Battler and his father. If you're patient, time will heal all wounds. There's no point in you feeling bad over it. Just because Battler happened to be absent today doesn't mean we can be sure he'll never come back. All this means is that Rudolph came alone today. True. Of course, he will be at the next family conference, as energetic as ever. By then, Rudolph will probably bring that Kyrie here too. Battler may be sulky about it, but I am certain that he will come as well. You're right. Yeah, I'm sure you're right. How nice would it be if they were right? In fact, if I could, I'd like to flip through the calendar until autumn right now and check to see whether he does come to the next conference. If he does, then all of my fears are groundless. It would mean the rumor-mongering family members and servants have just blown things out of proportion. If Battler-san was right here, I would want to question him right away. Hey, isn't it true that you'll never come to Rockinjima again, right? And then, if he said that, of course he would come again. It would be such a relief. I don't know the phone number for Rudolph Sama's house, but I could probably look it up if I tried. However, as a servant of the family, I have no excuse for making such a call. And anyway, I have no way of knowing the phone number for Battler's grandparents' house. I can't do anything except wait for Rudolph Sama's family to come visit and hope that my fears are groundless. However, will I be able to make it through the day feeling like this? No way. I doubt I'll sleep a wink tonight, just waiting around, feeling like this, when I don't know when my next chance will come. I can't do that. Will it be next month, or the month after? In the worst case, I might have to wait until the next family conference. And I have to wait that long while holding back this suffocating feeling. I can't bear it. Hey, Shannon, sorry to ask this out of the blue, but when you made up your mind to do something by the next year, that something wasn't just quitting work as a servant on this island, right? That I made the decision to start a new life. I didn't want to keep on being a servant by force of habit. I made the decision to step into a new life and to leave my old life as a servant behind. And Battler promised that he would come here on the day of your decision, right? Yes. Tact is not one of my strong points, so I shall speak frankly. You made the decision and resolved yourself to starting a new life with Battler, correct? A new life with Battler-san. You are afraid that Battler will not come for you on the day of your decision. However, there is more to that day of decision than just Battler coming to see you. It's also the day for you to show that you're determined to spend the rest of your life with him. This determination is something you must create for yourself. It won't bear fruit simply because Battler shows up. Shannon, do you now have the determination to spend the rest of your life with him? You decided to put it off until the next family conference because you didn't have that determination last time, right? What does it mean to live life with Battler? Have you ever thought seriously about it in detail? Well, as long as I'm working as a servant on Rockinjima, my opportunities for meeting him are limited. We're both underage, so it's too early to talk about marriage. However, if I quit working as a servant, I should have many more opportunities to meet him. Once I quit work here, I'll return to the Fukuen house. I have my wages from serving the family, so I should have more than enough to travel to Battler Sands house to play. And when I graduate from school, I can rent an apartment near Battler Sands house. Then, well, I can work a while going to school. That life would be a lot more difficult than I first thought. However, I would be able to see Battler Sand much, much more often. If not every day, then every week. I won't be a servant anymore, so there won't be any difference in class. I can call him whenever I want, and I'm already doing both school and work. Thanks to my experience here, I know more than enough to do simple housework. Doesn't that sound like a fun life? You can rent a humble abode, and once you've built up your own home, you can invite Battler over. And then the time you spend together, the world the two of you will make, will begin. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Yes, it does sound a bit wonderful. This was the first time I had ever imagined that future clearly. My love for him and my honest desire to live my life with him. Earlier, I was able to consider both of these equally. However, now that I'm clearly imagining the future I plan to choose, I finally understand. I must be aware of how much determination will be needed to reach that future. You dream of marriage eventually, don't you? Girls these days dating with marriage in mind at such a young age. Well, that's a bit. Don't deny your dreams, okay? There's no point in taking a first step if your eyes are closed and you don't look to the future. If a girl's in love with a man, there's nothing wrong with thinking, I want to marry him. That's a young girl's natural right. My face had turned bright red. Earlier, I thought that considering a marriage really was a bit premature, so I tried as best I could not to think about it. However, when the witches encouraged me to imagine it, that image was both exciting and vivid. I felt an indescribable feeling of refreshment and awakening, like the gentle breeze that washes over you when you go outside during a brief spot of sunshine on a rainy day. That's right, I didn't actually have the determination to go that far. I need to strengthen my determination by the time the next family conference comes around. If I can't do that, then sticking around as a servant on this island is no more than I deserve. And at the same time, this is also a trial. True, a trial to be overcome. A trial. Why is that? Fool, Battler promised that he would come for you at the next family conference, did he not? He said he would come on a white horse, right? Yes. You're thinking that Battler will not come anymore. In other words, you have no faith in Battler's promise. That's why this is a trial. To pass through this trial, you'll have to show that you can trust him and wait. A trial? I hadn't thought of it that way. Since he promised to come for me in a year, then I need to believe that he'll come for me in a year. If I doubt that, I don't have the right to wait for him in the first place. In fact, Battler might have left the Ushiromiya family because he set his sights on a future with you. Oh, why would that be? If he knows that you will live together and eventually exchange marriage vows, having this name Ushiromiya would cause problems. Since Shannon is a servant of the Ushiromiya family. Ah, I see. He realizes that there'll be all kinds of trouble if he decides to marry a servant girl, so he's abandoned the Ushiromiya name beforehand. What do you think, Shannon? That way, everything makes sense. Battler has abandoned the Ushiromiya name for your sake. This sudden argument with Rudolph was just an excuse. What splendid reasoning. Nice going, Riichi. What do you say, Shannon? There's no reason to feel down. On the contrary, it's as though Battler has shown his determination first. A smile had finally returned to my face. Of course, I hadn't taken the witches seriously and let myself be reassured. It was closer to the opposite. It was almost funny that they could think up such ridiculously convenient explanations for everything. However, they had made all those ridiculous theories to cheer me up. The witches are right when they say that I must trust Battler-san, and that there's no point in moping about just because I've heard a few rumors. Until the next family conference, I intend to strengthen my resolve. And I believe that he'll accept my feelings and come for me. The idea that Battler left the family so that he could be married to me someday was laughable, of course. But right now, I should try and feel confident enough to accept even crazy ideas like that. Thanks so much. I feel a little better now. That as well. I cannot stand watching you cry yourself to sleep. Thanks for coming into my dreams to encourage me. Indeed, it will be morning soon. This is all a dream. You won't remember any of it when you wake. However, your heart will be at peace. Yes, I'll believe in him and wait. So I won't listen to every little rumor. Very good. Wait until the next conference while improving yourself. If you think of it as training to become a wife, all of your everyday chores will grow more meaningful. Thanks a lot. Riche, it'll be morning soon. Is that so? Then, so long, Shannon. You may not remember me, but I will always be by your side, watching over you. Thank you. Yes, thank you. The next family conference will be here in a flash. Wait for it at your leisure. Battler will certainly keep his promise.
Stream Elements said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Pleased to meet you. My name is Kyrie. I hope we can all become quick friends. I've known your name longer than I've known Asumu-san's. I hear you're Rudolph's old girlfriend. Yes, we've known each other for quite a long time. Welcome to the Ushiromiya family. I hope you find it easy to grow comfortable here. Yes, I would like to grow comfortable quickly so that I can support my husband. But look how cute that little girl is. What's her name? This is Angie-chan. What a cute name. So, you two couldn't make up after all. I thought this would be the perfect chance to bring him back, but he's as stubborn as Dad. Will Battler-kun ever come back? I'll miss him. Nothing wrong with a man having enough backbone to find his own way in the world. I'm sure he'll have made it big by the time he comes back. You think so? Right now, Battler-kun's home isn't the home for him. The place he comes home to is somewhere else now. Enough. This concerns Rudolph's family only. It is not our place to meddle. Thank you, Kraus-Nisan. This is an issue for our family alone. However, I intend to do all I can to see that Battler-kun and Rudolph-san can live together again someday. After all, he's Angie's one and only big brother. Yep, when that kid gets stuck on something, anything you say to him will have the opposite effect. Asumu's father has a bit of a short temper. Looks like he's been adding fuel to the fire. It'll be okay. I'm sure he'll understand your feelings before too long. We can't do anything except cheer you on. Even if he doesn't come back, we're all praying that the two of you will make up quickly. It's a bit boring without Battler. Yeah, I hope he and Uncle Rudolph can make up soon. Thinking about how Battler Sama feels, it must have hurt. His family basically got swapped around. It probably doesn't feel comfortable at home anymore. All men need to go out on their own one day or another. It might just be that Battlerkun's time has come. Do you think so? I do. It's not cool for a guy to hang around at his parents' for too long. You've got to leave the nest in a flurry and make your name in the world. I plan to do that eventually, but it looks like he's gone and done it first. And when he makes his name in the world and becomes a great man, will he come back? It may be that he never comes back. After all, this might be leaving the nest to him. Leaving the nest. Battler didn't come, did he? Oh, how terrible. And I kept telling Shannon that he was sure to come. I'm sure she's very upset over Battler's absence. And it's all because I got her hopes up. She's been looking forward to this day. It pains me to think of how she must feel. Thanks, you too. I'm okay. I had been reunited with the witches once again in that dream world. Though I could never remember anything during the day, now that I was in the dream world, I somehow knew that this was a reunion. The witches both looked apologetic, though they had tried to cheer me up by saying that Battler would come today. Now that he hadn't come, it was like they had been lying, and they seemed to regret it heavily. Shannon, well, thanks for your concern. I would be lying if I said I wasn't sad. But I'll be okay. Are you sure? Really sure? That would be splendid, but clearly, Battler's fight was so over the top that he couldn't bring himself to back down so soon. Men are so stubborn. Yes, that is true. He tried to act tough before running away, so his stubbornness is preventing him from taking back what he said so easily. He'll probably regret not coming today. Yes, that must be it. For some reason, they seemed nearly desperate in their attempts to encourage me. It was almost funny to watch. I couldn't help but giggle. Thanks a lot, both of you. After all, you're the ones who told me in the first place that this is a test, a trial to be overcome. The truth was, I couldn't really fool myself so easily. When will he come back? When will he come for me? When isn't the question. Will he come for me? Ever? If I start moping right now, the uncertainty and sadness will probably tear me apart. But they've taught me this is a trial to see whether I really believe in him or not. The very fact that I feel uncertain and anxious is a betrayal of my resolve and of his promise to come for me some day. George Samus said something about it. He said this might be the same as leaving the nest for Battersan. That's right. This is his chance to leave behind the Ushiromiya name and spread his wings as his own man. If you really think about it, we're still very young. Even if we want to be tied together, we're still lacking many years of social experience and trust. If Battlersan is really and truly taking this seriously, then it's too soon for him to come for me now. Well done. Yes, that's the right attitude. You have done well to reach this understanding. I haven't reached anything. However, I've decided to think of it that way for now. This is a trial to see whether I trust Battlersan or not. If he had come today, then today I would have had to tell Madame that I wanted to quit my job as a servant. However, was I really prepared to do that? Last night, I kept worrying about whether Battlersan would come or not. Thanks to that, Not only did I not have the resolve to quit my job, I hadn't even started on the paperwork to do so. In short, I still don't have the determination that I promised him that day. I'm sure that God knew that. Battler will come for me when I found my determination. I wasn't determined, so it's only natural that he didn't come today. Yeah, it all makes sense now. So, I'm sure Battler Sand didn't come today because I wasn't determined enough. It's only natural since I couldn't even truly believe that he would come. I'm sure Battler was the same way. He did not yet have the determination and resolve to come for you. God is not heartless. When your feelings truly do draw close, I'm sure they'll bring the two of you together, just like Orihime and Hikoboshi. Yes, it's as though the weather just happened to be bad during this year's Kanabata, keeping those lovers apart for another year. That's how I would like to think about what happened today. That's how I would like to think about it. I have no other choice. Battler San. But Battler-kun didn't come back for 6 years. Still a long way to go until then. So you had to wait 6 whole years feeling like that. When one waits every year for something to happen the next, and then the same thing the next year and the next, it becomes the same as waiting for an eternity. Pretty pathetic, don't you think? After all, this promise you made with Battler seems to be something he knew nothing about, right? Battler-kun does tend to use melodramatic phrases, just like Uncle Rudolph. His roundabout way of putting things might have led to a misunderstanding. Some girl's gonna stab Battler in the back someday. Well, I guess that's more or less what this tale is about. When words can mean different things, they can turn a person's life upside down. There are times when careless talk costs lives. Chapter 7, Sprout of Love, Root of Love. Seriously, why do you guys turn into total morons when they get together? Jessica's room was filled with laughter. It was one hell of a reality check. I thought this guy was a bit cool, a bit adult-like. And then I see him with some of the other guys in our class talking about dirty stuff with this creepy laugh. It's true that boys always act like little kids when they're together. Well, it's not like girls are any different. The fun chat between girls continued without end. Tonight, Kraus and Natsuhi were out late at a meeting on Niijima. Most of the time, Natsuhi was always watching, so Jessica would always make sure to be curt with the young servants. But when Natsuhi wasn't around, Jessica never did that. She had invited the servants of similar age to her room, and they were chatting away noisily. At that age, everyone wants to know about love. Thanks to the rigid and constricted way Jessica had been brought up, she enjoyed talking about it all the more. But you're pretty incredible, my lady, and you're that age. Aren't there any boys you're interested in? Well, I would like to fall in love, but there really aren't any good ones around. I think you should be a bit more proactive about it. You can act all relaxed now, but that's not going to last long, okay? Once one of your friends starts going out with someone, it'll turn your world upside down. But there's no way that'll happen. None of my friends are traitors, I think. No, no, no. The outbreak of love is the one time you can't rely on friendship between girls. If you met someone you liked, you would betray your friends and go out with the guy without a second thought, wouldn't you? Well, what about you, Shannon? It's not fair if I'm the only one who has to talk. I don't have anyone like that around. Not around. He's far, far away. And like Orihime and Hikiboshi, I don't get to see him very often. In fact, I don't even know when I'll be able to see him again. However, I believe that he'll come for me someday. I believe it. Don't you betray me, okay, Shannon? If we get boyfriends, we'll get them together. You got that? Right, right. We promised, right? Well, you might not believe it, but it's not at all rare for girls like just like Shannon Chan to get a head start. Shannon, confess, you aren't going out with anyone, are you? You aren't, right? I'm not. Really? 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 We'll get boyfriends together, okay? No matter what happens, okay? Anyone who lies has to eat porcupine fish. Yes, I promise. Now there's the face of a liar. I'm willing to bet Shannon Chan beats everyone else in this room. I can tell. It's always the quiet ones that go first. Shannon, how could you? Confess, confess. But please stop, my lady, for that tickles. And so, another Sunday afternoon passed by. I worked my way out of the fight and looked up at the sky through the window. Is Battlersan happily chatting away with his friends somewhere right now, just like I am? As I think of you like this, are you thinking of me? But if I ask that, it's the same as admitting that I don't trust you. I'll wait, and when you do come for me, I'll announce then and there that I'm quitting my job. I've already prepared myself to do so. But you haven't come yet. That isn't because you won't come, but because I'm not determined enough yet, right? It's because I haven't clearly envisioned a future with you, right? I'll wait, no matter how long, until you come for me riding a white horse. I will always treasure our promise, the promise of our precious resolve. Never make a promise with a guy. You can't count on them. Thinking that she had read my mind, I spun around. Of course, she hadn't, but, well, for stuff like that, I think guys and girls have different ideas of what's important. No, that's not it. You've got it all wrong. On the whole, girls tend to be dreamers, and guys just do stuff without thinking. I guess understanding between the sexes is pretty much impossible after all. At least, I think it's pretty hard. Girls often have the bad habit of thinking they know what the guy is thinking right away. They search for hidden meanings behind words that guys say for no reason in particular, and just get the wrong idea. Yeah, I've known girls like that. Those girls who hear something that anyone else could tell them was trivial, but think it means the guy is totally into them. Yeah, I see it all the time. It's a bit sad when a girl gets the wrong idea for no reason. The pair of them laughed together. When a girl gets the wrong idea, could that be me? No, that can't be true. After all, Battler Sand clearly made a promise. He said he would come for me riding a white horse. I mustn't doubt. I'm sure this conversation I'm hearing is just another one of God's trials. So, I won't listen. I won't care about it. If there's one thing I never want to be, it's one of those poor girls who thinks a guy's heart is linked to hers for no reason. Those demonic sneers tormented me and tried to lead me astray. I'm sure he'll come to the next family conference. But Battler Sand didn't appear at the 1982 conference either. Bit by bit, things were changing from the way they had been at the last family conference he had come to. Everyone had gotten completely used to Kyrie Sama, Rudolph Sama's new wife, and she came down off the boat with a familiar stride. Her daughter, Angie Sama, was growing well, and all of the family focused their attention on her. Even Maria Sama, though she was still tiny, was already 5 years old. She was full of energy and old enough to enjoy playing with George Sama. Jessica Sama and George Sama had already stopped talking about Battler Sand's absence. It was the same with the other relatives too. No one touched on the subject, as though they had forgotten that Battler Sand was missing. Maria Sama had only been 3 when she had last seen Battler Sand. It was doubtful whether she even remembered him. In just 2 years, all trace of your existence has been erased from the Ushiromiya family conference. That made me sad. And so, it looks like Battler Sand didn't come back this year either. True, feeling a bit lonely. Well, Uncle Rudolph and Aunt Kyrie don't even bring him up anymore. It looks like Battler Kun was much more serious about it than we thought. I wonder if he really will stay away forever. It looks like that was him leaving the nest after all. He spread his wings and left for a new stage of life. Don't you think so? He's always been crazy and reckless. Well, what more would you expect from a guy? Well, we know Battler Kun. I'm sure he's adapted to his new life and is enjoying himself. So, I don't think there's any reason to worry. When George Samus said that with a smile, I felt a bit uncertain. What does he mean by, there's no reason to worry, I'm sure he's enjoying himself? This is Battler we're talking about, so you can bet he's forgotten all about us and is having a great time. Yeah, I'll bet he is, and I think that's for the best. Thinking for himself, his family, and his late mother, Battler Kun decided on his own to find a new life. So, I hope he lives that new life to the fullest. If he forgets about the Ushiromiya family, that's just perfect. George Sama smiled at me as though expecting me to agree. After a moment of shock, I smoothed my expression over and found the expression he was expecting. Is Battler San living happily, having forgotten about the family, about me? about our promise. That can't be true. It just can't be. Battlersan must be looking forward to that day of decision, just like me. I'm not mistaken about that. He promised me. He said he would come riding a white horse. I never asked him to say that. He said he would come for me on the day I resolved myself to live life for his sake. He made that promise himself. For 2 years, I've believed that. I've done all I could to make it through God's trials and the whisperings of demons that tried to throw me from my path. And yet, the things both George Sama and Jessica Sama are saying are so cruel. Battler has forgotten about us and has started a new life. Why are they telling such lies? But that night, I dreamed of Battlersan for the first time in a long while. The Battlersan in my dream wasn't the Battlersan I believed in. It was the Battlersan that George Sama and Jessica Sama had spoken of. The one who had forgotten everything and started a new life. Morning, I woke up with a tear-stained face. The face I saw in the mirror cried and told me it couldn't wait any longer. If I've managed to wait this long, why can't I wait any longer? This is a trial, so we must believe in him and wait. But the me in the mirror spoke. It was sharper than a fragment of glass. I talk about this promise with him, but did we ever really make such a promise? Wasn't Jessica Sama talking about it, that some girls are dreamers who get the wrong idea? And wasn't George Sama talking about it too? He said that Battlersan had gotten used to his new life and had forgotten about the Ushiromiya family. And by now, he isn't the only one who's forgotten. Unless I ask about it, everyone on this island has forgotten his name. Even Rudolph Sama doesn't say his name anymore. If I weren't here to remember his face, perhaps his existence would have been erased from everyone's hearts. I don't believe it, so I won't doubt. Battlersan must still remember his promise. We're both waiting for the day of decision, the day we'll be together. Battlersan, I've firmly made up my mind. Does the fact that you're not here mean that, after all, I'm not determined enough? No, it's because you and God are testing me, isn't it? In that case, I will endure until that promised day inevitably comes. So, please, Battlersan, I want some proof that you haven't forgotten me. It was the crack that ran across my ceramic-like heart. I had to acknowledge it now. It may be that I'm pretending not to notice something terrifying and sad. Battlersan makes me yearn for him. Battlersan makes me sad. Battlersan makes it hurt. Battlersan, do you still remember me now? And then came the third family conference since Battlersan left. If the number of beds was going to increase, we would have been told about that when setting up. The fact that nothing has changed in particular means that he probably won't be here this year either. Clinging to a final bit of hope, I stood by the docks, watching the boat draw closer. Hey, Shannon-chan, you're looking as pretty as ever. Careful, Angie. Watch your step. Hey, Shannon. I really do love Rockin' Tima. I can't wait for Uncle Kraus to turn it into a resort. There's no need for that. It would be such a waste. You've got a point there. How have you been, Shannon Chan? I think you've gotten a bit taller since last time. Thank you very much. And the weather's good again this year. It's so great having every single member of the family together, all nice and cheerful. Please allow me to guide you to the mansion. So, after all, Battler Sand has been so thoroughly forgotten that he might not have existed in the first place. I'm sure the sadness will show on my face. Not wanting anyone to see it, I turned my back to the family and led the way up to the mansion by myself. Then, suddenly, someone mentioned Battler Sand's name, and I jumped. What? You saw Battler-kun? How's he doing? He's doing very well. I took Angie and had some tea with him the other day. I was surprised. So, Key raised Emma was in touch with Battler-san. According to her, both Battler-san and Rudolph-san had long since calmed down after their fight, but both were so stubborn that they hadn't found a good chance to make up. And since Battler-san had gotten used to living with his grandparents and going to school there, and considering that those grandparents might make things even more difficult, going to convince Battler-san to come home wouldn't be easy. It's just too bad. I think Asumu-san's parents were even more angry than Battler-kun was. This isn't just an issue between Battler-kun and Rudolph-san anymore. Then will Battler be coming back sometime soon? He will make up with Rudolph-san, but it looks like he doesn't intend to return to the Ushiromiya family. Such a shame, though I do understand how he feels. It was a bit of a relief to hear that some of the bad feeling had died down in these 3 years. If we take Asumu-sama's parents into account, it's no surprise that things haven't gone as well as they could. But if Battler-san doesn't hate Rudolph-sama anymore, then someday, surely he'll come back. He'll have grown so much. My resolve will not waver anymore. For some nights these past 3 years, I felt sad and resentful, but now it feels as though those 3 years were something I needed. After all, the seeds of love, the faint feelings I once had for you, have budded powerfully, waiting for the day that we will be reunited. This is how honest my feelings for you are now. I love you. I want to see you again as soon as I can. Until that time, I'll keep that bud of love warm and growing for you. I won't doubt the coming of that day anymore. Just as I think of you under the same sky, I believe that you are thinking of me. I'm sure this news about him is a sign that God is cheering me on. So, I ask God one more time, inside my heart, since my feelings for Battler-san have not wavered for a day these past 3 years. Let me know that he feels the same way. I know that asking for that is a sin. However, now that we've reached a 3-year turning point, I want some gift from God, any gift, to show that I have not waited in vain. That is what I prayed. Oh, that's right. It's been so long since Battler-kun last saw you all, right? I thought you might be feeling lonely, so I told him to write you letters. Here they are. Did God really hear my prayers? I felt as though my heart was going to leap out of my chest. A letter from Battler. Awesome. What did he write? Did he say anything about how he's been doing lately? I can't wait to read it. Kirie Sama pulled a brown envelope out of her bag and handed it to George Sama. Just one. When George Sama opened it, several folded letters came out. Looks like this one's addressed to me. They all have different names on them. Here, this one's yours, Jessica Chan. Thanks. And this one's for Maria Chan. Can she read yet? I'll read it to her later. Thank you. There's even one for Angie Chan. Now, of course, she can't read. I'll give it to her when she does learn. He says he's doing great and having a blast. Good for him. Is that all of them? Yep, looks like that's all of them. Thanks a lot. George Sama handed me the empty envelope. Apparently, he thanked me because he thought I was offering to throw it away for him. And clearly, there was nothing inside it. There was no letter for me. The more I read, the more fun it looks like Battler Kun's been having. Living every day to the fullest. That's what it looks like in mine, too. If he's happy, then I guess that's what counts. That's so mean of Battler Kun. It sounds like he forgot about us until you told him to write those letters, Kirie-san. Well, you know what he's like. It sounds like he was living life to the fullest. And I hear he's popular with the ladies at school, too. That's incredible. There should be plenty of girls who like those hilarious, melodramatic lines of his. Makes sense to me. I wonder if he really does plan not to return to the Ushiwamiya family. It looks like it. In mine, it says he doesn't think he'll return to Rokkenjima again. I knew that all these letters were trials from God. The fact that there was no letter for me, and the fact that he was enjoying life and had forgotten about Rokkenjima, were just more trials. God is, testing me. The fact that there was no letter from me alone is proof of that. That's what I want to think. But now it's just too much. It might have been an important promise to you, but it looks like it wasn't for Battler. No way. Then that promise about him coming for you was... I was a dreamer. It was just an illusion I created. To Battler, they were probably just meaningless words to make him sound cool. To anyone but her, it would have been such a funny story to hear. That promise with Battler might have been an illusion the whole time. In the first place, we don't know if they both felt the same way about each other at all. Love is an illusion. However, if both sides are seeing the same illusion, that love becomes real. However, when the feelings of each side are different, then it's nothing more than a joke. This is Battler's sin, making Shannon think that it was a promise. Wrong. It's that he didn't even remember. If he simply broke his promise, he could have taken him to task for it. I could have regretted my mistake, or I could have won him back. However, you can't question someone about something they don't even remember. I am unable to hate Battler Sand. After all, Battler Sand didn't even break his promise. There just wasn't any promise to start with. It was nothing more than a sad joke. I kept on crying and crying. I dug my fingernails into my pillow, soaking it with my tears. How much easier it would be to hate something, but I can't hate anything. I just couldn't get over my miserable arrogance, which had led me to believe for 3 whole years that he felt the same as I did. I am to blame for this. My irresponsible words led you to believe that Battler made a promise. No, this isn't anyone's fault. It's all because I assumed that he felt the same way I did. Battler made no promise, and yet his feelings were surely sincere. Though there might have been a difference in degree when compared to yours, it is true that he liked you. Of that there can be no doubt. Please, just stop it. I believe that he liked me the way I liked him, without ever doubting that. Please don't try to cheer me up. I would rather that you mocked me. Before I knew it, a dull, inescapable pain had pierced my chest. When I pressed my hand against my chest, I realized what that pain was. It was the bud of love, whose seeds I had sown and nurtured in my heart. Its roots had spread all the way across my chest, tormenting me like a metal wire wrapped around my heart. They looked less like roots and more like fissures running through my heart. I can only hold back the pain by tearing out the root of love. But no matter how much I scratch at it, I'm only scratching at my chest. The root of love doesn't move at all. If I started hating Battler Sand without any lingering interest or regrets, I would be able to pull this root out easily. Once I did, it would probably leave a hole behind, but at least it wouldn't hurt me anymore. But I can't pull it out, even though it hurts so much. Those roots of love are still stuck in my heart. Shannon, I, even now, I love Battler Sand. I want to see him. I want him to come back. I believe he will come back someday, and I want to wait for him. But right now, it's just too much. As I sobbed, the tightness in my chest grew even stronger. As long as I like Battler Sand, that pain will always continue. Because I like him, I want to hold on to that pain forever. But it was written right there in the letters for George Sama and the others. Battler doesn't plan on returning to the Ushiromiya family. He's forgotten about me and Rockinjima, and has started a new life with a different name. I must wait for him for all eternity, despite how painful, aching, excruciating this is. Is this another trial? Is God telling me to wait for him forever? I can't do that. I want to be with Battler San. But if this is the trial that I must go through for that, then it's just too painful. Beatrice hung her head in shame. If he hadn't encouraged Shannon so much, it probably wouldn't have been this painful. Shannon may have been the one to sow the seed of love in her heart. However, Beatrice had irresponsibly watered it and told Shannon not to give up. Beatrice scratched at her chest, trying to share Shannon's pain. This is my fault, Beatrice mumbled to herself. What's your fault? For 3 years I tortured you with the illusion of a promise that never happened. If I had not nourished the bud of love within you, you would not have suffered so. Shannon, this may sound harsh, but listen. What is it? Forget Battler. There was no bud of love in the first place. No, I'm the one who nourished it. No matter how painful it is, I can't forget it. But you can't bear that pain any longer, can you? Wordlessly, Shannon held her chest and hung her head. I love Battler. That feeling burns inside me, so that I still cannot let it go, no matter how much it hurts. And I've spent 3 years pretending that I didn't feel that pain. Now I know that I feel it, and since I know, I can't bear it. So you cannot throw away your bud of love for Battler. And with that, friends, it is 2300, so it is time for me to end for today. Maybe I will see you tomorrow for some more Backpack Hero. Stay safe until then. Until I see you next.